has activated the interpretation feature. If you can't see the button, it means you are accepting Zoom through web and you haven't installed the Zoom application. Please install Zoom to use this feature. Agar meeting hari ini dapat berjalan dengan lancar, mohon Bapak Ibu bersedia menonaktifkan mic atau mengklik tombol mute apabila tidak sedang berbicara. Bapak Ibu dipersilahkan mengaktifkan fitur interpretation sekarang. Untuk berbicara dan mendengar dalam bahasa Indonesia, silakan pilih Japanese. Untuk mendengar dan berbicara dalam bahasa Inggris, silakan pilih English. A few quick tips to help today's meeting run smoothly. Please mute when you are not speaking and click on interpretation to hear the real-time language interpretation. For English, please select English. For Indonesian, please select Japanese. Mohon dipastikan bahwa Bapak Ibu sudah memilih salah satu bahasa yang akan digunakan. Karena jika Bapak Ibu tidak memilih, maka suara Bapak Ibu akan mengganggu pembicara dan proses penerjemahan. Terima kasih atas perhatian dan kerjasamanya. Please make sure that you have selected the correct language for not making any noises for both speakers and interpreters. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Jalan, tunggulah aku dengan tujuan. Kau membawaku terbang di angkasa, melihat cahaya bersama. Kau mengajakku untuk terus berpacu, mengejar mimpi yang kita tuju.
Sejak negara berdiri, Insinyur Indonesia lah yang ambil bagian sebagai pendiri bangsa, menjalin menjadi bangsa yang satu dan tak terpisahkan.
Kau membawaku terbang di angkasa, melihat cahaya bersama. Kau mengajakku untuk terus berpacu, mengejar mimpi yang kita tuju.
Menjadi bangsa yang kuat, bermartabat, dan mandiri. Membentang asa bagi tunas-tunas bangsa.
Mengali, hidupkan, ciptakan senyuman, kedamaian untuk semua manusia.
Menghantarkan mereka meraih puncak prestasi tertinggi. Meruntuhkan belenggu, menjadikan anak bangsa mampu menaklukkan dunia.
Kau mengajakku untuk terus berpacu, mengejar mimpi yang kita tuju. Oh, yeah.
Menciptakan kehidupan yang layak,
Mimpi yang kita tuju.
dan mewarnai dunia dengan tawa.
Mengali, hidupkan, ciptakan senyum.
Insinyur Indonesia menghubungkan ribuan pulau, menyatukan negeri, menerangi pertiwi, mencerdaskan bangsa, menciptakan pekerjaan, mensejahterakan rakyat, dan membuka cakrawala dunia guna memajukan peradaban.
Manusia aku kini hingga nanti untuk kita semua. Kau dan aku kini hingga.
Saya bangga jadi insinyur.
Saya Erlangga Hartarto, saya insinyur mesin.
Saya Koyup Chandra Negara,
Saya insinyur kimia.
Saya Burzal Bakri, insinyur elektro.
Saya Pandri Prabono, saya insinyur mesin.
Saya Arifin Panigoro, saya insinyur elektroteknik.
Saya Hermanto Dardan, saya insinyur sipil.
Saya Bobi Gafur Umar, saya insinyur elektro.
Saya Muhammad Saididu, saya insinyur industri pertanian.
Insinyur Indonesia, ujung tombak kemajuan bangsa.
Mengejar mimpi-mimpi yang kita tuju.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Professor.
Yeah. Can I test my PPT uploading? Just yesterday I couldn't do it. Are you able to hear me and see my presentation also?
Yes, sir. But sir, I'm sorry, we are about to start our event, so we will discuss your matter.
All right, no problem. Thank you.
Sip, kita bisa mulai? Yuk, semuanya. Good morning from Jakarta. My name is Haikal Amrullah, and let me add my warm welcome to all of you here at the International Workshop on Coastal Reservoir. The International Workshop on Coastal Reservoir is a forum that aims to expand our knowledge and experience of development potentials and also best practice challenges in coastal reservoirs in the topic of water availability, coastal security, and sustainability. There are 4 sessions of discussion with 13 local and international speakers from scientists, government officials, professionals, and associations. For a deeper discussion, this event also will be responded by the Indonesian Expert from the Institute Technology of Bandung, the Gajah Mada University, and the University of Indonesia. This event is organized by the Directorate Water Resource and Irrigation, the Ministry of National Development Planning, Bappenas, and the Institute of Engineers Indonesia in cooperation with the International Association for Coastal Reservoir Research. I would like to welcome the Ministry of National Development Planning and the Head of Bappenas, Mr. Suharso Manoarfa. Thank you, sir, for being here. Also here with us, Acting Deputy of Infrastructure Affairs, Bappenas, Mr. J. Rizal Primana, and the President of the Institute of Engineers Indonesia, Mr. Heru Dewanto. Thank you for joining with us in this beautiful morning. In this opportunity, I also want to welcome our ministry and institution partners, university and professional associations, and also, of course, for all participants that impossible for me to mention. It's great and truly honors to virtually meet you here. This event is live from Indonesia, and joining with us our audience from around the world, such as Malaysia, Singapore, India, China, Netherlands, USA, and many more. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin our event, please rise for National Anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Thank you. Please be seated. Without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Heru Dewanto, President of the Institute of Engineers Indonesia, with his remarks. Mr. Heru, the time is yours.
His Excellency, Minister of National Development and Planning, Bapak Suharso Monoarfa, Excellency, the President of International Association for Coastal Reservoir Research, Professor Talak G. Sitaram, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, let us praise and thank God Almighty, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, for all the blessing bestowed upon us, so that we are all in good health to attend this international workshop on coastal reservoir for water supply, coastal security, and sustainability. I would like to extend a warm welcome and appreciation to His Excellency, Minister of National Development and Planning of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Suharso Monoarfa, and the President of International Association for Coastal Reservoir Research, Professor Talak G. Sitaram, and to all keynote speakers, government, experts, and international partners, professors, and academic communities, professional associations, Indonesian state-owned enterprises, and last but not least, our proud engineers from all over Indonesia and abroad who join this 2 days workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, engineers are the main actors behind billions of innovation as the engine of advancement of civilizations across the history. Innovation have brought mankind from 200,000 years of hunters and gatherers to 20,000 years of agriculture age, 200 years of industrial age, 50 years of digital age, 20 years of information age, and now we are entering into the age of pervasive technology. Not only that, innovation have also accelerated technological breakthrough over time. Indonesia, the world's largest archipelago, with its unique geographic and demographic features, it bestows much bigger engineering challenges than any other countries. Indonesian engineers work hand in hand to resolve the challenges, to limit the boundary and unite the nation with 17,500 islands as one, to illuminate and empowering millions of homes and industries, to meet the minds of 1,340 ethnics and 743 local languages, to provide enough food and waters for its 268 million population, and increase the quality of life while preserving the environment in the best way possible. For the last 5 years, from 2014 to 2019, Indonesia has made a big jump in infrastructure development. It's been an honor for all Indonesian engineers becoming the main actors of such speedy Indonesia. As the result, our infrastructure index increased from rank 72 to 52. Access to electricity has increased to 98.14%. Ease of doing business improved from rank 120 to 70. And competitiveness index also increased from rank 41 to 36. Engineers around the globe and in Indonesia are some of the hidden heroes of the pandemic. Engineers are some of the people behind technology advances in healthcare that decode coronavirus genome in a month, access geospatial information system to pinpoint the infected areas, use ventilators to treat critical patients. Also, what would our life be like to go through pandemic without technology advancement, such as smartphones, Zoom, Amazon, and Netflix? Ladies and gentlemen, our biggest engineering challenges the world and Indonesia are facing in the near future is the shortage of water. Today and tomorrow, we will talk and discuss water resource infrastructure, the Coastal Reservoir, in the workshop. Based on a study from World Resource Institute, WRI, a research institute based in Washington, D.C., it shows that Java Island will face a water shortage in 2040. It means that more and more water users, domestics, irrigation, industry, and commercials are competing for a limited supply. Does it mean that Indonesia is running out of water? As a country located in equator, Indonesia has been blessed with enough rainfall, an average about 2,000 to 3,000 millimeters per year. The problem, the water is running out of the sea, since there is not enough reservoir to store the water. The water shortage capacity for Indonesia with more than 268 million population is considered low. Hence, development of more water storage infrastructure is a matter of national importance to overcome the possibility of water crisis. I would like to take this opportunity to thank IACRR for your support in inviting renowned international experts in the water resource infrastructure associated with IACRR. I would like also to take this opportunity to express our thanks to the Ministry of National Development and Planning for extending a cooperation with PPII in preparing this international workshop. I hope IACRR participation in this event can be continued with the establishment of IACRR Indonesia chapter to further increase the capacity of Indonesian engineers in planning, design, construction, operation, and maintenance of coastal reservoir. Coastal reservoir has become a viable alternative since it is not easy to find large space inland to build dams for water reservoir. PII expect that Indonesian engineers could make design and construction of coastal reservoirs in many water-needy regions in Indonesia, and able to overcome various technical problems associated with it. In this regard, PII extend our support to Minister of Development and Planning in preparing strategic planning for water resources infrastructures such as coastal reservoir. One new coastal reservoir being discussed is in the downstream of Cisadane River in the northern part of Jabodetabek area. Ladies and gentlemen, the study done by European Commission's Joint Research Center stated that the effects of climate change coupled with population growth are expected to drive competition for water, potentially exacerbating political tension in parts of the globe. The wars of the future will be fought over water and not oil. It is obvious that climate change may cause a severe impact on water supply. The threat of water crisis can be seen in the horizon due to massive development that are not environmentally friendly, land use conversion, the damages to the nature done by human activities, The Water Resource Institute, WRI, stated that as many as 1.8 billion people in 17 countries today are about a quarter of the world population live in areas with lack of water supplies, not enough to meet the needs of their population. Water shortage will lead to a severe water crisis in the next few years. The result of analysis released by WRI stated there are as many as 12 countries currently facing an imbalance between water supply and demand in Middle East, North Africa, Central Asia, such as India, Pakistan, San Marino in Europe, Botswana in Africa, and in Turkmenistan. Based on the study by the government, it is predicted that Indonesia will also experience water shortage in the most densely populated area. Java will lose almost its all clean water resources by 2040. This may be one of the reasons behind the planning to relocate the nation capital, since 150 million people in Indonesia's most populous island will face shortage of water. Researchers from LIPI describes factors that are triggering the water crisis, from climate change, population growth, to land use change. Therefore, the government needs to be prepared to deal with this problem. Construction of new dams, revitalization of existing reservoirs, lakes, ponds, and other water storage are some of reasonable efforts that can be done to mitigate water crisis. Various technology advances and other efforts in infrastructure engineering should be pursued to achieve sustainable water availability. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope my description of the problem that we are facing can be a trigger to deeper discussion on the challenges for Indonesia, especially in Java, in dealing with possible water crisis in the future. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, sir, for your remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we will hear opening remarks from the Ministry of National Development Planning and the head of Bappenas, Republic of Indonesia. Please join me to welcome His Excellency Mr. Suharso Monoarfa.
Excellency, the President of Institute of Engineers Indonesia, Mr. Heru Dewanto, Excellency, the President of International Association for Coastal Reservoir Research, Professor Chalak Sitaram, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. I would like to express a warm welcome to all speakers, experts, engineers, international partners, representatives from central and local governments, academia, professional association, and state and local-owned enterprise who are participating in this event. I would like to thank the Institute of Engineers Indonesia and International Association for Coastal Reservoir Research for their collaboration with Bappenas with us in holding this event. As a country located in the equator, Indonesia has abundance of water, yet not evenly distributed. This condition has driven scarcity in parts of the country, especially in Java. High water demand due to rapid population has put a lot of stress on many river basins in Java. 6 river basins are experiencing water deficit in range of 10 to 70 cubic meter per second. Furthermore, 5 urban agglomerations in North Java will experience water deficit of 163 meter cubic per second in 2024. In addition, based on the project water stress carried out by World Resource Institute, Java would face high water stress by year 2040, meaning that more water users are competing for limited supplies. Java island is known as its contribution to Indonesian national GDP that reached at least 59% in year 2019. Moreover, industrial development becomes one of the highest contributing factors to the national economic growth. Currently, there are 66 industrial parks in the northern part of Java, and we plan to build another 30. The estimated water demand for 30 industrial parks in 67 meter cubic per second and has to be fulfilled through 5 water supply systems. It is our concern that inadequate access to pipe water system will make various parties extracting groundwater beyond safe limits. Furthermore, groundwater is still the main source of water for domestic purpose in Java. 42% of households depend on groundwater to fulfill their drinking water needs, while only 10% use piped water. Although domestic groundwater consumption in Java is far below groundwater safe yield, uncontrolled abstraction can cause serious land subsidence in the north coast of Java. Ladies and gentlemen, many large cities in the northern part of Java, such as Jakarta, Semarang, and Pekalongan, are experiencing land subsidence. The rate of subsidence vary from 1 centimeter per year to 15 centimeters per year. It is a lot. In the recent years, coastal flood events along northern coast of Java are more frequent and severe due to land subsidence. Water security in Java has been threatened by changes to land use and degradation of land. Ciliwung, Cisadane, and Citarum waterheads are in critical condition due to land use change for urban development. In addition, the degraded land in Java reached 2 million hectares in the year 2018. As many of you know, we are facing the real threat of climate change. Climate change has eventually created more flood and drought in Indonesia. Java Island is currently facing concerning problems in water pollution, And the Minister of Environment and Forestry reported in the year 2016 that the river water in Java is heavily polluted and only suitable for fresh fish conservation, livestock, and irrigation. This condition makes surface water become more limited to be used as a clean water for domestic and industrial sectors. To alleviate these problems, Bappenas has defined a key policy directive to support water resources development in Indonesia. These policies are mentioned in the National Medium-Term Development Plan 2020-2024, consists of, first, water resources conservation, especially in catchment area. Second, improve institutional governance. Third, optimize and develop water supply infrastructure. Fourth, implement water safety plan. Fifth, smart water management, including modernization of irrigation. Six, development of multi-purpose storage. Seven, improve urban flood management. And lastly, improve disaster control and resilience. In line with the policy direction mentioned before, Bappenas has identified 7 quick wins program. The 7 quick wins are: first, water safety plan; second, smart water management; third, multi-purpose storage for water, flood, and energy; fourth, green infrastructures; fifth, water for food security and nutrition; sixth, disaster control and resilience; and lastly, North Java Integrated Coastal Development. North Java Integrated Coastal Development has been defined as a major project in the National Medium-Term Development. The priority activities of this major project are handling of land subsidence and coastal flooding, fulfillment of water needed, and also provision of wastewater and solid waste management system. Structural and non-structural target has been defined for the next 5 years. There's targets including installing 104 units of land subsidence monitoring equipment, building 100 units of water quality monitoring stations, building domestic wastewater treatment plant for at least 593,000 households, and building 27 kilometers of Semarang-Demak toll road. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize the importance of strengthening water security in Java. Number one, increasing water supply, delivery, and access. Number two, improving resilience towards land subsidence, abrasion, and floods. And the last one, increasing water quality. Increasing water storage capacity is a must to address water shortage problems in Java. But the construction of water storage on land is constrained by land availability. Therefore, the second generation of coastal reservoir is expected to be a solution to water shortage and coastal flooding problems on the north coast of Java. Adding to that, the integration of coastal reservoir and Java's ongoing development plan is mandatory. Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, this workshop is held to share knowledge, insight, and experiences related to potential and challenges in the development and construction of coastal reservoir as an alternative solution to water security. Hopefully, This workshop will bring benefit to strengthen policies and action for water security in Java, especially in terms of water shortage and flooding. And I do hope this workshop could increase knowledge, insight, and capacity to the experts, engineers, academia, and government officials in securing water resource. I wish you a productive workshop and thank you for your participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, His Excellency, the Minister, for an extraordinary speech and opening this workshop. The next remarks is from Acting Deputy of Infrastructure Affairs Bappenas. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. J. Rizal Primana.
Thank you very much, Excellency Minister of National Development Planning, Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Suharto Monoarfa, Excellency President of Institute of Engineers Indonesia, Bapak Heru Dewanto, Excellency President of International Association for Coastal Reservoir Research, Professor T.J. Sitaran, distinguished speakers and guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to welcome you here today at the International Workshop on Coastal Reservoir with the theme of water availability, coastal security, and sustainability. I would like to express my gratitude and warm welcome to all speakers who are joining us today and tomorrow to share their knowledge, their insight, and their experience on coastal reservoir development and construction. Today we have online participants from all over Indonesia, and as well we have some participants from Netherlands, Australia, USA, and some other Asian countries. This shows that coastal reservoirs are very attractive as one of sustainable solution for water security. Ladies and gentlemen, coastal reservoirs have developed in various parts of the world, such as Chenhang, Jingkaoza, Yuhuan, and Baogang Reservoir in China. As well, we have Slutdik, Zuiderzee in Netherlands, and Marina Barrage in Singapore. We in Indonesia also developed several coastal reservoirs assets on the island of Batam and Bali. Some of these reservoirs have succeeded in providing water supply and controlling flood. This event is held to share knowledge and experiences related to potential and challenges in the development and construction of coastal reservoir. I sincerely hope this event can add insight and knowledge to esteemed Indonesian planners, engineers, researchers, and scientists in developing coastal reservoir in Indonesia as well as in many other countries. I wish you have I wish you have a fruitful workshop, and thank you for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rizal, for your speech. And now, let us start our first session today. To lead this session, let me introduce as moderator, Mr. Purba Robert Sianipar. Dr. Insinyur Purba Robert M. Sianipar, MSCEE, is a chairman of the Cooperation Committee between Institution and Ministries, the Institute of Engineers Indonesia. He was deputy to the chairman of Batam Industrial Free Zone Authority for Infrastructure, Water Resource, and Assets. He was also senior advisor to the coordinating minister for Economic Affairs on Economics and Maritime Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs, Republic of Indonesia. He has done some research, such as sustainable approach for integrated coastal development in Jakarta, Indonesia, presented at Amsterdam International Water Week. His paper is Collaborative Management for Bengawan Solo River Catchment Area based on River Basin Spatial Plan, Case Study Sub-Catchment Area Kaduang. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Purba Robert Sianipar.
Thank you. Very good morning to all participants, and especially to the keynote speakers that will and give us lecture for this first session. Yeah, there are three speakers for this morning, the first session. The first one would be the Director for Water Resources and Irrigation of the Ministry of National Development Planning of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Abdul Malik Sadat Idris. The second one would be Professor Joseph Unwei Lee, which is the President of International Association for Hydro Environment Engineering and Research. And the third one would be the Professor T.J. Sitaram, who is the President of the International Association for Coastal Reservoir Research. Yeah. And today, for the first session, we have a responder, which is Professor Indratmo Soekarno, and I would like to introduce the responder first before I go to the first keynote speakers. Professor Indratmo is a professor at the Professor of Water Resources Engineering at Institute Technology of Bandung. He's also a Director of Polytechnic Public Works. Yeah, he has numerous research on water resources field. Yeah, and for that also he has invented two patents. Yeah, in installation of easier moving water treatment, and the second one with the methods and apparatus of water processing using microhydraulic purifying water. Yeah. He has published also numerous articles and scientific journals, and he will give a response to all the three speakers. Okay, so for the first keynote speakers, I would like to welcome Mr. Abdul Malik Sadat Idris. Yeah, he is now a Director of Water Resource and Irrigation, Ministry of National Development Planning of the Republic of Indonesia. His experience also mostly related to water. Yeah, as panelist in the Resilient Infrastructure Recovery and Building Back Better by JICA, speaker of the Third World Irrigation Forum and 70 IEC meeting, yeah, in 2019, speakers of the Water Week of the World Bank and NCICD Expert Meeting Program. And he has published also numerous publications related to the water resources. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Mr. Abdul Malik Sadat Idris. Please, the time is yours. You are given about 30 minutes allotted time. Please, Abdul.
Thank you, Dr. Robert, His Excellency Pak Heru Darwanto, and Pak Sitaram. Very good morning. Today I'd like to present some overview about the problem and the current initiative in Indonesia regarding the water security in North Java. Can I have the slide first from the committee? Thank you. Next. So this is the summary of the problem in regarding the major project of the coastal protection in 5 urban area in north coast of Java. First, the one that we address actually about the climate change, rapid population, urbanization, and high economic activities. And Coastal Reservoir was part of the solution. In addition to the construction of the current sea dike and coastal protection, the conventional one, development of land subsidence and monitoring system, water quality monitoring system, and provision of the solid waste and wastewater. Next. I'd like to highlight the issue and challenge first, on the background of that. Next. First, this is already occurred that we can correlate at the first, we have the climate change, already, in particular for the extreme rainfall events. In the last, let's say 100 years, now the extreme event become more frequent. We have 7 events in 2 decades, and in the January 2020, we have also the extreme event. And we already correlate also the increasing risk of the land subsidence and the flood inundation area. For instance, in this slide, in the northern part of Jakarta, our capital, we correlate some land subsidence and flood inundation area. Next. This land subsidence actually not only happen in Jakarta, but already extend to Banten and West Java regions in Jabodetabek. And the rate of that is quite staggering. For instance, in the area in the Penjaringan, during only 3 years, it's 50 centimeter land subsidence in happen. In the Cengkareng area, from only last 3 years, 2014, 2017, we have 10 centimeter. Where is happened? Our study that is still ongoing, that land subsidence happened in the groundwater level between 70 meter to 180 meter. So that's the current indication, and we still monitor the land subsidence in Jabodetabek area. Next. We have also why the groundwater become depleted. One of them is the lack of the pipe water supply in Jakarta metropolitan area. By 2024, it already calculated a water deficit of 22 meter cubic per second. And the current plan that is supported by the developed conventional dam in the Banten province, that is Karian Dam, and from utilizing the very big multi-purpose dam, Jatiluhur Dam, that has 3.5 billion meter cubic storage, we can only supply to the Jakarta in limited quantity. As a result, the deficit still there, because the current dam will also need to operate to in their original purposes, and also to provide the service to Banten and West Java province. Next. On the other hand, in the Jabodetabek area, we're facing the domestic water quality problem. So before we can build the coastal reservoir, the coastal reservoir also need to address the water quality, the input. Next. In the northern part Java, also, like my ministry mentioned in the opening, we have very active economy that result that in the development of many industrial parks. And only in the Jakarta, Banten, West Java province, there will be 28,000 hectare industrial park. And most of them still rely on the not rely on the pipe water supply also. Next. And in other of that problem, Java is also our rice production facilities. 50% of our food security, especially the rice production, is from Java Island. And the land use change prediction will have tension to convert our rice field, the irrigation schemes. So we really, face limited supply of the land availability inside the mainland of Java. So if we cannot provide new land, or if we need to build another storage, basically it's very hard to find the sufficient area, or also to have water quantity allocation that can meet the food production, the water supply, and also some of them the energy production. Next. The growth also need in this mega urban area, some transportation schemes need to build. Several studies mention about the northern link of transportation that will combine the railway, toll road into the super corridor of transportation, because we have right now very condensed in the central and the southern part of transportation link, but later on the northern part will need to be developed also. Next. In the coastal infrastructure, we have also our biggest port in Indonesia, located in Jabodetabek area. That is Tanjung Priok Port. It handles 2/3 of country's international trade, and is still the most busiest port in Indonesia. However, we're facing also the development challenge. Our goals to become how Tanjung Priok still become important hub for Southeast Asian, and although the infrastructure in Tanjung Priok is now developed, still not compared with the international hub, especially in Singapore, Malaysia, or near the Malacca Strait. So that's our challenge, that we need to upgrade our coastal port, in the main port of Indonesia. Next. In the northern part also, in Java, is Soekarno-Hatta, lies Soekarno-Hatta, the biggest airport in Indonesia. It's the most busiest in terms of number of passengers, but now the land is become limited. So now it's already on the maximum development area, and it will face will not sufficient for the next demand. So that's the situation. Next. There's many background of that become our consideration when we plan to build or to have the integrated coastal development in Jakarta Bay. Next. Several concepts actually, and master plan or pre-basic design already studied by Indonesian engineers, or cooperate with our development countries, like partner, like with the Netherlands or with the Korean. Basically, we have 5, or let's say 5 big concepts. First, it was what we call the Jakarta Coastal Defense Strategy. We have 3 stages of the development. First is the onshore facilities, onshore SIDA, onshore coastal dike and pumping and polder system. Secondly is the smaller reservoir integrated with the islands, and the later on the offshore reservoir. That concept was refined further in the NCICD Master Plan 2014. So the outermost of the sea dike become also the new major development, the Garuda land development, and also the ultimate plan of the Tanjung Priok. However, this kind of development is very huge, and we consider that still needed more detailed design and related with the ongoing development, since the Jakarta Bay is very busy area, not the greenfield area. Later on in 2016, by the order of the President of Indonesia, we integrate the master plan with the current development of the reclamation, and one of them. And it seems that the offshore coastal reservoir become the option, the ultimate option that we need to be studied and to have more refined concept. Later on in the last 3 years, actually a lot of engineers study how to implement, how to design or to have a master plan of that outer reservoir, yeah. And we have two concepts currently. That is the Integrated Flood Safety Plan 2019 and the Coastal Offshore Reservoir. So basically, we already discussed in the last 10 years the possibilities of the scenario to the master planning in order to mitigate the problem that I was mentioned in the beginning. Next. So what is the concept right now? The concept for the Integrated Flood Safety Plan 2019, first we build the toll road and we keep the our water open and waiting for the how can I say, the wastewater sanitation program is finished, and then the outer sea dike will become could be closed and become the water reservoir in the coastal area. And that still become the conditional measures when we are succeed to have the no regret measure, that is the on-land solution of flood protection and land subsidence control and sanitation improvement. And later on, we will, if it's possible, we will close the west sea dike. And also there is a part of the east open sea dike, and the center part is still open due for the Tanjung Priok port. Next. And this is another concept proposed by consortium of Indonesian engineers and researchers, that the coastal reservoir that has function for water supply, land provision, and also for the wastewater treatment. But the different with the previous concept, the additional land was will appear after we are lowering the water level in the reservoir. The previous concept is not considered to lowering the water level in reservoir. So in this concept, that we will combine the features of the offshore dike, water plant, floodwater, transversal waterways. So the transversal waterways is the new feature compared with the previous concept that will connect the all the rivers flow to the Jakarta Bay from Cisadane River up to Citarum River. Next. So this is the prospect for the coastal reservoir for north coast of Java. Next. So basically, we want to learn that most of the previous project or concept mostly still based on the first generation of coastal reservoir. That is to have the barrage or to cut and to collect all the water flow into the seas, and we have and combined with the pumping system. It means also we will have poor water quality and also high social and environmental impact. That is obstruction to flood water and fish navigation. So we like to have to learn more about the concept, the second generation of coastal reservoir, that is could probably use the sea space to store the fresh water, to have a partial open and close that will maintain our water quality and minimize the environmental and social impact, since the river mouth is not fully closed. And it's possible we will have the wetland treatment. Next. So this is the prospect for the coastal reservoir now is identified in together with Bappenas and Indonesian Expert to have the coastal reservoir in Cisadane and Muara Citarum that will serve Jabodetabek area, and then the Pekalongan, especially in Indramayu, Cirebon, there is a Cimanuk, but not yet urgently needed. But in the Pekalongan Batang, that is already facing the same water deficit, and in the Mat area, the Sayung River estuary, and in the Bengawan Solo and Berantas River estuary to serve a major in agglomeration in Gerbang Kertasusila. Next. We plan to have that coastal reservoir integrate with the current development in mainland of Java. We hope this coastal reservoir could also serve the main connectivity to connect with the economic center, link with the existing infrastructure, and to provide and also become a self-sustained area, and that is sufficient of water, energy, and transportation link, and is possible to support the connection with the mainland to improve our infrastructure qualities. And later on, this coastal reservoir need also to connect with the transportation zone, industrial zone, current public transportation, supporting factors, and for the power plants, clean water and flood control, and the construction of the toll road is later on. Next. Why we have urgent for the coastal reservoir? We already calculate the water balance in Jakarta metropolitan area, or better to call it Jabodetabek. So by 2030, we have minus 33.355 million meter cubic per year. That is, we need. That's why we need the water storage to meet the water demand, especially in dry season. Our current water management analysis expect that we have potential for that to have the coastal reservoir capacity for 600 million meter cubic with the area of 6,000 hectares will be built or will be as the result of this development of the coastal reservoir. We already calculate also the cost to the other option for the water treatment plant. It seems promising, of course, compare with the desalination and water recycling technology, other recycling technology. Next. This is the first pilot project we will pursue in the basic design aspect to utilize the Cisadane River water flow, and we'll have several combinations for the clean water pool and also the the wastewater treatment plant. Next. And this is also the ongoing development in Central Java. The project is proposed by the toll road operator, but that toll road, combining with the sea dike, will have also the retention pond. But still, I think, still use the concept of coastal reservoir generation 1. The water quality and water management of the retention pond and the operation maintenance will become the issues. Now we still study to finalize this retention pond to help, especially the function for the river flow into the seas and to provide the flood control. Next. The other ongoing project is also to provide the polder of the Plumbon that is proposed by the integrate with the Semarang Harbor Toll Road and will provide the water to the Kendal, Kendal Industrial Park. Next. The last but not least is about the concept also to have the coastal reservoir for the water supply provision for Batang Industrial Park. So but two of them is partly the coastal reservoir, is the estuary dam, but not in the the beach, but it's still already near the coastal zone. The industrial park is in the red zone, so we plan to build two small reservoir and still find the location for the ultimate reservoir. Next. Okay, this is my presentation to conclude that basically we have the concept, we have the problem, and we have some ongoing project that now is in the execution or in the detail engineering phase. Thank you very much, Dr. Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Abdul Malik Sadat Idris, for sharing with us the challenge that now Indonesia government is facing, especially meeting the demand for water supply. And you have mentioned, especially for Java, where most of the population of Indonesia resides, and in the northern part, there are several planning that might be implemented to prepare the coastal reservoir. So for your presentation, Mr. Abdul, with us right now is Professor Indra Soekarno that will give his response for us, the audience, to learn more and to be able to comprehend more from the materials presented by Mr. Abdul. So the time is yours, Professor Indra, please.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Robert Sianipar, and thank you to Mr. Abdul Idris. Thank you for your presentation as the Director of Water Resources and Irrigation, the Ministry of National Development Planning. Ladies and gentlemen, we just heard that Mr. Idris presented problem frameworks and proposed solution. It is very comprehensive presentation about regional development in the North Java coast, including flood, land subsidence, water availability, sanitation, and the need of regional development. He pointed out all the problem and the proposed solution, which directed to the need to build coastal reservoir at the north coast of Java Island. Mr. Rupet, I try to share the screen. I will give some response regarding the presentation, and I will utilize the speaker slide.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I will point it out some crucial thing in North Java, especially in North Jakarta. First of the common is regarding the sea level rise. It is very big enough, and we have to consider and how to combat this problem, because the sea level rise about 8 millimeter per year. It is should be considered for the next construction. Also, the second thing is about the land cedent, the land subsidence. So here is big enough too. In Jakarta, is between 11 to 15 centimeter per year. It is very big too. So combining with the sea level rise and the land subsidence, I think constructing dikes is one of the solution how to combat the problem. And then Mr. Idris also explained about the development of master plan for the dikes construction. It seemed to us that the concept still changing time by time, and it's mean to us that it will go to the concept by considering flood, land subsidence, and also water availability. We can see here the proposed concept. We want to use the second generation of coastal reservoir. He mentioned that there will be 4 reservoir. It is coastal reservoir. It will be used to store fresh water in this area in the north of Jakarta. It is very crucial and it is very useful for us. So it has been emphasized by most of the speaker. However, really, it is not the first time that Indonesia have experience to construct coastal reservoir. Although we have the first generation of coastal reservoir, which was constructed in Batam, we have what we call Duriangkang. Duriangkang Coastal Reservoir, it has been constructed in 1995. It is the first coastal reservoir in Indonesia. Because the construction of this reservoir, so Batam Island can supply fresh water in very good condition. It is almost 24 hours services. I think it is one of the best water supply in Indonesia, and it is still successful until now. So we have some experience really with Duriangkang. Also, we construct in Rempang, also in Tembesi. We have constructed also in Bali. So we are quite experienced with 4 or 5 constructing coastal reservoir. From the explanation from Mr. Idris, it seemed to us that the construction of coastal reservoir is very, very important for the north of Java, because all we are now, we know that it is very difficult to obtain land in Java that is very populated to construct new reservoir in the uphill area. So considering this condition, we have to study very seriously to construct the coastal reservoir in the north of Java. we can see that is the Jakarta, it will be deficit of the water availability. It can be seen here. During 6 months, we need really water availability. But we don't have any reservoir in the uphill area. So it is very easier if we construct it in the in offshore rather than in onshore. Suppose if we success to construct one of the fort, start from Cisdane, it will have discharge about 21 cubic meter per second. It is quite big enough. As we know that up to now, fresh water in Jakarta is only about 19 cubic meter per second. So 21 cubic meter per second is very meaningful for Jakarta. I saw here also the other Tambisi Coastal Reservoir at Batam Island, although it is not utilized up to now, the water store. But I think during the 1 or 2 years later, this water will be utilized for Batam because this island developed very fast, not only for Batam, also for Rempang, Galang, and so forth. So it is very fruitful for the development Indonesia, and also it is inspired us how to construct the coastal reservoir in north of Java. Okay, thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Professor Indratmo, for your response, and for the audience, hopefully that would give more information on the material presented by Pak Abdul Malik. And the next speaker, let me introduce. The next speaker would be Professor Joseph Lee, Joseph Yunwei Lee. His presentation material would be about water engineering and ecological civilization. Yeah, let me read a little bit of who Professor Joseph Lee is. He received his PhD in civil engineering from Massachusetts Institute of Technology. He is now the president of International Association for Hydro Environment Engineering and Research, and he is also the chairman of Hong Kong Research Grand Council. He is also senior advisor to the president and senior member for the Institute for Advanced Study in Hong Kong, and he is also the visiting professor of several universities in Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering. His research interests on the field of hydraulics, fluid mechanics, water resources system analysis and management, on flooding, on environmental management, and on science and technology policy. He has published so many numerous publications, and also I learned that he has written some books related to his research on water resources, and he may able to share it with us also. So, Professor Lee, please, the time is yours. You have about 40 minutes to present your material, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Let me just share the screen. Minister, National Development Planning Indonesia, President, the Institute of Engineers Indonesia, President, International Association for Coastal Reservoir Research, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to be here today to give a talk on water engineering and ecological civilization. On behalf of IHR, I'd like to first congratulate the ministry and the organizing committee for hosting such a timely and important event to address problems of water security. When Professor Yang invited me, he said I can speak on any topic that I choose. I'd like to pay tribute to this event by sharing some perspective on the role of water engineering in society, talk about some current issues and research paradigms, using some of my own work as examples. Many of the underlying issues, I believe, are nonetheless shared by problems related to coastal reservoirs. IHR is an international organization. It is the oldest international association engaged in water engineering research. It's founded in 1935 by the world's leading hydraulic research institutes. Currently, it's hosted in both in Beijing, China Institute for Water Resources and Hydropower Research, and Madrid, SEDEX and Spain Water. It is an international network of experts, international experts on a wide range of subjects, ranging from environmental fluid mechanics, hydraulic structures, eco-hydraulics, ice research, coastal and maritime engineering, water resources and flood risk management, and addressing global issues such as climate change adaptation, AI, artificial intelligence, and water, etc. There are 4 regional divisions: Americas, Europe, Africa, Asia, and Pacific. We produce authoritative scientific and engineering knowledge products, such as journals, our Journal of Hydraulic Research, design monographs, and technical magazines that actually define the state of the art. And we also work closely on global issues, jointly with our institute members. We have 129 institute members and international partners such as UN Water. So my outline of the talk is something like this. I'll just say a few words on the role of water engineering in society amidst this euphoria of AI and the second machine age. What are the drivers of change as we see in IHR? Certainly, these I won't read it. And then I'll use 2 examples in Hong Kong to illustrate some of these issues and research paradigms. One is the innovative urban stormwater management, and secondly is artificial intelligence for fisheries management to address food security. And I'd like to end with a historical note of our Plover Cove Reservoir as the world's first coastal reservoir. Now, water is life. Water is vital to support economic growth and socioeconomic development. Traditionally, water engineering is mostly about man fighting nature, about transporting water from one place to another for beneficial use, moving water to where it's needed most. So water supply, irrigation, hydropower, navigation, flood control, etc. And here is just an example of a Three Gorges project, the largest hydropower project in the world with 22,500 megawatt capacity, placed in flows of around 25,000 cubic meter per second in the wet season. And it provides secure power supply to Eastern China. And more importantly, increased flood protection standard in the middle Yangtze River from 1 in 10 years to 1 in 50 years. And together with many kilometers of river dikes, 300,000 kilometers, and other waterworks that have been built in the past decades, water engineering has contributed to a dramatic decrease of annual flood-related deaths from 8,600 in the 1950s to in the order of 1,000 in the turn of the century and then millennium, and then about 900 in the past decade, and it's irrigated 50% of the cultivable land. contributing to 75% of the country's food supply. Now, of course, this is not new. Diversion works, water transfer projects have been around for a long time. This is the celebrated Dujiangyan irrigation system with a characteristic fish mouth and diversion work, constructed 200 BC, that has irrigated the plains of Chengdu province, as well as this navigation channel, this Grand Canal, constructed 500 BC, is the longest canal in the world and provided navigation in the eastern plain region of China from Beijing to Hangzhou. And it is the starting point of the South China, South-North water transfer scheme currently. And in modern societies as well, in Hong Kong, we have this water transfer scheme that transports water from the East River in Guangdong province to Hong Kong over 80 kilometers and 40 meters of head to supply water about 70 to 80% of Hong Kong's water supply, with maximum quantity of something like 1 billion cubic meter per year. All these are remarkable achievements of mankind in the history of civilization that show the importance of water engineering in sustainable development in ancient and modern societies alike. And it's easy to take things for granted and forget about the importance of hydro environment engineering. Now, the recent drivers for the development of water engineering are, however, manifold. And this is related to population growth, climate change, urbanization, much like the water security problems mentioned earlier. In the 5th IPCC report, it is generally accepted that greenhouse gases are responsible for global warming, and that with a concerted global effort, a likely scenario will be a 1.5 to 3.5 degrees centigrade rise relative to 1986 by the end of the century. And regardless of the debates on the science of climate change, there are conspicuous indicators of global warming. For example, as you see here, the loss of Arctic land-based glaciers. In Hong Kong also, the number of hot nights and very hot days have increased, and the number of very cold days have decreased. Now, speaking about water, as a result of climate change, what we have been seeing in Hong Kong is the increase in the intensity of hourly rainfalls in excess of 100 millimeters, this hourly rainfall. And statistical downscaling of GCM models have predicted that the probability of having an extreme hourly rainfall greater than 100 millimeters has doubled over the past century. And the problem is accentuated by sea level rise and urbanization. So this climate change impacts we've been addressing in Hong Kong over the past 2 decades. As you consistent with what has been said, these are global water security issues, and IACRR has a working group addressing these issues. And it's a problem of not enough water, water scarcity, you need coastal reservoirs and the like. You need conservation, smart water conservation, urban flooding, which we have been dealt with, and also eutrophication problems, which are inherent to coastal reservoirs. And I'd like to share some of the problems in Hong Kong in relation to ecosystem services and fisheries management. Now, when you have a very heavy rainfall, let's say 150 millimeters per hour, runoff generated in the steep upper catchment of Hong Kong Island can cause a significant flood risk in the business and the toes of these slopes in the flatter lower catchment where the central business district is located. Landslides may occur, and it also would create hazardous conditions for the citizens in the densely populated urban areas. So flood protection in densely populated cities in general pose tremendous challenges to water engineering. Traditional drainage improvement works have many disadvantages, long construction times, delays, economic loss, etc. And to protect our central business districts from flooding, Hong Kong has adopted a three-pronged approach. And that's, we intercept runoff upstream in the hills. We provide, by supercritical vortex intakes, we provide underground storage in midstream and drainage improvement downstream. And of course, this is easier said than done. This is just a strategy, and this has to be supported by a lot of scientific research and science and engineering, water engineering. And I'd like to talk about two notable schemes, a drainage tunnel scheme, as well as an underground storage scheme. Just give you an idea. So the first prong approach is to intercept rainfall upstream in the hills. And what we have designed together with government and international consultants is a system of 34 vertical supercritical vortex drop shafts. Now, the difficulty is that so the 34 of these, the idea is how to convey these very fast moving flows at 10 meters per second stably through 100 meters below ground into a tunnel that discharges the rainwater to the sea. So this is basically dealing with flash floods, and the difficulty is the design in such heavily, densely populated areas. And the engineering challenges, as stated here, first, it's very steep, very, very high flows, 10 meters per second. Secondly, it is adjacent to densely populated prime property, land constraints, and you cannot stop the flow. I mean, if you have a lot of space, you can stop the flow, and you have to do it with minimized public disruption. And hence, compact intake structures have to be designed to dissipate the energy and transfer the flow into the drainage tunnel 100 meters below smoothly. And this is the idea. So this is very fast moving flow coming down. We designed bottom rack chambers to intercept this sufficiently and stably, make a 90 degrees turn and into a drop shaft into what we call a supercritical vortex intake, down 50 to 100 meters into drainage tunnel for discharge to the sea. So this is our strategy, and this has been designed, and a lot of scientific articles have been published, and this has been working for the past 6 to 8 years or so. Now, this is only one part of the solution. The second part of the solution is to build a storage scheme in middle stream, and this is called the Happy Valley Underground Stormwater Storage Scheme. And literally, we built a scheme underneath a horse racing course. And so nothing, this is Happy Valley Recreation Grounds. And you get the idea very well by this 3-minute video. So basically, it's a combination of smart sensors, smart solutions like movable weirs to divert the stormwater flow. Let's say it comes down from the valley, divert the water flow into the storage tank at the time when it's needed, and then pump it out to the sea when it's over. And all this has to be done with meticulous care.
Happy Valley in Hong Kong is a low-lying area surrounded by hills on 3 sides. During heavy rainstorms, runoff from the vast uphill catchment caused flooding at Happy Valley and its adjoining coastal districts, seriously affecting the life of the residents. To solve the flooding problem, the Drainage Services Department of the Government of the Special Administrative Region constructed drainage tunnels at the upstream of the urban area to intercept runoff, as well as implemented this underground stormwater storage scheme in Happy Valley. The scope of this project includes a 2.4 hectare storage tank with a capacity of 60,000 cubic meters, newly constructed box culvert connecting the upstream and downstream existing drains, movable weirs, a stormwater pump house, and a fan room, etc. During heavy rainstorms, stormwater runoff is temporarily stored in the storage tank, relieving the downstream drainage system. Different from the traditional storage tanks, this project features numerous innovative designs, including movable weirs, water harvesting system, and opening up the at-grade space of flood prevention facilities in a site-specific manner for public use. These designs echo the concept of Sponge City to promote sustainable development. The system makes use of 3 water level sensors at the upstream, downstream, and within the storage tank to monitor the water level in real time and automatically adjust the level of the movable weirs so as to control the time of stormwater overflowing into the tank. The system also reads the sea level measured from the tide gauges. When the sea level is high, the weirs will automatically close to prevent backflow of seawater into the storage tank.
So this smart stormwater management system has been commissioned since 2015, and the movable weir system has been activated more than 6 times with savings of 7 billion in flood damage costs. And it has also enabled the proper running of the horse racing during days of, let's say, moderate rain, and it ensured the smooth running of the horse racing with typically betting amounts of billions on a single day. So this is what we do with flood control. And so this kind of brings me to another issue, which is the second machine age. And this is a book published by MIT in 2014. And all of us experience the exponential growth in computing, networks, speed of computers, big data, machine learning. In a way we never encountered before. And over the past, I would say just over the past decade, less than a decade, we've seen these remarkable technological breakthroughs like self-driven driving cars, supercomputers, in speech recognition software, etc. However, the penetration of AI in water is still in its infancy, I would say. And the smart cities of tomorrow will benefit a lot from AI, intelligent use of AI, collaborating with our traditional knowledge to produce fit-for-purpose solutions. Now, I want to just briefly mention one project that I'm engaged in, with a project on smart urban water supply systems led by Professor Gadawi, editor of Journal of Hydraulic Research, our IHR flagship journal. And as in Hong Kong, we have 8,000 kilometers of pipes, 200 pump stations, thousands of valves and controls. And as you know, urban water supply systems are complex, large, and inaccessible. And worldwide, 10 to 30% of water is lost just by undetected leakages. So the idea of this project is, well, is a Hong Kong Research Grounds Council project in collaboration with the Hong Kong Water Supplies Department. The idea is with the available high-frequency measurement systems, Internet of Things, AI methods, which is far more than the customary data frequency of normal SCADA systems. Can we detect these defects, diagnose these anomalies by the use of acoustic waves, pressure waves? And the advantage is non-intrusive. In a way, it's like examining your heart condition. So this project has been running for 4 years, and Professor Gadawi has published a lot of papers, and some of the ideas and technology are being tested at full scale in a service reservoir in collaboration with the Water Supplies Department. So this is a glimpse first of a smart system availability of Internet of Things, of these instruments, of these high-frequency measuring instruments and theory. Now, what I would like to talk about today is also AI, a bit of what we've been working on in the past several years. We've been working on smart environmental management. We've developed a beach water quality forecasting system that forecasts the beach water quality every day. Now, in connection with fisheries management, what we are developing is a real-time system that would assist with both environmental and fisheries management. The starting point is eutrophication. See, in a lot of our tidal inlets, like this is Tolo Harbor, under the right conditions, you get this explosive growth of algae that discolors the water, and in extreme conditions, it can lead to massive fish kills. And this is something called harmful algal blooms. And this is a worldwide important problem because of the world is running out of fisheries. It's food security issues, and usually this is a very complicated problem. And the idea is, for example, in Hong Kong we have 26 of these fish culture zones, that mariculture zones that raise fish, and whenever these red tides occur, I wouldn't say disaster, this occur, then we have to manage it. There's provided legally provisions. Now, the problem is traditional water quality monitoring and fisheries management rely on laborious field sampling and laboratory analysis and manual species identification. So some of these species are toxic, some of these red tide species, some are just deplete the oxygen. And so we've been working in this problem for over the past 2 decades because a lot of these fish farms are located in tidal inlets, weekly flush tidal inlets. And so, as I indicate here, traditional management relies on going to the sea once a month. You measure chlorophyll A, cell count, nutrient levels, etc. Very laborious, and then you have to identify the species under microscope. Now, the two issues, one is it cannot capture important temporal and spatial variations because of the very fast dynamics of these harmful algal blooms. Now, fortunately, and secondly, you have to count the species under microscope manually, which needs highly specialized training. Now, fortunately, in recent years, with the availability of IoT and high-frequency real-time sensors, we've been increasingly deploying high-frequency water quality monitors to get almost continuous measurements of salinity, temperature, dissolved oxygen, chlorophyll fluorescence, almost in real time. And so you ask the question, with a limited number of these sensors, can we do actually a forecasting of this risk, algal bloom risk, based on real-time data? So the idea is very simple. The idea we've come up with is based on many field observations. And basically, we look at an algal bloom. In other words, the explosive growth of algae in the sea is driven by hydrometeorological, hydrodynamic, and biological processes, the sun, the wind, etc. And in these tidal inlets, you can often have these blooms. Now, however, the tendency to bloom is actually negated by this turbulence and this algal settling. So through a lot of theory, we've developed a very simple criterion, a necessary condition for bloom, which is that on any given day, the turbulence, the vertical turbulence has to be less than a critical value defined by the growth rate of algae and the photic depth, the depth where sunlight can penetrate. So it's a very simple equation. Now, and this is verified by over 190 events in Hong Kong over the past 3 decades. Now, in order to actually build a forecast system, even if your real-time data, you would like to be able to predict the vertical temperature difference, the vertical salinity difference, from which you can predict the density stratification, and hence the turbulent mixing. So the idea is that if on any given day I can predict the turbulent diffusivity, I know whether it fulfills whether it's here, bloom likely or bloom unlikely, then I can define a stability risk. And this is laid out in theories that we developed some years ago. But the development of actually an actual system has to wait till we have real-time data. And this is the idea of an early warning system where you combine, you assimilate real-time data, data from the observatory, past water quality data, data from 3D models into a prognosis, a prognostic forecast of daily algal bloom risk, like is it high risk here, low risk here, etc. So it will, and believe me, if you have 1 day, even 1 day or 2 day warning, it can help a great deal. And so it's all about how to use the real-time data. So what we have developed is something like this. So let's say if we have real-time data, information from the observatory, past data from surveys, then we have a way of forecasting the turbulence diffusivity tomorrow. And basically comparing that with the critical value, we can evaluate the hydrodynamic stability risk factor, whether the water conditions are favorable to the bloom. And then you can evaluate the probability of a bloom in conjunction with information on nutrients. So basically, we can have a risk, we can, for such a complex problem, high risk, medium risk, low risk. And the idea is to do it on a daily basis. You need to have real-time data. And so this is over the past 2 years, we've developed a daily algal bloom risk forecast system based on the stability theory we've outlined, and also based on assimilation of high frequency data. So what I show here is the data, air temperature, solar radiation, daily rainfall, so which you can get from the observatory. And based on that, you can predict the sea surface temperature tomorrow. Now, also, we have data of a rainfall, wind speed, the Pearl River flow, the larger oceanic conditions, based upon which you can predict the salinity gradient, the vertical gradient of salinity, based on which you can calculate the density gradient. So here just to show you this daily forecast, how it works. So these are the data of the real-time data of, let's say, sea surface temperature. As you can see, it is normal in any real-time system, actually, the system will fail for various reasons. It's the norm. It will usually fail. And hence, you need a system that can perform when actually the measurement system fails. So that's why you need this prediction system. And we show this is performs much better than just having a system alone, naive prediction. And not to mention, over a large percentage of time, the instrument will not be working due to many factors. And then, so an essential condition of a real-time forecasting system is a model for forecast of sea surface temperature, a model for forecast of vertical salinity gradient, as well as a temperature gradient. So here you see an example forecast of a daily bloom risk. This is, I think, in 2016. So, for example, this is the turbulent diffusivity, which dropped to very low during this period, and the risk increases to very high values. And along with the high algal bloom risk, you see very high chlorophyll levels. These are chlorophyll fluorescence. These are direct measurements of chlorophyll A in accordance with the prognostic prediction. This is the stability criterion. So below that, that means it's stable. It has a risk of bloom. And because of the algal blooms, you see very clearly large differential of dissolved oxygen at the surface and at the bottom due to photosynthetic production in the surface layer and consumption in the lower layer. So this is an example how you use this prognostic forecast. But this is only part of the story, because it is fine. It is fine if we just predict the likelihood of this happening, but it is better if we can predict the species that's happening. And over the past 2 years, we've installed what is called an imaging flow cytobot. In other words, it's an automated in situ submersible IFCP installed in the sea, so that you can continuously see images of algae of the size of 10 to 150 microns. And basically, you can see about 30,000 images per hour. This is using microfluidic concepts. And this is we're in collaborating with Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute. But this is the first time it's deployed on a fish farm in the world. So this idea of imaging flow cytometry is basically you create a hydrodynamic condition, microfluidics, so that you have a single file algae, and then with the use of laser light and some optics, you can see these algae. You can image these algae and capture like 30,000 of these images per hour. And the idea is, can I identify these images in real time, at least some way, rather than take a sample, come back to the lab, and then manually enumerate? It will take a long time, and it's not adequate to address disaster management to do this. So we've developed a supervised learning approach, random forest algorithms to extract. So basically from an image, you can extract a lot of features, geometric features, symmetry features, gradient features, etc. And there's 200 of these, but through the development, we've narrowed down to only 25 features is sufficient to identify 15 of our target species. And so this is really using machine learning. And then we also try just GoogleNet using deep learning features, but of course you don't have control over this. And then, so at the end of the day, the idea is that we would like to identify these species. So we would like to identify, we would like the system to tell us, to warn us that there is a likely, these are HAB species, there's a likely, let's say, Porocentrum species or Scleronemus species that likely cause harm. And here you see a confusion matrix of our classification performance. These are the predicted species. Each class is a species, one of these. And this is observed, a true class. And you see most of it stay in the middle. And of course, with some errors. And most of the time, the accuracy is actually over 90%. But with some species like these very long chain diatoms, it's actually proved very difficult. Some of the texture, I mean, very difficult to classify, and it's only above 80% accuracy. So we are over we've developed this AI approach, and the advantage of this is that this research suggests to us that this classification approach is promising for near real-time cell abundance estimation and detection of harmful algal bloom species. And the results can be obtained within 10 minutes after a sample is acquired. And this opens the possibility of adapting this IFCP into a real-time HAB detection and early warning system. So this is a project in progress. These are some very current results, but I hope it shows that the use of AI technology, machine learning in water is still in its infancy. There are many, the impact of AI in water is still at the very beginning. And so in summary, for this particular one, we've developed a real-time HAB early warning system. We've used IFCP for the first time in machine learning. And this AI technology complements traditional monitoring and has proved to be reliable and robust in field applications. So in conclusion, I'd just like to say that in the future decade, we will see innovations in water for an ecological civilization, meaning water conservation, protection of the environment, enhancing the ecology protecting wetlands and birds. And the focus is changing from combating nature to working with nature and to adjusting individual behavior to address issues of resource depletion, worsening water pollution, degradation of the ecological environment. And this promoting an ecological civilization, which by the way starts from the US, is actually a strategy as well as a slogan to place conservation at the core of strategic development of society. And water conservation is the key. As you can see, multidisciplinary research involving these emerging technologies will play an increasingly important role in the development of smart cities. And these developments are reflected in the program we put up in our forthcoming 85th anniversary summit. We are celebrating our 85th year anniversary. We will have a summit, a cyber event, partly physical in Beijing, 2 days. As you can see, the three thematic sessions are role of eco-hydraulics and nature-based solutions. Second, AI and water. Third, water security in Africa. We will have the minister from Ethiopia speaking on certain water resources issues, etc. So I hope some of these thoughts that I share will be useful to the audience in whatever way. Now, this talk won't be complete without ending on a historical note, and that is our Plover Cove Reservoir, the world's first reservoir from the sea. And I'm very fortunate to have the help of a director, S.W. Chow, and senior engineer John Lui from our Water Supplies Department on this. So I just mention a few words. Now, this is going back in time. The first reservoir in the sea was built in the 60s. It was the brainchild of T.O. Morgan, the director of water supplies in Hong Kong at that time. And basically, Plover Cove Reservoir is built in the northeastern waters of Hong Kong, which is a very small place, 1,000 square kilometers. And the idea is just to build a dam across the tidal inlet. We were running out of water, basically, like what is experienced in the earliest talks. So the idea is, this is like going out to the Mersey Bay. So this is a total channel. So basically, it's a tidal kind of inlet. You build a 2-kilometer dam, 200-meter subsidiary dams, and then there's Plover Cove Reservoir. And that it was a grand idea, and so with a storage capacity that quadrupled the water supply in Hong Kong at that time. So it was a big thing at that time. And I just want to just going over history a little bit to mention that. So this is the reservoir is exciting, but it's also the network of tunnels, which was very intriguing at that time in engineering work. So it was built in 2 stages. First stage actually is build this link from the reservoir with intakes to this Taipo Tau pumping station, and then going to a treatment works. And then under Lion Rock, under the tunnel, supply water to Kowloon. So basically, it's a very intricate of intakes and tunnels, which are still working to this day. And some of these are very, very nice designs, water engineering designs which work to this day. And some of the issues I would like to mention was closure of the dam. In those days, Wallingford Hydraulics Research did a physical tidal model study, which was very advanced at that time, to look at the maximum currents expected. They also did a fish survey and took out all the saltwater fishes before, 50 tons or so before it's built, and they introduced freshwater species along with the natural species. Eutrophication, which I just talked about, is expected to be an issue whenever you have a coastal reservoir. So how do you deal with it? And of course, human relocation of human population is an issue. 1,000 villages were generously compensated to modern housing. So basically, another point that's worthy of note that the success of that project was a product of an international team. It was designed by the Binney and Partners British consultants, but it was built by many international firms, Japanese, French, Australian, American, Norwegians, Swedish, and local contractors, and so on. And And at the peak time, it was like this project involved 4,500 people. And it increased the storage capacity of reservoirs in Hong Kong by 4 times in 1973. And it was the largest project ever undertaken by the Hong Kong government at that time. And after that, of course, we had the High Island Reservoir, something similar, 20% bigger, with a couple of new things, coastal protection works by Dolos and these things, and then air regulated siphon spillways. And it was awarded the top 10 engine wonders in Hong Kong honor by the Hong Kong Institute of Engineers in 2000. So with that, Chairman, I'd like to close. Thank you. This is Eastern Hong Kong waters. I look out from my office, I see this. It's very close to Clover Cove. And so I thank you for your attention. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Professor Lee. Actually, you spend it in exactly the allotted time. Exactly. Yes. Well, appreciate it very much, and we learned a lot. Yeah, that the technology, as you mentioned, AI or Internet of Things, yeah, they have been caught up with the water management to make it smart, as you mentioned. So without further ado,
I thought, a bit over time. I thought it's. I mean, some things I thought it's worth mentioning. Sorry about it.
Yeah. So now I give time for Professor Indratmo to give your response. Yeah, and hopefully for the audience, the response from Professor Indratmo and the presentation from Professor Joseph Lee will give us a better understanding on the materials that Professor Lee has been talking about. Thank you. Please, Pak.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dr. Sianipar. Thank you to Professor Lee, who has explained wide range about water engineering and the ecological civilization. In his presentation, he also explained about climate change impacts in Hong Kong. Also, he explained about Hong Kong world's first reservoir from the sea. It is very interesting. We can see here that Hong Kong already construct Coastal Reservoir in 1960. Because Professor Lee is the president of International Association of Hydraulic Research, he also explained about the history and the development of this association. I think this is one of the biggest association for the hydraulic research. He also explained about one of the biggest project for hydropower, Trijos Dam project. We can see this is very popular project, very huge project, which inspire all the engineers in the world. Also, it is very interesting for us about Guangdong water supply. It supply about 70% until 80% of the Hong Kong water needs. It is very important to be understood the contraction of this structure. Also, it seems to us it is very important to know that the Hong Kong already utilizing deep tunnel to reduce direct runoff. It is very important. So it will reduce the flood in the downstream. It seems to mean that he promotes the establishment of ecological civilization. He also showed the benefit of constructing coastal reservoir to fulfill the water for human being and their environment. Smart urban supply system already explained by him, and I want to point out or to emphasize some item from your slide. I want to show the slide. It is very important too. The climate change in Hong Kong, I think it also happened in Indonesia. I think the increase of rainfall hourly during 123, it is very significant. Very significant. The increase is about 0.4 millimeter per year. So I think the intensity right now more than 60% compared the intensity in 1890. I think also happened in some area or most area in Indonesia. So by considering this problem, Hong Kong already success to construct tunnel, yeah, to reduce direct runoff. I think it is very important to us to be understood. Also, he promotes this item, I think, by proposing strategic positioning in the national social, water conservation, and reduce control environment. All of these statements, I think this will promote the development to the coastal reservoir, because in the second generation of the coastal reservoir, all of this will be needed for coastal reservoir, because the quality of water should be very good, environmental should be good, and conservation also. Yeah. It is presented by Professor Lee. And he also presented of the Flower Cove Reservoir. It has been constructed in 1960. It's a long time ago. And it's to us that by doing so and others, so in 1973, the water availability in Hong Kong increased 4 times compared before. It's before 1960. It is very very meaningful, I think. And it is not small, because the length of the dam is more than 2 kilometers. It is not short, it is quite long. Yeah. Compared with what we have in Indonesia, it is much bigger. Also, he proposed the study, which will be very fruitful for Indonesia, but it is in the microorganic aspect to be understood. In order to save our water quality and to produce the water in a good condition. It seems to us from this presentation, the team operated to the study is not only by Hong Kong people, not only by Hong Kong engineer. It seems to us they involve many engineers from many countries. Of course, it will be very fruitful. So every engineer will have experience, will present their experience, so the result make it very good. Yeah, it can be seen here. The total storage capacity of the reservoir in Hong Kong increased by 4 times in 1973. It happened only during 13 years. Okay, I think it is my comment to the presentation. Of course, my focus of comment is directly in terms of how to promote the construction of coastal reservoir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Indratmo. I guess since our next speaker is already here, I hold on the question and answer for the later part. Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker would be Professor Dr. T.J. Sitaram. Yeah, he obtained his PhD in civil engineering from University of Waterloo, Ontario, Canada. Professor Sitaram is now the president of International Association for Coastal Reservoir Research, or IACRR. He is also a director of Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati, Assam. Yeah, a very well-known Institute of Technology. Professor Sitaram also a chairman of the Board of Governors of IITG. He is a honorary professional fellow at the University of Wollongong, Australia. He is the chairman of Research Council, Central Bidding Research Institute, RORCI, and he's the chairman of Executive Council of Visvesvaraya Industrial and Technological Museum, Bangalore, India. And he's the president of Indian Society for Earthquake Technology, RORCI. He has a quite numerous award already given to him. Yeah, his research interests also not only in geotechnical engineering, but also in the rock mechanics and rock engineering, microzonation and site response, numerical methods in geomechanics, earth dam and tailing ponds, yeah, reinforced earth structure, instrumentation in geotechnical engineering and engineering education. Yeah, so he has shown his leadership in every aspect, and we are happy to have him in our workshop today. Now I welcome Professor Sitaram. The time is yours, and I guess the topic that Professor Sitaram will be talking is coastal reservoir in earthquake-prone regions. Please, Professor Sitaram, the time is yours.
Namaste. Thank you very much. I'll just share my screen. His Excellency Suharto Monoarfa, President of Institute of Engineers, Indonesia, officers of the Infrastructure Affairs, Bappenas, Indonesia, members of the Indonesian chapter of IACRR, all distinguished speakers, in particular today's speaker, Professor Joseph Lee, Dr. Abdul Malik, my friends of International Association for Coastal Reservoir Research, academic delegates, industry delegates to this webinar, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to be here with you all to address this as President of the International Association for Coastal Reservoir Research. You could see the first slide of mine is this picture where we launched this association. Official launch was held at Seri Pacific Hotel, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia on 16th of August 2017. This is one of the youngest societies of the world. The event was attended by numerous participants from all over the world, including UK, UAE, China, India, Netherlands, Australia, Taiwan, Myanmar, and Malaysia. The official address and also the office of the Secretariat of the IACRR is at University of Bandung. Friends, this association, you can see the more details about this association at IACRR.org. This is our team, IACRR team. What is very interesting to tell you, see, you can see Professor Roger Falkner. He is the former president of IACRR. Professor Joseph Lee is the present president. Professor Zia Zoom is the former president of IWRS, that is International Water Resources Association, IWRA. Professor Shubhat Suvinajay, former president of IAHS, International Association for Hydrological Sciences. Professor Glenn Diver, vice president presently, but he is the former president of International Water Association. Now, thank you all to all of them, because such a distinguished professors are accepted to be our vice president and serving us this cause of water of coastal reservoirs. So you can clearly understand why this is so important, because when 4 past presidents of 4 very top-notch water associations in the world, they are all very old associations. Some of them have almost 100 years of history. And the present IAHR president is also delivered just now. The lecture you heard him was a fantastic lecture. So you could see the coastal reservoir importance in the world. Very, very clear. I don't need to say anything more than seeing the distinguished people accepting to be part of the society clearly indicates the future of coastal reservoirs in the world, ladies and gentlemen. So all of you heard several stories on water from different organizations cutting across United Nations worldwide, that only 3% of world's water is fresh water, and 2/3 of that is tucked away in the frozen glaciers or otherwise unavailable for our use. As a result, we have the large population worldwide lack access to water. But is it really true? This is the question I'm asking you. Is it really true? Why are we saying that there is a complete shortage of water? So definitely there is a shortage of usable potable water. There is no question about it. But water is available plenty, ladies and gentlemen. We will just demonstrate to you. The geographical and time variance of availability of natural rainwater versus the year-round demand for irrigation, drinking, and industrial water creates a demand-supply gap. This is what it is. It is demand-supply gap. There is no water scarcity as such. So this is also becoming alarming because of climate change. Many speakers spoke about that. Population growth and land use change, as well as the usage pattern of the industrialized nations. That is caused a sort of a obscure scarcity in the world. But actually, if you look at the sources of water, just like what the Honorable Minister, His Excellency Suharto, talked about, when Indonesia is located in equator, receiving more than 3,500 millimeter average rainfall, there could not be any shortage. I don't think we would be using so much water, but the shortage is in terms of the period at which it receives. So many nations have built very large dams. See, in the last 50 to 70 years, the focus is shifted to large dams. Slowly it is coming down, which is a very good thing. Slowly by 2020, construction of large dam is completely reduced. I'm very happy for that. See, the storing of water on land, and which stores less than about 10 to 15% of the entire rainfall, what falls on the respective nation's area, is only being stored. The storage is the problem. It is not the availability of water. Okay. So per capita storage of water in nations for domestic purpose is also reasonably still low when compared to many countries like Canada. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have a punchline for my talk. There is no shortage of water. There is a shortage of storage. There is no shortage of water. There is a shortage of storage. Solutions to nations' water problems is to conserve the abundant monsoon water, or whatever the average water bounty, the river flood waters, to store it in underground reservoirs and coastal reservoirs, and use this water in areas which have occasional inadequate rainfall, are known to be drought prone, or in those times of the year when water supplies become scarce. So this is not a new knowledge. Most of the country's indigenous technologies, had this knowledge. That is, the water cycle doesn't come the entire year. It comes in maybe 3 to 4 months, depending on the region. For example, in India, it's the entire rainfall of 1,000 millimeter average rainfall comes in the 4 months in a year. So we need to store for another 8 months. This knowledge is known to everyone, ladies and gentlemen. But unfortunately, we have forgotten, only built large dams and lost the focus of storing in groundwaters in a very conventional way. So I'm going to today talk to you about the coastal reservoir technology as one such technology which develops river floodwaters either in the ocean or closer to the ocean or in the coastal areas very close where the fresh flood water can be stored, and the concept what we call the downstream water management. So in today's talk, before I go to today's talk, I'll just highlight to you the International Association for Coastal Reservoirs mission and challenges. It's aimed to help every coastal city thrive from water resources, land resources, which is also very critical today, ladies and gentlemen. Why we are all stuck is we do not know where we are going to put our large dams, because we have built so many. Particularly India is the third largest dam building in the nation, in the world. And we have built more than 6,000 large dams, as per the International Association of Large Dams definition. So IACRR is focusing on activities including R&D, education, design, construction, integral management, and standards of coastal reservoirs. Our members are researchers, engineers, developers, bankers, government officials, and our challenges are looking at water quality is the major issue, because we are almost in the downstream. The entire river, whatever it carries, we need to segregate that and start storing and utilizing it. So environmental and social impacts are going to be the key, and government and public confidence is also very important to adopt new coastal reservoirs for the whole world. The story of coastal reservoir is not new, ladies and gentlemen. As early as 1932, the Netherlands has built the coastal reservoir in 5 years with almost 30 to 40 kilometers long bunts in a very difficult oceanic conditions in the North Sea. So since then, many countries have adopted. Many countries have been quietly using it. And particularly Professor Joseph Lee showed about Hong Kong. So they went from water rationing to complete water supply system to home. Today, you do not see water rationing in Hong Kong, which was existing and prevalent in 1960s. So some of these technologies would be very, very, very beneficial for developing countries, ladies and gentlemen. This is the high time we all need to come together to work on coastal reservoirs. Let me come to my talk today, coastal reservoirs and earthquake-prone region. I'm going to talk about being a geotechnical engineer and also work in earthquake engineering quite a lot. And I'm also president of the Indian Society for Earthquake Technology, where we would like to look at the disaster resilient society, because these large dams have really caused a panic to us. Even though I will show you with data, there is not much of damage due to earthquakes on these large dams. But still, it's like ticking bomb for all of us. All of us feel that downstream of the entire large dams is always scared or worried, even though the design is perfect. Engineers, we have learned how to design these large dams. So today I'm going to talk to you on the coastal reservoir importance. So this picture is very, very clear to you, all of you, and it has been, I'm not saying these are all wrong, but what I'm trying to say is this is very, very relevant and very seen by many of them in a very as a scarcity, so that you are going to be really worried about the future of the world. Oh, there will be a shortage of water. Water stress. You see, there is a difference between water scarcity and water stress. I'm talking about the countries which are shown in red, extremely high ratio of withdrawals to supply. I do not know what data they consider. Why I'm saying this, look at the next picture. The same institutions have given this. This is not my picture. This is all taken from the standard world class. See, look at that The nations which were shown very red are all having average rainfall, annual precipitation of more than 1,000 to 1,500 millimeter. But look at that 80% shortage. So this is all, as I told you earlier, ladies and gentlemen, the climate change, population growth, and land use change has caused some crisis, but there is no shortage of water as such. What I'm going to show you is, if you look at the distribution of population and water resources. If you look at the China or the entire Asia, 60% of the entire population of the world lives there, with 36% of the freshwater resources available to them. Similarly, Africa is the one a little bit worried on Africa and Europe, but the population is only 8% of the world, 11% of the world. So what I'm trying to tell you, there is really no shortage of resources. If you look at the blue water print also, it shows the same story month by month. But the months of, this is the picture of low, and see the period from February to March, summer months are the worst affected areas. So this is a very general concept to every catchment. So my focus is water storage. See, we need to store water. Groundwater, it could be groundwater, it could be soil moisture, it could be, that means closer to the surface, it could be wetlands, it could be ponds and tanks, or what we have done, dams and reservoirs. So, ladies and gentlemen, what is really cost now is why we need to look at the new out-of-the-box idea, dam, the large reservoirs inland. So today, to build dams, it takes almost very long time, particularly in democratic countries. In India, to build Sardar Sarovar Dam, one of the largest reservoir across Narmada River, we took almost 55 years. That's the age of my mind. That means when I was born, our Prime Minister inaugurated the foundation stone for Sardar Sarovar Dam, but to complete it only in 2017. That clearly tells that the people's movement, that is the submergence of villages, towns, and displacement of the people are the critical aspects in construction of dams. That is not acceptable at all. So no large dams are going to be viable anymore. You can see world over, I will show you also, construction of large dams has almost dipped to zero. So water storage is very essential. Then where do we store? So water storage is very essential for irrigation, water supply, as well as hydropower. Water storage is also, we can provide a buffer for flood management as well. So world over, we have used these kind of technologies to store water, to do irrigation, water supply, hydropower, and flood control management. A lot more has to be accomplished in securing enough storage to combat droughts and also manage floods in many basins in developing countries. Water storage needs to be protected against viruses, contamination, and bacteria, particularly looking at the pandemic, which is really not going to be ending now. We are almost into 2021. So what has happened over a period of time because of the large population? We have reduced the water potential and its relation to, because of the degradation of forest, increased soil erosion, we have reduced the resident time of water in the different layers of the earth. So the groundwater is not actually getting into the ground. It is simply overflowing, and within an hour, and also as some of our earlier speakers showed, the average annual rainfall or the hourly rainfall has also increased because of the climate change. All that what falls in the ground doesn't get into the ground, it just flows out through the rivers and streams into the ocean. So as I told you, about almost 80 to 85% of water in most of the developing countries are joining the ocean every year. Okay, we are only able to store in our large dams and tanks and other things about 10 to 15% only. So due to soil erosion and siltation of water bodies lose their capacity to store water. So earlier it was the nature had the potential. So we need to bring back the nature recharge surface as well into our scheme of things so that we can store water both in the underground as well as, I will show you some of those coastal underground reservoirs are really a great success in Japan. So more people, more water consumption, and more dams. That is where we went up to 2000. We need to think now out of the box. So we need to move away from just looking at large dams. So let's look at the urbanization, and most people actually are living now in coastal cities. Mega cities appear in coastal areas, and coastal areas will have the most severe water shortage problem. And where are our dams? Our dams are actually in interior, in the middle of the coast, actually, of the river. In most of the dams have been constructed either in the upper reaches or in the middle reaches of the river, entire river catchment. So not very few of them on the downstream watermelon. So people are migrating to coastlines for many other advantages. So reservoirs are actually mobile, what we have constructed so far. So they're also getting a lot of sediments. So most of the half of the large dams constructed in India have a lot of sedimentation. So dams, let me move into the dams and earthquakes. Dams are often built in active earthquake areas. And as you all know that some of the reservoirs are also, there is a term called reservoir-induced seismicity, but which is not really well accepted. I will talk about it in a little while. Some water supply structures are susceptible to earthquake motion. Unstable slopes. Also, we have seen many of the slopes surrounding the reservoir come and weaken due to saturation by rising groundwater levels. Also produce the landslide, which can overtop the dams. So this is one or two classical failures we have seen in dam engineering. The consequence of a dam or a water supply failure is very high. The effects of dam failure on people and structure downstream are dramatic and obvious, even though such large damages have not occurred so far. So as we know that, this is a very standard, the plate tectonics, 7 major plates of the world. And you can see majority of, for example, Japan and India, we do have large potential going to be earthquakes, large earthquakes. The planets are restless. We can never control its activity inside and cannot control its vibration. And as I told you, most of the river courses are potential faults. They may not be active, but they can become triggered to be active due to many activities what humans do. So why are often dams built in active earthquake areas? As I told you, dams are usually built in valleys, and most of the river courses itself are faults or lineaments, which are going to become inactive, may not be active all the time, but under compressional tectonic forces, rivers or thrust faults produce a drift. Therefore, many dams have active fault dipping under. Many dams active fault dipping under them. So even though so far not many major damages, near-field earthquakes can cause large velocity profile with ductility and fling, which can cause any damage anytime, even though we are very complacent that our dams are quite safe. So reservoir-triggered seismic earthquakes, as I told you earlier, may not be very prevalent and many experts may not accept it. Large new reservoirs can trigger earthquakes, but that is just different in understanding it. Reservoir-triggered earthquakes are often referred to as reservoir-induced seismicity, but use of the term induced is now becoming unfashionable. Because they say there is nothing like induction of a new fault. There is already a fault, as I told you, in the river course or in the reservoir. So the energy released in the reservoir triggered earthquake is normal tectonic strain energy that has been prematurely released because of the reservoir. So this is
Professor Sitaram, your voice may not clear a bit. Can you maybe just to make sure all the audience will hear your voice clearly, please?
Just give me a minute, please. Am I audible now?
Not yet. Can you try again?
Just give me a minute, please.
Yeah, Professor Sitaram is fixing the voice. Just wait a minute.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, it's now better.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, please continue.
Yeah. Are you seeing my slides? Slides okay?
For me, it's okay now.
Okay, thank you. So as I told you, many failures of dams are due to earthquake is only less than 1%. That doesn't mean that we should be complacent that earthquakes are not going to damage our dams. Even though the failure of dams caused by earthquakes is only less than 1%, they still remain a serious threat as they're capable to completely break the dam with the energy released from the event. Concerns about suspect safety of concrete dams have been growing during recent years, partly because the population at a risk in location downstream of major dams continue to expand, and also because it is increasingly evident that the seismic design concept in use at the time most existing dams were built were inadequate. But still, the failure so far is very less, but we should not be complacent. That might kick in. Another point is also, you can see, I've also collated a lot of concrete dams and subjected. Not many have damaged so far, but there is a great potential in the future. Okay, see, some of these surface faulting cause the major damage is also critical. So, Sunday framework for disaster risk reduction clearly highlights that development of agenda that provides member states with concrete actions to protect development gains from the risk of disaster is very, very important. We need to reduce the global disaster mortality. We need to reduce the number of affected people globally, reduce direct economic loss in relation to GDP. So reduce the disaster damage to critical infrastructure like dams and disruption of basic services. So our large dams are forever. That's the question I'm posing, because many of you are civil engineers. So you know that concrete is not a material, it's not going to sustain more than 100 years. Concrete is a material which is going to be decaying over a period of time. Many of the dams built in 1960s are already leaking. We need to repair them. World Bank has taken restoring these dams using any new technologies, but can we really keep on repairing for 200, 250 years? Everything has a finite lifespan, ladies and gentlemen. It is not like earth dams. Earth dams have survived 300, 400 years, but not the concrete dams. Many dam structures have an expected of years of 50 to 100 years only. Our yearly sedimentation rate, it is not about the quality of the concrete itself, it is also the sedimentation within the dam. Nearly 800 dams have been removed in the US in the last 100 years. So it's going to be a story in the next generation. We need to remove many of the large dams what we have constructed. So as we know that already construction of new dams have come to zero by 2010. No more large dams have been constructed in the world. When all dams are dead, if you simply take a mathematical look at it, our Professor Shuqing Jiang calculation, Shuqing Jiang has prepared this chart, thanks to him, and you could see that by 2150, most of your concrete dams you have to remove, unless this doesn't take the new dams we are going to construct. But as I showed you, most of the world countries have already stopped large dam construction. So if you take that there is no more construction of large dam, by 2150, you might have to remove all the large dams of construction. So where are our grandchildren are going to drink water from? Or where our grandchildren are going to do irrigation water from? So most of these large dams are gone by the 2150. I'm not going to scare you. By 2150, where are going to be the next generation of sources of water? As I told you, in 1960s, our Honorable Prime Minister was soon after getting independence, India said modern temples of India are large dams. But unfortunately, we have built so many. Where is going to be our new temple for India in 21st century? We have built so many large dams in the last 60, 70 years. How many? Just to give you the number, you see, India has developed. India had in 1947, when we got independence, we had 300 large dams. Large dams is basically, as definition of the International Committee of Large Dams, a dam which has more than 1 million meter cube of water, or a dam which is 15 meter or taller, or a dam which has a unique structure like an arch or something. So 1947 we had 300. Today we have more than 5,900 such dams. Close to 6,000 dams we have constructed. India is the third largest dam building nation in the world after America and China. So today with more than 5,700 large dams, see, but how much of water we are storing? We are only storing 10% of the average annual rainfall received in the country. Less than 10%, actually 8%. So where is this? Another 90% is going, maybe another 10% going into the crevices of the hard rock. Another, some of them are stored in surface, small tanks, ponds, and other things. And rest of the 82% of the water is running away. So, ladies and gentlemen, water, I mean, India actually is not running short of water, but water is running out of India. That's in fact true for most of the nations, what we are talking about, Indonesia, Thailand, Singapore. In most of the nations, water is running out of their land. Not really, we have a shortage of water. So no shortage of water. There is a shortage of storage. We need to think about the future storage plans because we have all ideas of construction of large dams. So inland dams, information transfer, or river linking, wastewater recycling, desalination. For a country like Indonesia or India or Malaysia, desalination is the foolish part. I mean, I'm very sorry to use a wrong word. It's a really utter foolishness to use desalination plant because we are allowing our fresh water to join the ocean and take it back and clean it with a heavy cost and also environmental damage. So it is always better to store fresh water storage, which goes out of when there is in a monsoon period or in a rainfall period, and use it other time. This is a known phenomenon for all of our ancestors. They have done it fantastically well. Civilization existed 5,000 years. It's not a story of 100 years or 200 years. 5,000 years of civilization, both China and India, have done tremendously well, remarkably well in water storage structures. But all those water storage structures, we have forgotten, ladies and gentlemen. So today, as I told you, what we need to is develop the flood water which is going into the last to the sea. We need to store that. And if you look at the water cycle over a period of time, civilization, and all this is a part of civilization, we were only living along the river courses. Then we constructed dams, tanks, and many of the other small storage structures. And today, we might have to go into the ocean or close to the coast. But what is the advantage? We have all the amount of water available, and which will also be very useful. It's more than 20 times the water demand. So the second generation, the first generation coastal reservoir was Singapore has built, Marina Barrage, closing the complete barrage. Okay, but this is a disadvantage. Only Singapore can do it because Singapore is a very disciplined country. And also a small country. In India, if you wanted to block this and expect, and we will see what has happened in South Korea. You know, it is collecting only wastewater. It is no more fresh water. So the second generation coastal reservoir is this. The reservoir will be in the sea and there will be a bypass. So So the water actually will go out through, the wastewater will go out through this. Only the fresh water, which is flood water, which is during the time very, very good quality water, can be stored with controlling structures. This is what China has done it. This is what is called a second generation coastal reservoir. It can be done anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, it need not be at the mouth of the river. You can take it somewhere outside. Wherever there is a most coastal erosion area, you can choose that area. So it's only a pipeline. The technology is so good, the pipeline technology. So we didn't know to be only the cost factor. And these coastal reservoirs have many, many advantages, which I'm going to talk to you in a few minutes. So thanks to the efforts of our colleagues in IACRR, you could see the recent document of the United Nations on World Water Development Report has covered on coastal reservoir, which was not there earlier. So this is thanks to the efforts of all our friends at IACRR, thanks to all my vice presidents, secretary, and the committee, which has made, you could see the references quoted by the WWDR 2019 is mostly from IACRR members and associate members. So let's look at the coastal reservoir advantages against the the inland reservoir, inland large dams. See, a dam site which is limited to a gorge in the case of a large dam, which is unlimited in the sea or in the close to the coast. Dam design is very high pressure, so you need to look for concrete material and other good, newer materials. But in the case of coastal reservoir, it's a very low pressure. We're not going to talk about very large dams. We are going to large reservoirs, but we're not going to talk about large dams. We're talking about large reservoirs. Storage is large, but height is very small. So low pressure, but with wave surges. But the pressure is also on the other side through the waves. Seepage by pressure difference here, by density difference here. Pollutant, that's the one thing we need to be worried. We need to be worried about pollutants in case of coastal reservoir because it is both land-based as well as seawater can be a greater threat to us. But we know the technology using the second generation coastal reservoir, we can eliminate most of it and maintain it properly. So emigrant cost is very, very high in the inland reservoir. Coastal reservoir is also there, but reasonably small if you choose your site properly. If you choose, you see the kind of site chosen in the Hong Kong was at that time, wherever it is available, so small villages were shifted. But today, with the kind of technology, both in pipelines and the construction equipments, we can build elsewhere without affecting any emigrant cost. Water supply is only by pumping in case of coastal reservoir. That's the one thing we need to be worried about. But energy generation is also a very possible thing in case of coastal reservoirs. I'll show you what. So how many reservoirs were built? Ladies and gentlemen, as I told you, 1932, observe, it's for a different purpose, but it's a coastal reservoir, flood control. India, Tanimukamband in 1974 in Kerala, state of India, for agriculture purpose, they developed in 1976. Even today it is functioning. South Korea, for tidal energy, land reclamation. Hong Kong, Shipuk, Flower Co, Highland, professor showed it very well. All the pictures, I'm not going to show you any pictures. Fresh water, it is for the fresh water. China, Chinkosa, Shanahan, Bawang, all for fresh water. Singapore, Marina Barrage, for the fresh water. United Kingdom, Cardiff Bay, it's a freshwater lake. So many other case histories we can give you, and please log into IACRR.org. It gives you some more case studies in both in Jakarta as well, and Indian Water Project, new projects which are planned both in Indonesia and India also. Okay. The beauty of this is the secondary coastal reservoir is, you see, the bypass polluted water can go out, and also it can create new wetlands, new land itself for the growth of the mankind, for the cities. So which is a convex water body with curved and long barriers, bypass polluted water, store clean water only, minimum environmental social impact, wetland treatment is also possible. So feasibility of second generation, I will not get into too much because my other friends are going to talk to you. So cost effectiveness is without desalination, without relocation costs. It's one of the best technologies of the newer generation. So technology of construction is also very simple. There is an already existing knowledge. We don't need to really worry about new technologies. So soft dam construction, geotechnical engineers can build on any soft grounds. So it's very, very easy in shallow waters to build. It is not very difficult. The time taken is also very reasonable. Okay, newer technologies of geosynthetic solutions gives you a very fantastic opportunity to construct these dams in a very quicker time, much more efficiently, much more eloquently. Okay? And it reduces significantly the cost for barrier and digs. So coastal reservoir technology, whether it is selection of best catchment and best water quality, protection of environment, pollution prevention, are the very key. So you can see the application across from Australia to India, Malaysia, Indonesia to China. Most of these countries where heavy rainfall is available, this technology is very, very easy and to do it when compared to technologies like desalination. So Shanghai's experience is one of the fantastic experience of second generation coastal reservoir. I had a chance to visit 2 times. So fantastic, but please visit this. This is in 2008, Chinkosa Coastal Reservoir started its construction. By 2010, starts to pump fresh water from the sea. There are a lot of technologies to learn what China has done there. So other coastal reservoirs, So let me take you to the advantages. I'm almost coming to the end of my talk, and maybe in 2 minutes I'll close my talk. No harm to the river basins. Please understand, we are not the downstream. So we are not altering the river course anytime, just like what we do in a large dam construction. No disturbance to forest cover or submergence of the land. No physical displacement of people, villages, and town if you choose your location of the coastal reservoir correctly. So impounding and land which can trigger seismicity, but there is no such scare when you are almost to the downstream. Even if a dam breaks due to earthquakes, nothing to worry. It will simply join the ocean. Again, you might have to rebuild, but there is no damage to life, no damage to the people, and that's their property. Agricultural activity can be augmented, coastal erosion can be minimized, groundwater recharge can happen, inclusion of saline water into wells will also reduce. Freshwater dredging is also another, fantastic concept. We can use sand where the countries have a shortage of sand as a material for construction. So the other advantages: solar energy can be harvested in the shallow waters of the coastal reservoir. Tidal energy can be harvested. Roadways over the seawall can be alternative roads in a very busy streets, which can go freshwater fishing, navigation, tourism, real estate opportunities. Seawall serves as a deterrent to tidal erosion, serves as a deep water fishing harbor, increase in industrial activity, increase in land availability for people. Cost comparison also, ladies and gentlemen. You don't have to be scared of it. This is much, much cheaper than whether wastewater reuse or desalination plant or inland dams. Okay, it's much better when compared to many of these technologies. And if you use the technologies appropriately with collaboration and learning, we can do much better quality construction of coastal reservoirs. So another area where these coastal reservoirs need not be above ground all the time. Please note, ladies and gentlemen, the coastal reservoir need not be above ground all the time. It can be below the ground as well. So you can put the diaphragm walls. So Japanese have done this fantastically well. So that means the water storage in the pores of the space in the shallow ground surface. Okay, it is the dam, the diaphragm wall which is constructed will stop the seawater coming in and stores the fresh water both in the ground as well as above ground. So it could be a fantastic, what we call subsurface dams or underground dams. So how many? So Japanese have done almost more than 100 such dams across the country. Okay, some of them are much larger than large dam storage. Okay, much larger. They're not for small quantity. Even though, as you know, porosity is only 30 to 35%. So the storage of water in the area, it is only 35% of water is available, and maybe about 25% is only withdrawable because there will be some water will be sticking to the particles. So, but still, it is much more viable. So you can use a combination of technologies of coastal reservoirs, underground as well as above ground, would work much better in the system. To conclude, coastal reservoir with downstream water management will be significantly used as a source for water storage. China's experience shows that with very large irrigation, wetland pre-treatment may be needed in some cases. It creates a new land and new wetlands, which is what environmentalists want. Case studies show coastal reservoirs are viable. Second generation coastal reservoir is cost-effective, environmentally friendly, socially acceptable, and has high quality water. Ladies and gentlemen, I think our future generation is going to maybe drink water from the second generation coastal reservoir, at least across the nations where very heavy rainfall is, average rainfall is more than 1,000 millimeters. So some of my, earthquake engineering books, which I'm not going to highlight much. So just say, I welcome all of you to the first IACRR World Congress, an international conference on coastal reservoirs, which is going to be in 18 to 21st October in 2021 at Nanjing, China. Ohio University is hosting it, and we welcome all of you to become member of IACRR. Please look at IACRR.org. And I would like to close my talk with a punchline: store water and save future. Thank you very much. We'll take any questions if you have.
Thank you, Professor Sitaram. Yeah, it has been interesting presentation. Yeah, so your quote I think maybe clearly heard by everybody. No shortage of water, but there are shortage of storage. Yeah, so that's one thing. And you also make a comparison between inland reservoir and coastal reservoir. Yeah, maybe the initial investment cost a little bit higher, but the operational and the yielding is much bigger too. So without further ado, give the time for Professor Indratmo to give your response on the presentation of Professor Sitaram, to give us a better and clearer picture, on how the coastal reservoir that is built in earthquake-prone region. Please, Professor Indratmo, time is yours.
Okay, thank you for Dr. Syamipar. Thank you and appreciation to the presenter, Professor Sitaram, the Director of Indian Institute of Technology, and also he is President of International Association for Coastal Reservoir. Because of that, he explained wide range of coastal reservoir in very detail. First of all, here we talk about the story and the mission of International Association of Coastal Reservoir, and also he saw scarcity of water around the world, including Indonesia. Scarcity of water happen everywhere. Also, he explains the increase of direct runoff because of many things. And then he also explained about mismatched dam and cities. So it's happened in Indonesia. As he said, that most of the people move to the coastal area. Yeah. Dam failure, it is very risky if constructed in the upper area, in the area where earthquakes happen. Yeah. This presentation shows that a lot of risk if we construct dam at the earthquake zone, especially at the valley area. It means construct coastal reservoir, it seems preferable with many reasons. Also, by constructing this coastal reservoir, he explained that we can develop flood water loss to the sea. It is very right. Including in Indonesia, I think we only store about 7% of the rainfall in the reservoir. It is much different with the India. You have construct more than 5,700 reservoir. In Indonesia, we have still less than 400 large dams. So it is less, much less than in India. I will present some slide from yours. It seems here that Indonesia also include the country with water stress. Because the color is red, it's high. The color is same with in India. I emphasize that people are migrating to coastline. It's also happened in Indonesia. It can be seen here. All the city around the world stay in the coastal area. Also, all reservoir trap sediment from their catchment. This is one of the problem most of the reservoir in the world. Mostly in the tropical country where rainfall is very high enough, in the raining season, and they bring sediment to the downstream. as you said here, that coastal area will have the most severe water shortage problem. We are thinking about how to manage the upstream regarding the quality of the water in order to store it in the coastal reservoir. It is one of our job now, how to reserve, how to secure the upper area. Also, Professor Sitaram point out this thing that is very, very important if we want to develop the dam, mainly in the upper area. Indonesia also in the area with the high risk of earthquake. And you said that reservoir can trigger the earthquake. Also in Indonesia, I will show you. It is the rainfire in Indonesia. Mostly come from India, and then along the west parts of Sumatra, and then the south part of Java, and then go to Malacca, and then go to Philippines. But based on our plans to construct the coastal reservoir in the north part of Java here, it seemed to us that North Java is quite safe related to the earthquake or related to the fall or subduction. So it is quite safe enough, but not in the south part of Indonesia or in the west part of Sumatra. So it is maybe one of the opportunity for north coast of Java to build a coastal reservoir. Also, you remind us that most of the reservoir will finish related to sedimentation. It is also remind to Indonesian government, to Indonesian condition that we only have less than 400, and most of them already construct about 50 years ago. It is inspiring us this curve. So maybe next 130 years, it is very possible there is no more dam because of sedimentation. You said my data said that the sedimentation is about 0.8% per year. You said about 1% per year. I think more or less the same, but some area maybe the sedimentation much bigger than 1% because many open area in the upstream. So it should be discussed in more detail what will be happen next 130 years. Mr. Sitaram inspired us that we have so many advantages if constructing coastal reservoir. No physical displacement of people. It is one of the problem if we construct them in the upper area. We have always a problem with how to remove people staying there, and then how to manage the area and so forth. So by constructing coastal reservoir, so many things can be avoided. I think that's one my comment. And one thing which is very interesting, that's the cost of water per cubic meter if we construct in the coastal reservoir much cheaper compare if we construct in the upper area if we compare with desalination, inlet dam, recycle, and so forth, I think this figure, this cost, is very important for us to support why we have to construct coastal reservoir. Thank you very much. This is my comment to your presentation, and we appreciate mostly to Professor Sitaram. It is very inspiring us how to construct the coastal reservoir in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Indratmo. It was interesting response, yeah, acknowledgement as well as inquiry also about the presentation. So all the panelists, the keynote speakers, Professor Sitaram, Professor Lee, and Mr. Abdul Malik, we have a question and answer. Yeah, I'll try to distribute question and answer evenly, yeah, so that each of you could have time to raise to answer the question raised by the audience. And for the audience, if you would like to send your question, please do so in question and answer of our what you call it, in the question and answer module here in the Zoom, and it will be directly coming to us. Maybe the first question, yeah, I have two questions, maybe to Abdul here, yeah, mostly related to Indonesia, yeah. The first one, yeah, would be the understanding the quality of flow into the estuary, yeah, apart from the turbidity, there will also be a lot of waste that the inland wastewater treatment plant is a priority. So that even if the latter still contains sediment, the waste can be controlled. Yeah, what do you think about that? That may be also related to the sedimentation also. And second question, maybe, is there already planning about the prioritization of development, yeah, among those 5 potential locations in the northern part of Java that you have mentioned in your presentation? Yeah, are they all will be carried out in parallel or one by one? Maybe I'll give the time first for Abdul, and then I'll go to Professor Josepi and Professor Sitaram after that. Please, Abdul, time is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Robert. Regarding the sedimentation and waste, of course, yeah, the coastal reservoir need also improvement. I mean, we're still working in the integrated water resource management framework. So we have the option actually. Basically, we continue our effort to manage the sedimentation. Yeah, so sedimentation cannot be, of course, still available. I mean, cannot be reduced until zero, of course, yeah. Of course, some sedimentation will come to the coastal reservoir and also some solid waste. Basically, we have 2 strategies, like in the continuously improve our river sedimentation quality and waste management. But to mitigate or to make sure that the water quality stored in the coastal reservoir meet the requirement, we design some what we call the transversal waterway. That in that area we will manage the sedimentation and we remove the excess of the waste. So that's the basically, and also to, if it's necessary, we also build the wastewater treatment plant before enter the in the adjacent near to the freshwater reservoir. The second question about the 5 plan, government will build, of course, based on the priorities, yeah, based on the priorities, and some of them actually right now is in the detailed engineering design, especially in Central Java area, and also in the feasibility studies in the Jabodetabek area. So I think that two area will become more priorities, and the rest is also to will be prepared and taking account of the current pipe water supply from the conventional source. So basically, and also we still manage how to improve our efficiency in irrigation schemes in Java. So hopefully we have also the to have better water allocation use and still can also become the alternative to find to fulfill the requirement of the water supply. Okay, Pak Robert, I think.
Okay, thank you, Pak Abdul. The next question, I will pass this on to Professor Joseph Lee. The first one would be, what is the most critical criteria for assessing the feasibility of coastal reservoir? And the second question, based on your knowledge and experiences, could you tell us, please, which one is the most practical and economical way to build water reservoir? Either underground or onshore for the city like Jakarta, the capital city of Indonesia. Please.
As a tall order, because I've never been to Indonesia, all I can say is I think the speakers just now, Professor, the president of IACRR, outlined very comprehensive the advantages of coastal reservoirs, which are kind of well known. I would say from our experience in Tolo Harbor, Clover Cove, High Island, I think the main thing is because the new expectations are different. It's not just water supply. And from what little I can see from what I've listened up to now, it seems that if you build a coastal reservoir in the open sea, then the water quality would be quite a significant problem. In other words, how do you maintain a desirable water quality for water supply, because you still have to pump it to water treatment plant before it can be used for consumption. So it seems that all the plants being made have to be tightly integrated with transport, with energy, with port operations. Quite challenging to me just looking at it for the first time. I have to say in Hong Kong, I don't work on coastal reservoirs. It's been built, it's performing so far, no problem. But we do, I would say, if you have a coastal reservoir, you do have problems with eutrophication if you're not careful. With any reservoir, you would have such problems, and you somehow have to integrate these solutions holistically, I would say, and make use of some of the modern concepts like nature-based solutions. For example, I just saw a question addressed to me on how to remove nutrients. Now, even with coastal reservoirs, I think you still have nutrients. Somehow you cannot avoid all of it. And so in some countries, and even in the US, in the Netherlands, they are experimenting with nature-based solutions. For example, use of shell fisheries to remove nutrients. I mean, that's a very effective solution, but it's still at the research stage. So I would say somehow my advice would be built-in monitoring, sound monitoring system that's self-improving, and somehow the research has to be integrated because there are many research issues. It's not just about dams. So I guess the questions posed to me is like a question posed to the ministry. Is a tall order. I don't really know the situation of Indonesia very well. I've never been to Indonesia. I can only comment as a scholar, as a somebody who's seen a lot of these issues that may be bring a lot of harm if not carefully planned in the future. for the future. So that's all I can say. But I'm interested in, for example, in the soft dams that Professor Sitaram talked about, because I believe that Singapore years ago talked about the bottomless tank idea. But I believe at that time it was, basically floating fresh water on top of seawater. But somehow that was abandoned. I think it was due to various issues. And then there's I don't know the situation about Indonesia, but I was very much stimulated by today's talk. I mean, what if I do it for Hong Kong? I mean, I can see many problems of coastal defense, whether you can withstand the wave attacks and these things. And also one issue which I think IACRR organization, IACRR and IHR can work together to resolve is the mixing of fresh water and seawater becomes very important, because you cannot avoid total mixing. And you need a lot of energy to do that. So I would see there's a lot of work to be done before we have, I would say, well, it seems now not even feasibility. I am not sure about whether there's a very comprehensive feasibility study done yet. I would say there's a lot of, at least looking forward, research on various aspects, wave action, coastal induced mixing between freshwater and seawater, whether once operational, it will be robust and functional. So these are general comments. I appreciate where the question is from. But as I said at the very beginning, my talk is really a tribute to the event. I think a tribute of what I consider current issues and research paradigms. And IHR as an organization look forward to working with IACRR and other international entities to work for the betterment of the water or for the future global issues. We are open. With that, that's my answer up to now, Chairman.
Oh, thank you, Professor Lee. So you have caution also about the coastal reservoir in open sea compared to the you have that in a bay, yeah, like closing a bay, and when it's the water, the flow of water in the bay, open sea, and that must be carefully considered when designing a coastal reservoir. So the next question for Professor Sitaram, I would like to ask you two questions. The first one, any potential or plans for integration of coastal reservoir development and aquifer recharge for groundwater to contribute to solving the issues of groundwater over extraction and land subsidence. And the second one, this is maybe related closely to Indonesia. In my city, this is the question asked, which is in Palu, the central Sulawesi, where there are several active faults underneath the city and the land area is hilly to mountainous. What will be the possibility to build and develop coastal reservoir for water storage? Please, Professor Sitaram.
Thank you. First of all, let me start with these comments. Can you hear me?
Your voice maybe needed, it's not quite clear. Would you please?
How about, can you hear me now?
Yeah, okay.
Is it okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I will start with Professor Lee's comment of caution. I completely agree with him. There is no difference of opinion. So if you see our society's name itself, International Association for Coastal Reservoir Research. So we are going to be researching this topic, okay? And I would like to call upon all of you to be part of this research. This is very important. This is something new. But let me assure you, I think the world has to look at that only, because we do not have any chance for building large dams in our country, at least in India. We have built close to 6,000 dams, and we are now worried of their safety. And concrete is a material can only live 100 to 150 years. In any dam, any surface dam, concrete portion will be there, okay? Because of the spillway or any overflow section, concrete spillway has to be vanishing in 150 years. We have to reconstruct that. That's a great challenge in a large reservoirs. So we might have to look at the new alternatives. That is coastal reservoir. Coming back to the question number one, whether groundwater recharge. Definitely, it's going to augment the groundwater recharge, because first of all, it's going to stop the seawater intrusion into the inland ground and allows the groundwater from the reservoir to get in. So there would be a very good resource of groundwater, freshwater availability in coastal areas, which will solve half of the problem, because your groundwater table will go up, freshwater groundwater table. Then automatically, you will have the fresh water available for the smaller, poor people who would like to take from a well, open well, which are actually in India. Open wells, even when we were children, that means I was at the age of 8 to 10 years, I have seen most of the open wells are functioning. There are fresh waters. Today, if you go to villages in India, none of the open wells work. There is almost completely dried up, because the way we have made the system changes, they are not really good for water conservation. We need to go back to the world knowledge of water conservation. And the new way of construction in coastal reservoirs will allow us to give large amount of water conservation in the ground, natural ground, which is available to all of us. Automatically, groundwater will rise up. Then there is no excess utilization, because when water is in plenty, there is no question of shortage. Okay. Next question. The third question was that whether in Indonesia, where there are large earthquakes are going to happen, underground reservoirs are going to be beneficial. Please understand, underground reservoirs are not going to be damaged. Even if it breaks, there will be small leakage of water and maybe a mix of fresh water and salt water. You can identify with the new technologies of geotechnologies and then seal it over a period of time. So an earthquake could not harm so much the underground reservoirs when compared to an overground internal large dams, because that would damage a lot. So very common sense tells you there is a great potential of underground reservoirs in the earthquake zone areas of Indonesia. And you can actually make a combination, small overground and underground, so that you can even identify where is the reservoir. Okay. And today with the technology of diaphragm wall construction, I think, most of the underground metro constructions for carrying large number of people could be adopted to water technologies today. So it's not really a technology is unknown, and we can do it much better quality work, because every country has gone into metro constructions, underground metro construction. So when we are dealt with shallow water metro constructions, definitely we can do it for water. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you will agree, water is so critical to us. Even metro is not there, we can survive. But water, we need to have water for the future of any country. So we should adopt the technologies of geotechnologies adopted in shallow groundwater, where there is no damage or a risk of failure due to an earthquake. Okay. Even though there may be a damage, mixing of water, fresh water and salt water, that's all the damage. The damage will not be for the common man and the demolition of the buildings, structures and other things. So the damage of a large dam is really humongous overground, but underground, nothing will be visible to a common man. So if there is a damage, we might have to repair, but to that only for storage of water, nothing to do with damage to the civilization or habitat or to the people. So with these few words, I think I've answered the question, and time is also up 10:30 as per the organizer's time. We are coming to the end of the session. So if there are any questions, I will take. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Sitaram. There are still questions and we still have time. I'll come back for the second round to all of you and to all of the speakers. Now I come back to Mr. Abdul Malik. There are a lot of questions that are close to home, and maybe I will read it, 2 of them or 3 of them. here is the first one. Yeah. It says that, did you study the coastal reservoir development already? Did the study of the coastal reservoir development already consider the plan of moving our capital city to Kalimantan? The project of developing a new city to be a capital city is a huge. That I believe before the decision was made to move the capital city. They must have a good scenario on how to improve Jakarta, how the improvement in Jakarta will have in the future, including the water problems. Second would be, siapa? Oh, okay. Mr. Abdul is not available now. Maybe I'll go to the Professor Joseph Lee. There are several questions not quite answered yet. Yeah. The first question would be, how can we do salinity stratification in coastal aquifers? Yeah. How can we do the salinity stratification in coastal aquifers? And how could we control the nutrient supply from riverine? Some treatment to prevent eutrophication in coastal reservoir, and how to calculate or predict the hazardous algae bloom phenomena when it will be occurred. Please, Professor Lee.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. So I'll start with the last one. I think currently there are industry standard models that you can use to predict the possible occurrence of algal blooms as a result of the forcing, which means the pollution sources, the hydrodynamic conditions, and the hydrography of the area, and so on. So there are industry standard tools, I would say, now compared to 10 years ago. And there are many companies working with this. But I would say still the main thing is the local knowledge, local application. That's the important, rather than just picking up and software and use, I think. And I would say the field observations is still the most important. I mean, you have to start from field observations. And I would very much stress the importance of a long-term water quality monitoring program, because you need that anyway. No matter what tools you use, you need that to define the baseline. You need that to calibrate the model. You need that to verify the model. So, and usually, unlike big data, unlike, let's say, temperature or these signals, usually water quality data is very sparse and very expensive. You know, one measurement costs a lot. So that's a different nature of things. So I guess when you say whether you can predict these blooms, I would say it's a very complicated phenomenon. It's a worldwide global issue. I would say you can kind of forecast some trends. And with real-time data, you may, as I try to illustrate, I think we can, with a lot of effort, you can forecast the likelihood of having a bloom the next few days. I think it can be done. And so there are a lot of papers you can look at, and you can, my talk gives us a glimpse of what is possible. Now, ultimately, of course, you have to control the source, the nutrient source. And as we all know, it is, you know, with all organic waste down the river, you have a lot of nutrients, nitrogen, phosphorus, etc. And under the right conditions, if you have a lot of nutrients and sunlight, you have algal blooms. That's well known. Now, there are several ways to control it. Of course, one simplistic way is you build a treatment plant, advanced treatment plant. But that is very costly, and it requires a lot of advanced technology in running it. And it's not normally done. I mean, even in Hong Kong, we don't have an advanced, you know, for most of us, so we don't have an advanced nutrient removal treatment because it's very, it's not justified, you know, in terms of, so it's more important to look at the limiting nutrient that controls your phenomenon. So for example, you have your reservoir, open sea reservoir, then you look at nutrients that come in and what are the limiting, what we call the limiting nutrient, the key nutrient, whether it's phosphorus controlling or whether it's nitrogen is controlling before you deal with how to treat it. So to treat it, you can go to new advanced treatment, but that's very, very costly. Considering what I heard today is that you only have one wastewater treatment plant, I mean, the comprehensive one. So a major one for Jakarta. So I would say there are other options, like what we've tried is a nutrient diversion. What we did with Total Harbor is we have a Total Harbor nutrient export scheme, which basically is diverting the sewage, treated sewage, away from the catchment, away from the bay. So just after some kind of treatment, you just ship the nutrient away to another watershed. This is being done. So nutrient diversion is a feasible tool if conditions permit. And thirdly, I mentioned just now, but I want to explain again. Like in some of our coastal bays, it's very eutrophied. And we are, and many people worldwide is looking at nature-based solution. And one way is the use of, let's say, oyster beds, shell fisheries, especially in shallow water, because these filter feeders, these shell fisheries actually uptake a lot of nutrient without doing any harm, and they can remove nutrients if you restore the habitat. If you did so worldwide, as well in Chesapeake Bay, they've tried in the US. In Hong Kong, we are thinking of doing it, whether you can restore a lot of these habitats, wetlands, coastal shell fisheries, in fact, you can create an economy to remove nutrient. Is a nature-based solution, much like wetlands for other purposes. And that's something that's being looked at currently, okay? And many people are interested in these ideas. So that's the second question, whether you remove nutrient. The short answer is very difficult, but the methods I've outlined, depending on the amount, may work. Okay, so that's it. Now, come back to the first question. Chairman, can you express it more precisely, the first question? The first question. The first question, yeah.
How can you...
Say that again. So I did the reply by chatbox. I didn't quite understand the question, because when you have a coastal aquifer, you cannot, the seawater intrusion seeps into the groundwater, seeps into the aquifer, and then you have a saline wedge kind of thing. And you cannot really control it. It's very difficult to fight against nature. Yeah. You can, if there's a lot of measurement, there are ways to by designing management schemes, there are ways to deal with this problem. That's all I can say. But I mean, you cannot really, except on a very, very local scale. It's like saying that, can I control the salinity in the sea? Yeah. You can very locally, but in general, it's very, very difficult. You cannot fight against nature. That's my short answer. So but I would say this comes back to my comment on a continuous monitoring program, because unless you have that, I've reviewed a lot of groundwater papers from all over the world, India and all that. And the main thing is without data, you just run a model, it doesn't mean anything. You need data. And especially with groundwater, with coastal aquifers, usually there's not much data. So that I would appeal, especially in a high flux of development status like Indonesia, that you will find that's what you lack. So Chairman, with that, I would like to close my reply.
Well, thank you, Professor Lee. I guess that would answer the questions from one of the audience. To Professor Sitaram, there are still some questions. Maybe I would like to read first. What about the lifetime of coastal reservoir related with the sedimentation? Yeah, you have mentioned, but maybe this is another answer. Especially in degraded catchment. Yeah. And the second thing is, what are the main obstacles in terms of natural engineering, social, legal, and environmental aspect have been facing when one need to build coastal reservoir. Yeah, and maybe related to that, how do we ensure that
maybe I will answer this and then you can ask a question.
Okay. Yes.
Remembering 3 questions at a time is difficult.
Okay. Yes, please, Professor Sitaram, please.
So the first question, the sedimentation. You see, if you adopt the new technologies of leading the flood water, clean flood water, sedimentation may not be an issue at all in the second generation coastal reservoir. Definitely, first generation coastal reservoir, that's a serious threat because it is at the end of the catchment. So, for example, in Singapore, in Marina Barrage, it's a great challenge actually. But in a second generation coastal reservoir, you are taking water through a pipe or a canal, which can arrest all the sedimentation. Sedimentation may not be an issue at all in the second generation coastal. So there are techniques to really manage that very well. So there is nothing to be worried about in the second generation coastal reservoir. But as we all understand, we are doing these things afresh. So there is a lot of research has to happen, a lot of understanding has to happen. We need to learn. But the common sense tells you there is a great potential of the second generation coastal reservoir. That is the first question. The second question was, what was the second question? Sorry, I missed.
Okay. The main obstacles in terms of various aspects.
Yeah, major obstacle is the saltwater intrusion and arresting saltwater intrusion into the freshwater storage. It's a great challenge. If the reservoirs are smaller, then definitely we can do it with many fantastic geotechnologies. Okay, I will not tell you right away the answer because there are plenty. We need to do researching in using new geosynthetic materials as a filtration process can be done fantastically well in the design of coastal reservoirs if the reservoirs are smaller. If the reservoirs are huge, then you have to rely on natural systems to do the arresting. And one advantage I will tell you, see, the salt water having a higher density will collect at the bottom of the reservoir. So there could be a new technologies where we can remove the heavy concentrated salt solution accumulated at the bottom of the reservoir without disturbing the fresh water at the top. So we need to do a lot of experimentation. New learnings have to happen, but I see a great opportunity for coastal reservoirs to work well even in this scenario of saltwater intrusion.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Sitaram. Yeah, I guess we still have another 10 minutes. Yeah, maybe I will ask questions to all panelists, the same questions. Yeah, that's coming from the audience, starting from Professor Sitaram and Professor Lee, and the last one would be Mr. Abdul Malik here. And for Abdul Malik, later on, if we still have time, I would like to ask maybe 1 or 2 questions, mostly related to Indonesia case. Yeah. So the questions to be asked for the panelists, actually, this is from the audience too. Yeah. For example, this one, it says, I guess, the first question. In developing estuary reservoir, for example, in Jakarta Bay, yeah, at least we face 2 issues, geotechnical aspect and water quality entering to estuary reservoir. Yeah. Would these 2 speakers, I mean, Professor Lee and Professor Sitaram, share their experience in coping with this? Yeah. And maybe also about well, maybe that's one, maybe it's enough, and maybe I'll ask later the last question for Pak Abdul, please. Professor Lee or Professor Sitaram first.
Yeah, thank you. See, geotechnology in the 21st century is very advanced. Actually, in civil engineering, if anything has changed, the way we will do construction is because of geotechnology. because a lot of new materials have come in, geosynthetic materials, membranes, geocells, geofabric, geotubes. All of these have created, brought in a lot of changes the way we build or we construct in offshore environment. Okay, so this is a fantastic opportunity time for us to really venture into coastal reservoir, because there is a very fantastic knowledge on geotechnology and geosynthetic applications in coastal environment. Okay, we do have a fantastic knowledge already, so construction becomes much simpler, construction becomes much elegant, efficient, and doable, even in a harsh coastal environment. Okay, that is number one. Number two, coming to the quality aspect, as you have said very clearly, I'm telling you again, if you are going to choose a second generation coastal reservoir, allow only flood water in a particularly country like Indonesia, where average rainfall is very high. If you are allowing flood water in a very thick of the season, leaving out the first 10 minutes or first 1 hour of the flow, I think you will have a fantastic quality water. Only thing is you have to see that no saltwater intrusion happens into the reservoir. Okay, if you are able to control that, you have a fantastic quality of water which you can maintain, because you are not now simply allowing, you are only taking the flood water of the river through some controlled means with continuous measurement, real-time sensor control measurement at the inlet of the river. I think, we will not face so much about the quality of water problem. But in any case, many of the water supply systems have a treatment units, initial treatment, before you deliver it to the homes. So with that kind of existing technologies already, I think problem of water quality issue should not be so much. We should be able to handle it. Thank you.
Yeah, Chairman, maybe I just provide some feedback. I have 2 points to make. Okay. One is, whenever you have a reservoir, like Plover Cove Reservoir, like what we had, or even at the end of the river reservoir, it's important to protect the quality of the source water. Now in Hong Kong, the way we do it, because we were so short of water, and necessity is the mother of invention. So what we did is not a single drop is wasted. And what we mean is, in Hong Kong, all the upland catchments are protected by law. They're country parks. 40% of Hong Kong is country parks. They're protected catchments. Number one, so you don't, by law, you cannot pollute the ground, basically. It's very tightly controlled by law. So without that, I mean, as I say, it's human behavior. You need to protect the source. Secondly, it was a very ingeniously designed network of vortex drops and tunnel network, so that not a single drop water, I mean, kind of speaking, is wasted, and they all go into Plover Cove Reservoir to the extent possible. Okay, so basically, the collection grounds are protected from pollution. Secondly, you have an ingenious way of collecting, very comprehensive, collecting every single drop of water into this coastal reservoir. So I think that's the thing. Now, I am less optimistic, or I shouldn't say optimistic. Not knowing Indonesia, I would say normally, if you have a coastal reservoir, I assume it's somehow fenced off somehow with dams, soft dams. Normally, I would think you still have non-point source pollution going into it. I mean, I don't see how you can avoid non-point source pollution from the land. I mean, going in, all kinds of non-point source pollution. And unless the bottom is fended off, I don't see how you can avoid seawater intrusion. It's like this saline wedge. This nature is very powerful. And if you have seawater intrusion, I mean, unless your dam goes all the way into the bottom of the water, I still haven't figured out exactly how this works from what I've heard. But certainly it's promising. But my point is, if you have seawater intrusion, I would say it's very difficult to stop seawater intrusion other than physically. Then the saline wedge carries with it pollution too, anoxic levels. That's where everything happens. And once it gets into the reservoir with a bit of wind mixing, or whatever action, then it, you know, it can lead to water quality issues. I'm not saying it can't be solved, but that's why I was insisting, I mean, all to the point of almost insisting, I mean, advocating the importance of this long-term monitoring, even before you build way before you build the reservoir, cannot be overemphasized. You know, so I mean, it can be done, but then, you know, I visualizing what was happening. You know, you can have all kinds of activities on the island. If it's a lot of rainfall, then with rainfall, you have all kinds of pollution. And with modern societies, not just the traditional types of pollutant, not just nitrogen, phosphorus, BOD, is EDC, ECC, endocrine disrupting compound, all kinds of compounds go in. So I would say, I would voice a word of caution. I'm not saying it cannot be done, and I would recommend detailed kind of studies on that. I totally agree with Professor, you know, this chairman, IACC president, on what he says. You know, the advance of technology, but very often the issues facing us are not just technology. It's more, I think, it's more capacity building, training, whether we can use the technology, etc. So I'll stop at this, Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Lee. So last but not least, I have last questions maybe for Pak Abdul. This is more close to home, I guess. Yeah. The first one from Tangerang Regency. What readiness criteria must the Tangerang Regency government prepare to be able to access this coastal reservoir program, considering the needs for raw water continues to increase and flood disaster also often occur in the mouth of Cisadane River? Yeah, and the next one maybe from the okay, this is understanding the quality of water flowing into the estuary apart from turbidity. There will also be a lot of waste, so that the inland wastewater treatment plant is a priority, so that even if the latter still contains sediment, the waste can be controlled. What do you think? That's the question. Please, Pak Abdul, and after that we'll conclude the session.
Thank you, Pak Robert. Yeah, for the Cisadane Coastal Reservoir Plan, I think since it will locate in the estuary of Cisadane River, that is belong to Kabupaten Tangerang, most of the benefit will goes also to the Tangerang. I think Tangerang is also right now become the agglomeration or megacities area. So we're taking account that function of the Tangerang, including for water supply and I mean the rock protection, yeah, and also the development for the Tangerang city. So to taking apart, of course, then the team need to consult with the with the local government of Tangerang, because I heard in the Tangerang also there is a plan that is already written in the spatial plan for the reclamation, I think, on that area. So we can further synchronize that planning into the coastal reservoir planning, and hope, based on our calculation, the water available will be also to serve the Tangerang areas. And the second question about the apa Pak Robert? The second question.
Okay, the second question is about the quality of water flowing into the estuary.
In Indonesia, sometimes even for the flood, because Pak Sitaram already mentioned about we only mostly utilize the flood water, and basically flood water in Indonesia sometimes, most of the time, also bring a lot of debris in terms of the sediment and some plants or also some solid waste. So of course, that will be taking account as the design that several flow scenario will be taking account into the design. And I'm also agree support the idea from Professor Lee that of course the total water quality management from the source is not means to be stopped. That program need to be continuous. Of course, we know that to finish our job in the mainland to have better water quality, it takes years. Based on our calculation, maybe in the same time like we built the coastal reservoir, maybe take 20 years to overhaul all our wastewater management. So basically, we run in a parallel process, but we taking account the design, and in the current design of the pre-basic concept of the coastal reservoir in Salne River, we also put the space to have for instance, the truss rack, and then the pre-treatment before the water enter the coastal reservoir. And the rest of we not close the river actually. So we adopt the coastal reservoir generation 2, second generation in the design. So the river still can flow freely to the sea. So that will also reduce the 24-hour pumping or operational and maintenance. So that's what I can talk in this very short time. Thank you, Pak Robert.
Thank you, Pak Abdul. So, ladies and gentlemen, the audience, we have heard all the lecture, the sharing from the speakers for this first session. If there is still questions not quite being answered yet, we'll keep it and we'll give to the right speakers, and we'll ask if you don't mind the speakers to give the written answer for the questions. So because our time is already up. So ladies and gentlemen, first we would like to thank the speakers by can you maybe clap your hands from your computer and I thank Professor Sitaram for your generosity, your time, and Professor Lee also, Professor Lee, for your tribute to this occasion. What you have shared with us is encouraging. The city of Hong Kong has been doing really intensive research and development in really making efficient use and optimal use of the water resources that you have to not only for the population but also for the industry and commercial activities that the city is embracing. So with that, again, appreciate Pak Abdul also for your time to organize this event. And I hope that the second session, the third session, and the fourth session tomorrow will be also as successful as this one. And for the audience, I would let the audience know that we'll start the second session at 1:30 p.m. And let me close it with this. There are many quotes encouraging and really motivating quotes related to water. The first one, water is the driving force of all nature. That's for Leonardo da Vinci. And thousands have lived without love, but not one without water. That's from Mr. Alden. And last but not least, this is the last quote is, anyone who can solve the problem of water will be worthy of 2 Nobel Prizes, one for peace and one for science. That's stated by John F. Kennedy. So thank you, all the speakers. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, all the audience.
Thank you.
And we'll meet again for the second session with the speakers from Indonesia and from with Mr. Roger Falconer, from the IACRR. He was the past president also of IACRR, I guess. Thank you. So now I give time back to the MC, Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to all speakers, responders, and moderators for the incredible discussion. It certainly deserves a round of applause. I'm happy to inform you that more than 600 people joining us on the last discussion from Zoom and also from YouTube. Hope the last discussion can inspire us and open our knowledge and perspective about Coastal Reservoir. I will remind you at 13:30 Jakarta time, we will have a second session talking about Coastal Reservoir development, management, and operation. But until then, hope you have a pleasant lunch. Thank you for your time, and until we meet again. Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you. So I'll leave the meeting now. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Professor Lee. Thank you, Professor Sitaram.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Professor Indratmo. See you later.
Bye. See you later. Bye-bye. I'll leave now. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, bye-bye.
berjalan, tunggulah aku dengan tujuan. Kau membawaku terbang di angkasa, melihat cahaya bersama. Kau mengajakku untuk terus berpacu, mengejar mimpi, mimpi yang kita tuju.
Sejak negara berdiri, Insinyur Indonesia lah yang ambil bagian sebagai pendiri bangsa, menjalin menjadi bangsa yang satu dan tak terpisahkan.
Kau membawaku terbang di angkasa, melihat cahaya bersama. Kau mengajakku untuk terus berpacu, mengejar mimpi-mimpi yang kita tuju.
Menjadi bangsa yang kuat, bermartabat, dan mandiri. Membentang asa bagi tunas-tunas bangsa.
Mengalir, hidupkan, ciptakan senyuman, kedamaian untuk semua manusia.
Menghantarkan mereka meraih puncak prestasi tertinggi. Meruntuhkan belenggu, menjadikan anak bangsa mampu menaklukkan dunia.
Kau mengajakku untuk terus berpacu, mengejar mimpi-mimpi yang kita tuju.
Menciptakan kehidupan yang layak.
Mimpi yang kita tuju.
dan mewarnai dunia dengan tawa.
Insinyur Indonesia menghubungkan ribuan pulau, menyatukan negeri, menerangi pertiwi, mencerdaskan bangsa, menciptakan pekerjaan, mensejahterakan rakyat, dan membuka cakrawala dunia guna memajukan peradaban.
Saya bangga jadi insinyur.
Saya Erlangga Hartarto, saya insinyur mesin. Saya Koyub Chandra Negara, saya insinyur kimia.
Saya Burzal Bakri, insinyur elektro.
Saya Pandri Prabono, saya insinyur mesin.
Saya Arifin Panigoro, saya insinyur elektroteknik.
Saya Hermanto Dardan, saya insinyur sipil.
Saya Bobi Gafur Umar, saya insinyur elektro.
Saya Muhammad Saididu, saya insinyur industri pertanian.
Insinyur Indonesia, ujung tombak kemajuan bangsa.
Mengejar mimpi-mimpi yang kita tuju.
Indonesia. As a country located in the equator, Indonesia has a high rainfall between 2,000 to 3,000 millimeters per year. In terms of water availability of 3.9 billion meter cubic per year, Indonesia is the fifth largest in the world. Although Indonesia is a water-rich country, there are still fundamental problems in its utilization. First, there are seasonal variations and spatial imbalances in water availability. During the rainy season, several parts of Indonesia experience an extraordinary abundance of water, which causes flooding and other damages. On the other hand, during the dry season in several areas, Indonesia experiences water shortages and drought. The second fundamental problem is the limited amount of water that can be used and consumed. While the growing population of Indonesia causes the need for raw water to increase drastically, the total population in Indonesia is estimated to exceed 280 million people by 2020. About 60% of the population lives on Java and Bali Islands. Pressure due to the number and level of population density greatly affects land use and even causes land transformation. The large amount of land that functions as water storage has been converted into residential estates, industrial or commercial areas, resulting in a decreased water storage capacity. World Bank in its report on Indonesia in the Path to Water Security noted that with current reservoir storage capacity, impacts of water shortages on GDP losses in range from 0.59 to 2.5% in 2045 in the wet and dry futures respectively. It recommends Indonesia to increase its water storage capacity with additional 50 billion meter cubic by 2030. However, it would not be easy to find big and suitable location inland for new reservoirs, especially in Java Island. Given that, Bappenas is proposing to explore the potential for developing a coastal reservoir on the coast, especially in the north of Java. Coastal reservoirs have been developed in various parts of the world. In China, Netherlands, Singapore, and Indonesia. In order to encourage the provision of water storage on the coast as well as sharing knowledge and experiences related to the potential and challenges in the development and construction of coastal reservoir, Bappenas, IACRR, and PII hold this international workshop on Coastal Reservoir.
Selamat datang Bapak Ibu peserta rapat yang kami hormati. Kami dari tim penerjemah ingin memberikan instruksi penggunaan fitur penerjemahan pada Zoom atau fitur interpretation yang akan disampaikan dalam dua bahasa, bahasa Indonesia dan bahasa Inggris. Welcome ladies and gentlemen, we're from the interpreter team. We'd like to announce that the Zoom interpretation feature instruction will be delivered in two languages, Indonesian and English. Saat ini, kami sudah mengaktifkan fitur interpretation yang tersedia pada aplikasi Zoom. Jika menu interpretation tidak tersedia, itu artinya Bapak Ibu belum menginstal aplikasi Zoom. Untuk itu, silakan Bapak Ibu menginstal dan mengaktifkan aplikasi Zoom terlebih dahulu. The host has activated the interpretation feature. If you can't see the button, it means you are accepting Zoom through web and you haven't installed the Zoom application. Please install Zoom to use this feature. Agar meeting hari ini dapat berjalan dengan lancar, mohon Bapak Ibu bersedia menonaktifkan mic atau mengklik tombol mute apabila tidak sedang berbicara. Bapak Ibu dipersilahkan mengaktifkan fitur interpretation sekarang. Untuk berbicara dan mendengar dalam bahasa Indonesia, silakan pilih Japanese. Untuk mendengar dan berbicara dalam bahasa Inggris, silakan pilih English. A few quick tips to help today's meeting run smoothly. Please mute when you are not speaking and click on interpretation to hear the real-time language interpretation. For English, please select English. For Indonesian, please select Japanese. Mohon dipastikan bahwa Bapak Ibu sudah memilih salah satu bahasa yang akan digunakan. Karena jika Bapak Ibu tidak memilih, maka suara Bapak Ibu akan mengganggu pembicara dan proses penerjemahan. Terima kasih atas perhatian dan kerjasama. Please make sure that you have selected the correct language for not making any noises for both speakers and interpreters. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Saat waktu berjalan, tunggulah aku dengan tujuan. Kau membawaku terbang di angkasa, melihat cahaya bersama. Kau mengajakku untuk terus berpacu, mengejar mimpi yang kita tuju.
Sejak negara berdiri, Insinyur Indonesia lah yang ambil bagian sebagai pendiri bangsa, menjalin menjadi bangsa yang satu dan tak terpisahkan.
Kau membawaku terbang di angkasa, melihat cahaya bersama. Kau mengajakku untuk terus berpacu, mengejar mimpi-mimpi yang kita tuju.
Menjadi bangsa yang kuat, bermartabat, dan mandiri. Membentang asa bagi tunas-tunas bangsa.
Mengalir, hidupkan, ciptakan, senyum.
menghantarkan mereka meraih puncak prestasi tertinggi, meruntuhkan belenggu, menjadikan anak bangsa mampu menaklukkan dunia.
Kau mengajakku untuk terus berpacu, mengejar mimpi-mimpi yang kita tuju.
Menciptakan kehidupan yang layak
Mimpi yang kita tuju,
dan mewarnai dunia dengan tawa.
mengali, hidupkan, ciptakan, senyum.
Insinyur Indonesia menghubungkan ribuan pulau, menyatukan negeri, menerangi pertiwi, mencerdaskan bangsa, menciptakan pekerjaan, mensejahterakan rakyat, dan membuka cakrawala dunia guna memajukan peradaban.
Manusia aku kini hingga nanti untuk kita semua. Kau dan aku kini hingga.
Saya bangga jadi insinyur.
Saya Erlangga Hartarto, saya insinyur mesin. Saya Koyum Chandra Negara, saya insinyur kimia.
Saya Burzal Bakri, insinyur elektro.
Saya Pandri Prabono, saya insinyur mesin.
Saya Arifin Panigoro, saya insinyur elektroteknik. Saya Hermanto Dardan, saya insinyur sipil.
Saya Bobi Gafur Umar, saya insinyur elektro.
Saya Muhammad Saididu, saya insinyur industri pertanian.
Insinyur Indonesia, ujung tombak kemajuan bangsa.
Mengejar mimpi-mimpi yang kita tuju.
Indonesia. As a country located in the equator, Indonesia has a high rainfall between 2,000 to 3,000 millimeters per year. In terms of water availability of 3.9 billion meter cubic per year, Indonesia is the fifth largest in the world. Although Indonesia is a water-rich country, there are still fundamental problems in its utilization. First, there are seasonal variations and spatial imbalances in water availability. During the rainy season, several parts of Indonesia experience an extraordinary abundance of water, which causes flooding and other damages. On the other hand, during the dry season in several areas, Indonesia experiences water shortages and drought. The second fundamental problem is the limited amount of water that can be used and consumed. While the growing population of Indonesia causes the need for raw water to increase drastically, the total population in Indonesia is estimated to exceed 280 million people by 2020. About 60% of the population lives on Java and Bali Islands. Pressure due to the number and level of population density greatly affects land use and even causes land transformation. The large amount of land that functions as water storage has been converted into residential estates, industrial or commercial areas, resulting in a decreased water storage capacity. World Bank in its report on Indonesia in the Path to Water Security noted that with current reservoir storage capacity, impacts of water shortages on GDP losses in range from 0.59 to 2.5% in 2045 and the wet and dry futures respectively. It recommends Indonesia to increase its water storage capacity with additional 50 billion meter cubic by 2030. However, it would not be easy to find big and suitable location inland for new reservoirs, especially in Java Island. Given that, Bappenas is proposing to explore the potential for developing a coastal reservoir on the coast, especially in the north of Java. Coastal reservoirs have been developed in various parts of the world. In China, Netherlands, Singapore, and Indonesia. In order to encourage the provision of water storage on the coast as well as sharing knowledge and experiences related to the potential and challenges in the development and construction of coastal reservoir, Bappenas, IACRR, and PII hold this international workshop on coastal reservoir.
Selamat datang Bapak Ibu peserta rapat yang kami hormati. Kami dari tim penerjemah ingin memberikan instruksi penggunaan fitur penerjemahan pada Zoom atau fitur interpretation yang akan disampaikan dalam dua bahasa, bahasa Indonesia dan bahasa Inggris. Welcome ladies and gentlemen, we're from the interpreter team. We'd like to announce that the Zoom interpretation feature instruction will be delivered in two languages, Indonesian and English. Saat ini, kami sudah mengaktifkan fitur interpretation yang tersedia pada aplikasi Zoom. Jika menu interpretation tidak tersedia, itu artinya Bapak Ibu belum menginstal aplikasi Zoom. Untuk itu, silakan Bapak Ibu menginstal dan mengaktifkan aplikasi Zoom terlebih dahulu. The host has activated the interpretation feature. If you can't see the button, it means you are accepting Zoom through web and you haven't installed the Zoom application. Please install Zoom to use this feature. Agar meeting hari ini dapat berjalan dengan lancar, mohon Bapak Ibu bersedia menonaktifkan mic atau mengklik tombol mute apabila tidak sedang berbicara. Bapak Ibu dipersilahkan mengaktifkan fitur interpretation sekarang. Untuk berbicara dan mendengar dalam bahasa Indonesia, silakan pilih Japanese. Untuk mendengar dan berbicara dalam bahasa Inggris, silakan pilih English. A few quick tips to help today's meeting run smoothly. Please mute when you are not speaking and click on interpretation to hear the real-time language interpretation. For English, please select English. For Indonesian, please select Japanese. Mohon dipastikan bahwa Bapak Ibu sudah memilih salah satu bahasa yang akan digunakan. Karena jika Bapak Ibu tidak memilih, maka suara Bapak Ibu akan mengganggu pembicara dan proses penerjemahan. Terima kasih atas perhatian dan kerjasama. Please make sure that you have selected the correct language for not making any noises for both speakers and interpreters. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Saat waktu berjalan, tumbuhlah aku dengan tujuan. Kau membawaku terbang di angkasa, melihat cahaya bersama. Kau mengajakku untuk terus berpacu, mengejar mimpi yang kita tuju.
Sejak negara berdiri, Insinyur Indonesia lah yang ambil bagian sebagai pendiri bangsa, menjalin menjadi bangsa yang satu dan tak terpisahkan.
Kau membawaku terbang di angkasa, melihat cahaya bersama. Kau mengajakku untuk terus berpacu, mengejar mimpi-mimpi yang kita tuju.
Menjadi bangsa yang kuat, bermartabat, dan mandiri. Membentang asa bagi tunas-tunas bangsa.
Mengalir, hidupkan, ciptakan senyuman, kedamaian untuk semua manusia.
Menghantarkan mereka meraih puncak prestasi tertinggi. Meruntuhkan belenggu, menjadikan anak bangsa mampu menaklukkan dunia.
Kau mengajakku untuk terus berpacu, mengejar mimpi-mimpi yang kita tuju.
Menciptakan kehidupan yang layak
Mimpi yang kita tuju.
dan mewarnai dunia dengan tawa.
Mengalir, hidupkan, ciptakan senyum.
Insinyur Indonesia menghubungkan ribuan pulau, menyatukan negeri, menerangi pertiwi, mencerdaskan bangsa, menciptakan pekerjaan, mensejahterakan rakyat, dan membuka cakrawala dunia guna memajukan peradaban.
Manusia dan aku kini hingga nanti untuk kita semua. Kau dan aku kini hingga.
Saya bangga jadi insinyur.
Saya Erlangga Hartarto, saya insinyur mesin. Saya Koyum Chandra Negara, saya insinyur kimia.
Saya Burzal Bakri, insinyur elektro.
Saya Pandri Prabono, saya insinyur mesin.
Saya Arifin Panigoro, saya insinyur elektroteknik. Saya Hermanto Dardan, saya insinyur sipil.
Saya Bobi Gafur Umar, saya insinyur elektro.
Saya Muhammad Saididu, saya insinyur industri pertanian.
Insinyur Indonesia, ujung tombak kemajuan bangsa.
Mengejar mimpi-mimpi yang kita tuju.
Indonesia. As a country located in the equator, Indonesia has a high rainfall between 2,000 to 3,000 millimeters per year. In terms of water availability of 3.9 billion meter cubic per year, Indonesia is the fifth largest in the world. Although Indonesia is a water-rich country, there are still fundamental problems in its utilization. First, there are seasonal variations and spatial imbalances in water availability. During the rainy season, several parts of Indonesia experience an extraordinary abundance of water, which causes flooding and other damages. On the other hand, during the dry season in several areas, Indonesia experiences water shortages and drought. The second fundamental problem is the limited amount of water that can be used and consumed. While the growing population of Indonesia causes the need for raw water to increase drastically, the total population in Indonesia is estimated to exceed 280 million people by 2020. About 60% of the population lives on Java and Bali Islands. Pressure due to the number and level of population density greatly affects land use and even causes land transformation. The large amount of land that functions as water storage has been converted into residential estates, industrial or commercial areas, resulting in a decreased water storage capacity. World Bank in its report on Indonesia in the Path to Water Security noted that with current reservoir storage capacity, impacts of water shortages on GDP losses in range from 0.59 to 2.5% in 2045 and the wet and dry futures respectively. It recommends Indonesia to increase its water storage capacity with additional 50 billion meter cubic by 2030. However, it would not be easy to find big and suitable location inland for new reservoirs, especially in Java Island. Given that, Bappenas is proposing to explore the potential for developing a coastal reservoir on the coast, especially in the north of Java. Coastal reservoirs have been developed in various parts of the world. In China, Netherlands, Singapore, and Indonesia. In order to encourage the provision of water storage on the coast as well as sharing knowledge and experiences related to the potential and challenges in the development and construction of coastal reservoir, Bappenas, IACRR, and PPI hold this international workshop on coastal reservoir.
Selamat datang Bapak Ibu peserta rapat yang kami hormati. Kami dari tim penerjemah ingin memberikan instruksi penggunaan fitur penerjemahan pada Zoom atau fitur interpretation yang akan disampaikan dalam dua bahasa, bahasa Indonesia dan bahasa Inggris. Welcome ladies and gentlemen, we're from the interpreter team. We'd like to announce that the Zoom interpretation feature instruction will be delivered into languages, Indonesian and English. Saat ini, kami sudah mengaktifkan fitur interpretation yang tersedia pada aplikasi Zoom. Jika menu interpretation tidak tersedia, itu artinya Bapak Ibu belum menginstal aplikasi Zoom. Untuk itu, silakan Bapak Ibu menginstal dan mengaktifkan aplikasi Zoom terlebih dahulu. The host has activated the interpretation feature. If you can't see the button, it means you are accepting Zoom through web and you haven't installed the Zoom application. Please install Zoom to use this feature. Agar meeting hari ini dapat berjalan dengan lancar, mohon Bapak Ibu bersedia menonaktifkan mic atau mengklik tombol mute apabila tidak sedang berbicara. Bapak Ibu dipersilahkan mengaktifkan fitur interpretation sekarang. Untuk berbicara dan mendengar dalam bahasa Indonesia, silakan pilih Japanese. Untuk mendengar dan berbicara dalam bahasa Inggris, silakan pilih English. A few quick tips to help today's meeting run smoothly. Please mute when you are not speaking and click on interpretation to hear the real-time language interpretation. For English, please select English. For Indonesian, please select Japanese. Mohon dipastikan bahwa Bapak Ibu sudah memilih salah satu bahasa yang akan digunakan. Karena jika Bapak Ibu tidak memilih, maka suara Bapak Ibu akan mengganggu pembicara dan proses penerjemahan. Terima kasih atas perhatian dan kerjasama. Please make sure that you have selected the correct language for not making any noises for both speakers and interpreters. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Saat waktu berjalan, tumbuhlah aku dengan tujuan. Kau membawaku terbang di angkasa, melihat cahaya bersama. Kau mengajakku untuk terus berpacu, mengejar mimpi yang kita tuju.
Sejak negara berdiri, Insinyur Indonesia lah yang ambil bagian sebagai pendiri bangsa, menjalin menjadi bangsa yang satu dan tak terpisahkan.
Kau membawaku terbang di angkasa, melihat cahaya bersama. Kau mengajakku untuk terus berpacu, mengejar mimpi-mimpi yang kita tuju.
Menjadi bangsa yang kuat, bermartabat, dan mandiri. Membentang asa bagi tunas-tunas bangsa.
Mengalir, hidupkan, ciptakan senyuman, kedamaian untuk semua manusia.
Menghantarkan mereka meraih puncak prestasi tertinggi. Meruntuhkan belenggu, menjadikan anak bangsa mampu menaklukkan dunia.
Kau mengajakku untuk terus berpacu, mengejar mimpi-mimpi yang kita tuju.
Menciptakan kehidupan yang layak
Mimpi yang kita tuju.
dan mewarnai dunia dengan tawa.
Mengalir, hidupkan, ciptakan senyum.
Insinyur Indonesia menghubungkan ribuan pulau, menyatukan negeri, menerangi pertiwi, mencerdaskan bangsa, menciptakan pekerjaan, mensejahterakan rakyat, dan membuka cakrawala dunia guna memajukan peradaban.
Manusia dan aku kini hingga nanti untuk kita semua. Kau dan aku kini hingga.
Saya bangga jadi insinyur.
Saya Erlangga Hartarto, saya insinyur mesin. Saya Koyum Chandra Negara, saya insinyur kimia.
Saya Abu Rizal Bakri, insinyur elektro.
Saya Pandri Prabono, saya insinyur mesin.
Saya Arifin Panigoro, saya insinyur elektroteknik. Saya Hermanto Dardan, saya insinyur sipil.
Saya Bobi Gafur Umar, saya insinyur elektro.
Saya Muhammad Saididu, saya insinyur industri pertanian.
Insinyur Indonesia, ujung tombak kemajuan bangsa.
Mengejar mimpi-mimpi yang kita tuju.
Indonesia. As a country located in the equator, Indonesia has a high rainfall between 2,000 to 3,000 millimeters per year. In terms of water availability of 3.9 billion meter cubic per year, Indonesia is the fifth largest in the world. Although Indonesia is a water-rich country, there are still fundamental problems in its utilization. First, there are seasonal variations and spatial imbalances in water availability. During the rainy season, several parts of Indonesia experience an extraordinary abundance of water, which causes flooding and other damages. On the other hand, during the dry season in several areas, Indonesia experiences water shortages and drought. The second fundamental problem is the limited amount of water that can be used and consumed. While the growing population of Indonesia causes the need for raw water to increase drastically, the total population in Indonesia is estimated to exceed 280 million people by 2020. About 60% of the population lives on Java and Bali Islands. Pressure due to the number and level of population density greatly affects land use and even causes land transformation. The large amount of land that functions as water storage has been converted into residential estates, industrial or commercial areas, resulting in a decreased water storage capacity. World Bank in its report on Indonesia in the Path to Water Security noted that with current reservoir storage capacity, impacts of water shortages on GDP losses in range from 0.59 to 2.5% in 2045 in the wet and dry futures respectively. It recommends Indonesia to increase its water storage capacity with additional 50 billion meter cubic by 2030. However, it would not be easy to find big and suitable location inland for new reservoirs, especially in Java Island. Given that, Bappenas is proposing to explore the potential for developing a coastal reservoir on the coast, especially in the north of Java. Coastal reservoirs have been developed in various parts of the world. In China, Netherlands, Singapore, and Indonesia. In order to encourage the provision of water storage on the coast as well as sharing knowledge and experiences related to the potential and challenges in the development and construction of coastal reservoir, Bappenas, IACRR, and PII hold this international workshop on coastal reservoir.
Selamat datang Bapak Ibu peserta rapat yang kami hormati. Kami dari tim penerjemah ingin memberikan instruksi penggunaan fitur penerjemahan pada Zoom atau fitur interpretation yang akan disampaikan dalam dua bahasa, bahasa Indonesia dan bahasa Inggris. Welcome ladies and gentlemen, we're from the interpreter team. We'd like to announce that the Zoom interpretation feature instruction will be delivered into languages, Indonesian and English. Saat ini, kami sudah mengaktifkan fitur interpretation yang tersedia pada aplikasi Zoom. Jika menu interpretation tidak tersedia, itu artinya Bapak Ibu belum menginstal aplikasi Zoom. Untuk itu, silakan Bapak Ibu menginstal dan mengaktifkan aplikasi Zoom terlebih dahulu. The host has activated the interpretation feature. If you can't see the button, it means you are accepting Zoom through web and you haven't installed the Zoom application. Please install Zoom to use this feature. Agar meeting hari ini dapat berjalan dengan lancar, mohon Bapak Ibu bersedia menonaktifkan mic atau mengklik tombol mute apabila tidak sedang berbicara. Bapak Ibu dipersilahkan mengaktifkan fitur interpretation sekarang. Untuk berbicara dan mendengar dalam bahasa Indonesia, silakan pilih Japanese. Untuk mendengar dan berbicara dalam bahasa Inggris, silakan pilih English. A few quick tips to help today's meeting run smoothly. Please mute when you are not speaking and click on interpretation to hear the real-time language interpretation. For English, please select English. For Indonesian, please select Japanese. Mohon dipastikan bahwa Bapak Ibu sudah memilih salah satu bahasa yang akan digunakan. Karena jika Bapak Ibu tidak memilih, maka suara Bapak Ibu akan mengganggu pembicara dan proses penerjemahan. Terima kasih atas perhatian dan kerjasama. Please make sure that you have selected the correct language for not making any noises for both speakers and interpreters. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Saat waktu berjalan, tumbuhlah aku dengan tujuan terbang di angkasa, melihat cahaya bersama. Kau mengajakku untuk terus berpacu, mengejar mimpi, mimpi yang kita tuju.
Sejak negara berdiri, Insinyur Indonesia lah yang ambil bagian sebagai pendiri bangsa, menjalin menjadi bangsa yang satu dan tak terpisahkan.
Kau membawaku terbang di angkasa, melihat cahaya bersama. Kau mengajakku untuk terus berpacu, mengejar mimpi-mimpi yang kita tuju.
Menjadi bangsa yang kuat, bermartabat, dan mandiri. Membentang asa bagi tunas-tunas bangsa.
Mengalir, hidupkan, ciptakan senyuman, kedamaian untuk semua manusia.
Menghantarkan mereka meraih puncak prestasi tertinggi. Meruntuhkan belenggu, menjadikan anak bangsa mampu menaklukkan dunia.
Kau mengajakku untuk terus berpacu, mengejar mimpi-mimpi yang kita tuju.
Menciptakan kehidupan yang layak
Mimpi yang kita tuju.
dan mewarnai dunia dengan tawa.
Mengalir, hidupkan, ciptakan senyum.
Insinyur Indonesia menghubungkan ribuan pulau, menyatukan negeri, menerangi pertiwi, mencerdaskan bangsa, menciptakan pekerjaan, mensejahterakan rakyat, dan membuka cakrawala dunia guna memajukan peradaban.
Manusia dan aku kini hingga nanti untuk kita semua. Kau dan aku kini hingga.
Saya bangga jadi insinyur.
Saya Erlangga Hartarto, saya insinyur mesin. Saya Koyum Chandra Negara, saya insinyur kimia.
Saya Burzal Bakri, insinyur elektro.
Saya Pandri Prabono, saya insinyur mesin.
Saya Arifin Panigoro, saya insinyur elektroteknik. Saya Hermanto Dardan, saya insinyur sipil.
Saya Bobi Gafur Umar, saya insinyur elektro.
Saya Muhammad Saididu, saya insinyur industri pertanian.
Insinyur Indonesia, ujung tombak kemajuan bangsa.
Mengejar mimpi-mimpi yang kita tuju.
Indonesia. As a country located in the equator, Indonesia has a high rainfall between 2,000 to 3,000 millimeters per year. In terms of water availability of 3.9 billion meter cubic per year, Indonesia is the fifth largest in the world. Although Indonesia is a water-rich country, there are still fundamental problems in its utilization. First, there are seasonal variations and spatial imbalances in water availability. During the rainy season, several parts of Indonesia experience an extraordinary abundance of water, which causes flooding and other damages. On the other hand, during the dry season in several areas, Indonesia experiences water shortages and drought. The second fundamental problem is the limited amount of water that can be used and consumed. While the growing population of Indonesia causes the need for raw water to increase drastically, The total population in Indonesia is estimated to exceed 280 million people by 2020. About 60% of the population lives on Java and Bali Islands. Pressure due to the number and level of population density greatly affects land use and even causes land transformation. The large amount of land that functions as water storage has been converted into residential estates, industrial or commercial areas, resulting in a decreased water storage capacity. World Bank in its report on Indonesia in the Path to Water Security noted that with current reservoir storage capacity, impacts of water shortages on GDP losses in range from 0.59 to 2.5% in 2045 in the wet and dry futures respectively. It recommends Indonesia to increase its water storage capacity with additional 50 billion meter cubic by 2030. However, it would not be easy to find big and suitable location inland for new reservoirs, especially in Java Island. Given that, Bappenas is proposing to explore the potential for developing a coastal reservoir on the coast, especially in the north of Java. Coastal reservoirs have been developed in various parts of the world. In China, Netherlands, Singapore, and Indonesia. In order to encourage the provision of water storage on the coast as well as sharing knowledge and experiences related to the potential and challenges in the development and construction of coastal reservoir, Bappenas, IACRR, and PII hold this international workshop on coastal reservoir.
Selamat datang Bapak Ibu peserta rapat yang kami hormati. Kami dari tim penerjemah ingin memberikan instruksi penggunaan fitur penerjemahan pada Zoom atau fitur interpretation yang akan disampaikan dalam dua bahasa, bahasa Indonesia dan bahasa Inggris. Welcome ladies and gentlemen, we're from the interpreter team. We'd like to announce that the Zoom interpretation feature instruction will be delivered in two languages, Indonesian and English. Saat ini, kami sudah mengaktifkan fitur interpretation yang tersedia pada aplikasi Zoom. Jika menu interpretation tidak tersedia, itu artinya Bapak Ibu belum menginstal aplikasi Zoom. Untuk itu, silakan Bapak Ibu menginstal dan mengaktifkan aplikasi Zoom terlebih dahulu. The host has activated the interpretation feature. If you can't see the button, it means you are accepting Zoom through web and you haven't installed the Zoom application. Please install Zoom to use this feature. Agar meeting hari ini dapat berjalan dengan lancar, mohon Bapak Ibu bersedia menonaktifkan mic atau mengklik tombol mute apabila tidak sedang berbicara. Bapak Ibu dipersilahkan mengaktifkan fitur interpretation sekarang. Untuk berbicara dan mendengar dalam bahasa Indonesia, silakan pilih Japanese. Untuk mendengar dan berbicara dalam bahasa Inggris, silakan pilih English. A few quick tips to help today's meeting run smoothly. Please mute when you are not speaking and click on interpretation to hear the real-time language interpretation. For English, please select English. For Indonesian, please select Japanese. Mohon dipastikan bahwa Bapak Ibu sudah memilih salah satu bahasa yang akan digunakan. Karena jika Bapak Ibu tidak memilih, maka suara Bapak Ibu akan mengganggu pembicara dan proses penerjemahan. Terima kasih atas perhatian dan kerjasama. Please make sure that you have selected the correct language for not making any noises for both speakers and interpreters. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Selamat siang Pak Ganda.
Selamat siang, gimana? Apa
Baik,
kabar?
baik. Sehat-sehat.
Sehat, apa kabar Pak?
Ya, baik, baik.
Pak Ganda, selamat siang.
Oh, ini nanti Pak Hajat, Pak Mariati, dan Pak Haikal. Oh, Pak Haikal anunya ya.
Ya, Pak Nur.
Ya.
Apa kabar? Mute ya. Kita mute.
Pak Nur ada di mana? Di Jogja?
Di Jogja, Pak. Di Jogja. Di Jogja.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the International Workshop on Coastal Reservoir. I hope you're ready for a more exciting discussions. A bit recap from last sessions, we have discussed a variety of topics ranging from water resource management policies, ecological civilization, and coastal reservoir in earthquake-prone area. So there are more topics that we will discuss. In the second session today, we will discuss more in coastal reservoir development, management, and operation. Our moderator in this session is Mr. Laksana Ganda Atmaja Abednego. Mr. Insinyur Laksana Ganda Atmaja Abednego, Master of Engineering, DH Engineering, is a senior expert in civil engineering for North Java Integrated Coastal Development Bappenas. There were so many projects assigned to him, such as pre-feasibility study of brown coal handling operation, harbor and terminal infrastructure for brown coal mining industry development in Meybrat, technical assistance for public-private provision partnership in infrastructure. He also had become counterpart team leader at National Capital Integrated Coastal Development NCICD. He was Director of Marketing and Business Development at LAPI, Bandung Institute of Technology, and also lecturer at Civil Engineering at Bandung Institute of Technology. Please welcome Mr. Laksana Ganda Atmaja Abednego.
Thank you, Pak Haikal, as a master of ceremony. Good afternoon, distinguished speakers, responder, and distinguished guests or participants. We will continue our second session of our international workshop on coastal reservoir for water supply, coastal security, and sustainability. In this session, we will have 3 speakers or presenters. And for the responder, we will have Professor Nur Yuwono from Faculty of Engineering, Gajah Mada University, Jakarta. Before we start, I will read the CV or curriculum vitae of Professor Yuwono as follows. Professor Nur Yuwono is a lecturer in Department of Civil Engineering and Environmental Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, Gajah Mada University, Indonesia, of course. As a professor, Pak Nur Yuwono has already attended and also contribute joining seminars. Some of the papers that he already contributes, such as simulation of scoring due to tsunami at downstream of a seawall. It has been already put in e-proceeding of the 38th IACRR World Congress. And then analytical study of shoreline change with growing coastal protection structure at North Java Beach. Another one, the effect large debris damming on shore behind the seawall due to tsunami. It already put in the proceeding of the 22nd IACRR APD Congress. Of course, as a professor, his research interests in the field of coastal and harbor engineering, civil and environmental engineering, and coastal protection. Some publication has been also presented by Professor Nur Yuwono, such as with transformation through curtain wall pile breakwater, CPB, International Journal of Civil Engineering and Technology. Minimum jet velocity for unbounded domain fluidization as a new dredging method. It already put in Engineering Journal. The implementation of combined roughness and reflected model, CRRM, tsunami run-up simulation through coastal vegetation is also put in Journal of Civil Engineering. Simulation of angular flow in shallow basin triggered by a rotation vertical cylinder by SPH method. It also put in Journal of Applied Mechanics and Materials. And then the last one, comparison of method for simulating tsunami run-up through coastal forest, Journal of Tsunami Society International. That's a short brief of Professor Nur Yuwono. Now, we will start our workshop by inviting our first speaker or presenter in this session, Mr. Hajat Widabdo SHUT, MM. And before he gives his presentation, I will read a short curriculum vitae of Mr. Hajat as follows. Mr. Hajat Widabdo SHUT, MM now is as a Rome water manager at the Facility and Environment Business Enterprise, Batam Free Trade Zone Authority. Some of professional career have been achieved by him, such as Development Manager and Development Director of PT Surya Dumai Group, Head of Urban Landscape Management, Head of Reservoir Management, Government Employee at BP Batam, Forestry and Environment Practitioner, that is some of professional career, and then some of project assignment have also been carried out by him as follows: handling forest development, urban landscaping management, catchment area protection, dam operational and maintenance. Now, I welcome or invite Mr. Hajat Widabdo to give his presentation for maximum 45 minutes. Please, Pak Hajat Widabdo. Time is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Pak Ganda. And for this occasion, I like to thank you very much for this occasion to present the Coastal Reservoir Management, Coastal Reservoir Management, and in the three of our reservoir, coastal reservoir, the first is Duri Angkang, and the second Sei Tembesi, and the third in the Rempang Coastal Reservoir. The topic is challenges in the development of the coastal reservoir in Batam, Duri Angkang Reservoir, Sei Tembesi Reservoir, and Rempang Reservoir. My name is Hajat Widagdo from Batam Free Trade Zone Authority, Indonesia. As we know, Indonesia is one of the Lago country, and we have so many islands. We have more than 17 million islands, and Batam is one of the small island, and located very strategic near the Singapore in the mine shipping route, and we have more than 60,000 ships cross Malacca Strait. And in the ASEAN, we have 640 population, and Batam, we have a width area about 415 square kilometer, and Barelang, Batam, Rempang, and Galang, about 715 square kilometer. We have Batam Master Plan that review every 5 years. We have started from 1972, and now in a President Decree number 87 year 2011 about Batam, Bintan, and Karimun spatial planning. For supporting the industrial area, we have a few infrastructure like Hang Nadim International Airport, Batam, electrical power supply, expansion of BP Batam Hospital, 5 passenger international ferry terminal, and 4 cargo port, road infrastructure, and Barelang Bridge. We have 6 bridges connecting Batam, Rempang, and Galang. We have the IT center, disaster recovery center, internet and communication, and then we have 7 operated and 2 development progress water reservoir, and 2 development progress water reservoir in 2020 we have started to utilize. We have 24 industrial estates surround Batam Island and need the availability of water and quality of water. And as we know, Batam have the industrial, not like the industrial using a lot of water, but water in the Batam Island. So we have a population about 1.3 million from the industrial estate and the population in Batam. That in Batam we have the growth of the population about 8%. This is and this Rempang Island, Galang Island, and Galang Baru. The freshwater sub Batam, we have no river, and we only use from the rain harvesting to 7 reservoir in Batam Island. and one reservoir, Rempang Island, and one reservoir in Pulau Galang. In this occasion, I will present the type is a coastal reservoir. The first is Riangkang Reservoir, the volume 101 liter per second. Seitem Coastal Reservoir, the volume is 56,000.8 million meter cubic, then capacity is 600 liter per second. And the last, Sei Rempang Reservoir, the volume 4.5 million meter cubic, capacity 232 liter per second. And now the total capacity of water treatment plant is about 3,850 liter. 3,000. So we're talking about two coastal reservoir in Pulau in Batam Island and one in Rempang Island. Development of coastal dam Duriangkang stages: pilot dike, dam complementary building, nation, cut-off wall, and instrumentation installment. The community resettlement from the catchment and reservoir area is very important to make sure about the source of water, the quality of water, and how the water from catchment area flow to the storage of the reservoir, because we have no river, so we only utilize from the rain harvester. Next, we make, after community resettlement, we make the pilot dike development platform with sand and earth fill until height of +4 mean sea level. We make the principle of soil displacement that have the different specific gravity from sand to the mud. And next, we make a dam complementary building like a permanent bottom outlet, intake tower, and spillway. And we reduce the salt content in the water, because before this we use as the fresh water. This is the seawater. The diameter about 800 millimeter, and we use this for desalination process. Next, we make cut-off wall. We installing diaphragma wall with cement bentonite slurry that we make it cut-off wall face to the reservoir area. And then instrumentation installment, we installing the piezometer, inclinometer, surface movement point, phenol ejector. And we plan this with the grass and install the riprap. And then we plan the mangrove vegetation for protecting the body of them from the seawater abrasion. Now we look to Duriangkang Dam. This is the body of Duriangkang Dam. This length about 952 meter, and we look this the one is the position of the outlet tower. This is a position for intake tower, and around this one, this location, water treatment plant for production water from the coastal reservoir Duriangkang. Look, this is the side, the reservoir facing to the sea, And here the seaside facing from the position of the reservoir. Here follow the catchment area location of Duri Angkang Coastal Reservoir, and this is the technical specification. We have the reservoir area about 2,462 in 2011. The type of dam is earthfill dam. Next, Sei Tembesi Dam. Here the body of the dam from the Sei Tembesi Coastal Reservoir. This is the reservoir side, and this is the seaside. The reservoir facing the sea, and we look in this location. This is the small island we call Dongkol, and in the seaside we have the mangrove area, and then we start to plan to protect from the abrasion. Here we look the intake tower. This is the floodgate, and this is the spillway area. In the reservoir, the Tembesi Reservoir have the storage, the volume about 56.8 million meter cubic, and in the 7.5 elevation mean sea level. This is catchment area, and here the following the technical specification of the earthfill dam Sei Tembesi Coastal Reservoir. Next, Rempang Dam. Rempang Dam, we look here. This is the reservoir side, and this is the seaside. We look so many mangrove vegetation here, and this is the intake tower and the floodgate. This is the outlet tower, and this position of the spillway. We have the length of them about 580 meters, and the design capacity of the coastal reservoir Tembesi about 232 liter per second. And we have the volume of the storage from the reservoir about 4.5 million cubic meter. Here the following catchment area of the coastal reservoir. This is the coastal side, and the top is the facing to the sea. Then here the following technical specification. The occupation of the reservoir boundary is the one of the threat to the sustainability the coastal reservoir, because if we have the occupation like this, the reservoir will pollute it with so many pollutant, and then as well as the erosion and sedimentation here. And we look the blooming of the hygiene, we call in Indonesia eceng gondok, can make the sedimentation and the limitation to the storage. Location, the protecting forests make the threat to the sustainability of the coastal reservoir, because they make the illegal cut and fill. So we make law enforcement to overcome it and make the ecosystem is good enough to the reservoir. Another, in the dry season and the El Nino situation, we always have the situation of the fire land in catchment area, such as Duri Angkang, one of our coastal reservoir. So we should protect from this fire land. So we make protected, and we have a plan to protect the vegetation and the security of the catchment area. Management and security catchment area in Duri Angkang Reservoir, we use the reservoir security zonation. We have 3 areas. The first, the core area, the second is buffer area, and the third, the transition area. In the core area, this is all of the storage of the reservoir, and buffer zone or buffer area is about 500 meters from the edge of the reservoir, boundary to the reservoir. And then the transition is the area, that boundary from all the zone or buffer area. In this approach, we not to maintain only a part of the situation, but we manage and we try to make security action in the one area. Batam implements smart water management initiative, and this is very depend to the source of water, that we know the concept of integrated water resources management. So we need to make one policy and one management to handle and to maintain all reservoir to availability of water in Batam. Supply and demand by 2045 in Batam is reached to 7,000 liters per second, and of course, our coastal reservoir should be maintained to availability of water, and we make another source from maybe another island to availability of water until 2045. We use Batam Integrated Total Water Management, NADER, to availability of water. We make stormwater and water from reservoir, desalination plant, and recycle wastewater. And this integration for the security or the resilience of the water in Batam. We don't want the water shortage, and we hope we protect our condition of water from the crisis and save the water and save the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Hajat Widakdo, for your presentation. So it only takes about 20 minutes. It's okay. So now I invite Pak Professor Nuryono to give a response by commenting or make a conclusion or give some special remark on Pak Hajat Widakdo presentation. So Pak Nuryono, please, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Moderator. Yang terhormat Pak Ganda, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon dan selamat siang. Thanks very much for the given to me to make a response to the first presentation given by Mr. Hajat Widakdo. In this opportunity, I will give a short presentation on basic concept how to manage water resources for the coastal area. This presentation is really intended to support the development of coastal reservoir in Indonesia and to make advice and notice if we want to build a reservoir in the coastal area. So, wait a minute. Lesson learned from coastal reservoir in Batam has already been discussed in detail by Mr. Hajat Widagdo. In this opportunity, I will try to say thank you very much for the presentation. Those material above will give us insight how the coastal reservoir at Batam. Wait a minute, this I want to try to place. Yeah. At Batam and surrounding area is built and give benefit to people and industry activities there. The way how to maintain and operate the coastal reservoir has been done in right away. So I hope the coastal reservoir can sustain forever. I will not give a comment on it in detail, but in this opportunity, I will try to present a basic concept how to manage water resources for the benefit of coastal area. This concept is really supporting the development of the coastal reservoir. And this concept, I want to try to use to make a comment on the coastal reservoir at Batam area. What is the main issues related to the water resources in the coastal area? First, here, shortage of clean water or drinking water. Second, flooding and inundation at the low area. Third, land subsidence. Fourth, sea level rise. Fifth, pollution in the coastal water. Then how to combat that issue, really? At this moment, I want to suggest how to manage the resources or water resources as follows. We have to think that the water itself is really a valuable material. Rainwater is relatively clean water and is needed by human beings. Rainwater should be managed as a valuable material, not as a water, not as a wastewater. If possible, the rainwater should be stored at a large dam, so it makes possible the water to be transferred from the rainy season to the dry season. Then the last year, if there is not enough space at the land area, the water can be stored at the estuary or at the coastal water in order to save fresh water. In other words, we can say that runoff should be minimizing. Rainwater utilization should be optimizing. Rainwater surplus should be transferring from rainy season to dry season. Fresh water should be handled or controlled as long as possible in the land area by means constructing dam, reservoir, weir for irrigation, biopori, reforestation, and including coastal reservoir. Drainage system should be environmentally friendly. Capacity of the drainage system should be capable to convey runoff directly to the sea. If possible, gravitationally, it's not by pumping. Now we want to try to look the possibility to build coastal reservoir in Indonesia. And now, especially at Batam, already has been built there. At the small island, like Batam, is usually shortage of fresh water, especially during dry season. It's just discussed by the previous speaker. This condition due to a limited catchment area and there is no space to store fresh water in the land. To combat this condition, ideally, it should be provided a reservoir, but the reservoir cannot be built at the land area because there is no space for it. To make solution from this problem, it is suggested to build a reservoir at the coastal area or estuary instead of inland side. For example, it's just mentioned here, Batam, Rempang, Bali, and so on. Then, for example, another example in Jakarta, I think, there is a Pantai Indah Kapuk. This is the example of polder system at the Pantai Indah Kapuk. Some pond here, there is pond here, there is pond, some pond here, and channel has been built to control the excess water in the housing complex. This is as a drainage system or flood control. Now we want to try to discuss lesson learned from Batam area. Duri Anggang Reservoir is a good example of coastal reservoir at Batam. Land use of Duri Anggang catchment area can be controlled effectively because there is a clean boundary like this. There is a very clear, very clear boundary here. Also, there is a land use somewhere here. More or less can be controlled by the government here. The development of the area for another uses can be put outside this catchment area. Quality of fresh water flowing to the Duri Anggang Reservoir is quite good because can be controlled in this area. There is no pollution from other area. So this is a quite good example. Now we want to try to analyze the Duri Anggang Reservoir by this pattern. So I want to try to discuss the coastal reservoir by this pattern. The simple pattern, like objective, should be clear and manageable. So we look at the Duri Anggang Reservoir. The Duri Anggang Reservoir has clear objective, that is to provide raw water for Batam area. So it's clear, not for flood control and so on. Then environmental cost. This is special for Duri Anggang. Environmental cost here, the condition of the catchment area in the Duri Anggang is quite nice. So of course, the water from river from catchment area, the quality is good. So there is no problem at all. Social cost, in the catchment area there is no village or kampung, so there is no problem there. Operation and maintenance, it's okay because there is no garbage, sedimentation, and so on. So this is good example. Closure of sea dike, there is no problem because the dike itself is constructed at the shallow water, very shallow water, I think. So there is no problem. Then now lesson learned from Rempang. Rempang Coastal Reservoir is quite different with Duri Anggang. There is a village area, housing areas along the surrounding the reservoir. Also Enceng Gondok here. So the quality of fresh water flowing to the Rempang Reservoir, of course, the quality is not so good. It's polluted from the housing area. Then now we want to try to analyze the condition of the Rempang. The Rempang Reservoir is also have a clear and manageable objective really. So that is okay. But the environmental condition is not as good as Duri Anggang Reservoir. There is a village, there is Enceng Gondok, and many things inside in the catchment area. So of course the quality of water flowing to the reservoir is not as good as Duri Anggang Reservoir. Social cost is also not as good as Duri Anggang because there is a village in the catchment area. The operation and maintenance cost here, of course, higher than Duri Anggang Reservoir because in Duri Anggang there is no problem. Here there is Enceng Gondok, there is what we call kampung, then erosion is just mentioned, there is a erosion. So there is not okay really. Closure on the sea dike, really is no problem because the dike itself is built in the very shallow water. It's no problem. So I can say that the coastal reservoir at the Batam area have a good chance to be developed in the future. So it's no problem at all in Batam. Thank you very much, Pak Gada.
Thank you, Pak Professor Yuwono. Nur Yuwono. Professor Yuwono just finished with his comment on the presentation of Pak Hajat Widagdo. He started by introducing how do we or what is the stage or sequence to develop a coastal reservoir based on his experience and also based on his opinions. It can be said that Batam, because of the development of coastal reservoir has been already really established, and then also according to the to Pak Professor Nur Yuwono, it's really no problem at all and already in the right way. And all of these sequence already follow some procedure which really accepted from the technical point of view, environmental point of view, and also from the social condition point of view, and also providing water supply point of view. Because we know that Batam, according to Pak Widagdo, there is no river optimized or utilized to provide for water supply. That's why the development or the construction of Duri Angkang and then Rempang and also what is the other one, Tembesi, that one really helps for Balerang, Batam, Rempang, and Galang to provide their needs of water supply. So I may say that all of the requirement, how do we to develop coastal reservoir in Indonesia, especially in Batam, which has been already started since 1995, and if I'm not wrong, Duri Angkang. So we as Indonesian very sure that the development of coastal reservoir in Indonesia has been already initiated first in Batam area. Okay, I will let all the participants, if you have some questions related with the presentation given by Pak Hajat Widagdo, please write it down and then submit to the committee. So we will will answer through Pak Hajat later on in the session of question and answer. Okay, so thank you very much, Pak Hajat, Pak Nur Yuwono, for your presentation, also for your comment related with Batam, which has been already given by Pak Hajat Widagdo. Distinguished guests, now I will continue with the second presentation, which will be given by our colleague, Mr. Maryadi Utama, ST, MSc. And before he gave his presentation, I will read also his short CV of Mr. Maria Utama as follows. Mr. Maryadi Utama, ST, MSc, now is the head of Bali Penida River Basin or BWS Bali Penida, Directorate General of Water Resources, Ministry of Public Works and Public Housing of Republic of Indonesia. Some of professional career and position histories have been achieved by Pak Maryadi Utama, such as Head of SNVT for Implementation of Water Utilization Networks, BBWS Pemali Juana, 2013-2014. Head of Section for Irrigation and Swamp Implementation Control, Water Utilization Networks, Implementation Division, BBWS Pemali Juana, 2014-2016. Head of Implementation of Water Resources Networks, BBWS Bengawan Solo, 2016-2017. Head of BWS Sumatra 5, Padang, 2017-2020. Head of Work Unit of BWS Sumatra 5, Padang, 2018-2020. And then the last one, Head of BWS Bali Penida, 2020 till present. Now, I invite Mr. Maryadi Utama to give your presentation for around maximum 45 minutes. Pak Maryadi, time is yours.
Thank you, Pak Laksana Ganda Atmaja. Good afternoon, Mr. Suharso Manoarfa, the Minister of National Development Planning, Mr. Abdul Malik Sadat Idris, the Director of Water Resources and Irrigation Bappenas, Mr. Laksana Ganda Atmaja Abed Nego, our moderator in this session, all speakers and all the honorable participants. Let me begin by saying Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Maryadi Utama. I'm the head of the BWS Bali Penida, Directorate General of Water Resources Development, Ministry of Public Works and Housing in Indonesia. It is such an honor to be in your presence today to present our project. These projects are expected to support the lives of many people in Bali, not only the present time, but also in the future. Without further ado, let me present you challenges in the management of Nusa Dua Coastal Reservoir as a raw water provider in the Denpasar, Benoa, and Nusa Dua Bali areas. Next slide. Next slide. First and foremost, I would like to talk about the background of our projects. The project Nusa Dua Estuary Dam was built in 1993, which is located in Bandung River Estuary. There are 4 major reasons why the estuary was constructed. The first one is due to the high rate of population growth in Bandung Regency. As well known, Bali is one of the most famous places in Indonesia due to its tourism object. Due to the predicate, Bandung also becomes one of the Regency in Bali whose population grows every year. As the population grows larger, all basic needs are required in a greater scale as well. Even greater than it was before. This subsequently leads to the second, third, and fourth problem. The second problem, which is technically the result of the first problem, arises the demand on raw water increases. This is due to the fact that the number of people living in Bali keeps escalating over the year, which basically means more people consume more water on a daily basis. The last problem is related to how the rivers which are directly linked to estuary dam are becoming dirty. Due to the fact that more people now settle in Bali, more waste is also produced. Unfortunately, this waste is not properly recycled, which result in the garbage following directly to the sea surface, damaging the marine life and mangroves in the process. Those were the four major problems which become to the reason why the estuary dam was constructed. Ladies and gentlemen, the location chosen for the estuary dam construction is precisely at Jalan Bypass Ngurah Rai, Suung Sub-District, dan Pasar City, Bali. As you can see on the top right corner of the screen, these are the basic profiles of the estuary dam. Next slide. The estuary dam is set over four major appendices. It's expected to be beneficial not only for locals but also the environment. The appendices are as follows. As follow, the one is at the flood control system in Bandung River. This is very crucial because flood-related issues can be reduced. And the second, a sediment control system for mute and garbage to prevent damage to the mangrove area. This another crucial appendix is the system itself can protect the mangrove area. And the third, as the main source of the raw water supply for the areas in Kuta, Nusa Dua, Tanjung Benoa, managed by PDAM Bandung Regency. This is also another crucial appendix. As mentioned above, the demand of raw water keeps increasing, and this is the solution to that problem. And the fourth, as an environmental conservation effort, this is the last appendix of the estuary dam in attempt to protect the whole environment. That concludes the background of our project. Now let's proceed to the next slide. In this part of the slide, I would like to talk about the condition of watershed in Bandung. The green numbers represent the rivers we have in Bandung, while the orange number represent the weir and dam. In total, we have respectively seven rivers directly flowing to the total 5 weirs and dam which have been constructed. All these seven rivers flow to the dams all at once. At the same time, creating excessive workload at the dam. That is the condition scheme of the Bandung watershed. Now, let's proceed to the next slide. Having built the estuary dam, several problems arise which potentially disrupt the continuation of the project. Of all the problems, there are decided to be the most crucial, which are as follows. And the first, sedimentation. The current amount of sedimentation in the Nusa Dua estuary dam is 360,303 meter cubic. Due to that condition, dredging has to be conducted in order to restore to effective storage of the Nusa Dua estuary dam. And the second is garbage. The amount of solid waste in the Nusa Dua estuary dam during the dry season is 6 to 11 meter cubic per day, dominated by waste from household disposal. And the third one, raw water demand. The demand of raw water elevates as a result of the increasing number of residents in Bandung Regency. Our team have conducted a lot of research regarding the problem above in order to see what have been done to solve the problem. The next slide. Ladies and gentlemen, these are what have been done to counter the rising problem in the project. The first solution is related to the sedimentation. Sedimentation handling as much as 60,100 meter cubic in Nusa Dua Estuary Dam was carried out in 2016. The remaining sediment after the handling was 360,303 meter cubic. In order to restore the effective storage of the estuary reservoir, the next dredging was then resumed from 2017 to 2019, through which the total amount of sediment removed is around 245,000 meter cubic. The second one is related to garbage solution. The solution is performed by making a sediment dispersion channel equipped with a trash rack to lift the trash from the bottom to the water surface, which is then followed by collecting and disposing it by using a garbage truck. Operation and routine maintenance of Nusa Dua Estuary Dam, clearing the surroundings of the reservoir area. The last one is related to raw water demand. Dredging is conducted to restore the reservoir storage, which allow the PDAM, the government organization which provides water supplies of Bandung Regency, to increase their production to 500 liters per second. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on the next slide to see what our team have done following the solution I mentioned before. Following the solution implemented the estuary dam, our teams have been working on how to utilize the dam while maintaining its effectiveness. In this slide, I would like to deliver our efforts in rehabilitating, improving, and arranging the Nusa Dua Reservoir from 2017 to 2019. There are 5 objectives to do those 3 efforts I mentioned earlier. And the first, to restore the reservoir holding capacity to its effective storage state. And the second, to increase the raw water supply, providing raw water supply for PDAM Bandung Regency as much as 500 liters per second based on the plan. Third, to separate the sediment pads, mute, and garbage in order to prevent the sediment from entering the reservoir. The fourth, to facilitate the operation and maintenance of the reservoir following the construction. And the fifth, to make an efficient way to pick up the garbage through the trash rack on the sediments dispersion channel to protect mangrove forest from garbage. To achieve these 5 objectives, our teams conducted 2 methods, which are dredging, which is conducted to maintain the base level of the reservoir. 245,000 meter cubic of sediment was dredged to restore the effective storage of the estuary reservoir arrangement, which is conducted by dividing the estuary dam into two zones, namely the deposition zone, as sediment management and waste control with storage volume of 41,538 meter cubic, and the utilization zone water session for raw water. Next slide. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the pictures showing the documentation of Indonesia II estuary dam rehabilitation conducted from 2017 to 2019. We have done a lot of things in 2 years, as you can see right here. Now let's move on the next slide to see our team maintain and operate the next dam. Next slide. One of program in our projects is to ensure the continuation of the estuary dam. In order to actualize this program, our team have been working with all the stakeholders, such as PDAM, which is the government organization providing water supplies to the citizens, volunteers from the local community, and the other stakeholders to maintain the estuary dam by doing the following: collecting garbage by using maintenance but in reservoirs area, sediment and garbage dredging using excavator. This is the transferring the garbage from reservoir to dump trucks using excavator. Cleaning the surrounding of estuary dam by sweeping and picking up the garbage. All activities I mentioned earlier are performed regularly. Now move on the next slide. Despite our efforts to maintain the estuary dam, there are still some projects on the list which have not been actualized. These projects are in position to be completed in the future. The constructions which needs improving are as follows: work replacement in rubber wear on the downstream of the reservoir, electrical and mechanical repair work on the radial gate, lip bar screen work, and pneumatic crash gate ground seal. And then urgent requirement which have not been accommodated in the previous contract are as follow: cruise bridge working from operation on sediment dispersion channel, roof working for the trash rack, temporary garbage collection work, equipment warehouse work, trash boom on the trash channel, guardrail work, work of garbage lifting clam shell on the sediment deposition channel, like this. Next slide. Ladies and gentlemen, in this part of the slide, I would like to talk about the other benefit of estuary dam. In addition to being a water reservoir as its main purpose, the estuary dam also has a potential to be a new tourism area in Bali, particularly in Bandung and Denpasar. For that reason, our teams have been working on the tourism arrangements. The estuary dam is in fact located at a very strategic position in which tourism place with a large number of both local and international visitors intersect with each other like Sanur, Kuta, and Nusa Dua. With such massive number of population, Growing over time, the estuary dam will be an excellent solution to the open green space in southern Bali. Eventually, the estuary dam is envisioned to be a new tourism destination. How does the conceptual architecture design of building and landscape look like? Okay, next slide. This is the conceptual architecture design of building and landscape, which are divided into 4 major parts, like main gate and wall design, bright design, outdoor design, and the building design. Like this. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, after a long explanation I have presented, now we are finally at the conclusion of our presentation. There are 4 conclusions generated from our presentation. In the first, Nusa Dua Estuary Dam has some main function as flood control system, conservation effort, and raw water supply for Bandung Regency. In the second, Nusa Dua Estuary Dam also has a function as a public green open space, which is used new tourism object. The third, we hope that all the stakeholders will protect the environment around the rivers from upstream to downstream areas. And the fourth, certain regulation must be applied consistently by the mayor of the city in order to reduce water in the Bandung River and control the conversion of lands into settlements along the Bandung watersheds. Eventually, we expect that all people are able to contribute to the maintenance of the estuary dam by following the regulation. If we work together to keep it running, the estuary dam will surely provide us many benefits in return. Lastly, I would like to present a video of the Nusa Dua Estuary Dam from everyone. One of you will be able to picture its construction. Video, next video. Ladies and gentlemen, here is a short video showing the estuary dam. The video was shot from above. The construction site was also standed by the President of Indonesia, Mr. Jokowi, the Minister of Public Work and Housing, Mr. Basuki Hadi Mulyono, as well as the Governor of Bali, Mr. Wayan Koster. Okay, please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is what our teams have been working on. You have been really kind as to follow me from beginning until the end. So I would like to say thank you for that. Any questions in regards to the presentation are welcome, and I would be honored to provide you with any extra knowledge of our projects. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Mariadi Utama. You have already explained your presentation very clear for us. And it looks from the first and the second presentation is completely different. What I mean different is the kind of the topics. If Batam, there are no rivers because all the water supply provided for the people live in Batam use from the coastal or rainwater, and then they construct the coastal reservoir. But in Bali, it is really very specific. In one river basin, which consists of at least 7 rivers, yeah, from 1 to 7, Badung, Langan, Mendi, Jurang, Guming, Ketapian, and Klandis, and then become one system. And then we can say the development of the Badung watershed, it is something like what we call the estuary reservoir. Exactly. Something like the first generation of coastal reservoir. That is very good. 2 different development of coastal reservoir. To discuss further, I will invite Professor Nur Yuwono also to give some remarks or give conclusion or add something like as usual. Thank you. Please, your time, Pak Professor Nur Yuwono.
Okay, thanks, Pak Ganda. Thank very much. Thank very much for the time given to me to make a response to the second presentation given by Mr. Mariadi Utama. In this opportunity, I will give also short presentation on lesson learned from Sihwa Lake, Korea. This presentation is really intended to give insight that there is a potential risk in developing the coastal reservoir. So we have to be very careful in constructing a coastal reservoir. So I will try to lesson learned from Bali Penida. Coastal reservoir has been discussed in detail and comprehensive by Mr. Mariadi Utama. Thanks very much for the excellent presentation. Those lessons learned above will give us an insight how the coastal reservoir at Bali is built and give benefit to people and industry activities there. The way how to maintain and operate the coastal reservoir has been discussed in detail. So we can understand and learn that the way how to maintain the reservoir from sedimentation and garbage disruption is not easy and should be done in right way. I hope the coastal reservoir of Bali Penida can sustain long time afterward. To give more insight related to the coastal reservoir problem, in this opportunity, I will try to present lesson learned from Sihwa Lake at Korea. This is very important because if we don't have a lesson learned from other location, maybe we will have a problem after building or constructing a coastal reservoir. This is a location of the Sihwa Coastal Reservoir. This is Sihwa Wall, Sihwa in this area. This is ancient Seoul, ancient airport. Then now, the main purpose of Siva Lake was intended to change the seawater to fresh water from the need of raw water. In 1994, the Siva Lake seriously polluted. 1994. Then in 1996 up to 1997, the biggest social issue was arise. Then in 1999, the government of Korea decided to change Siva Lake from fresh water back to seawater again, because the pollution is very serious. Then also, look. This is an example of the problem related to the environmental impact of Siva Lake. Many human life dead in this area. So you can see something like this. So this is not good for the development of coastal reservoir in this condition. Then also there is a social conflict. It's very serious at the Siva Lake. Many people demonstration to blame the Siva Lake in that time. Then how to overcome the problem? Then the government of Korea decided to overcome the problem of Siva Lake by set up the committee. The committee is called Siva Sustainable Development Committee. This committee consists of three groups. Environmental group, non-profit group, local government for manager, then government key water for developer. The major achievement of the committee are establishment of environment improvement roadmap of Siva area, adjusted development area of multi-technical valley in consideration of environmental impact, regional economic effect, and so on. Then the third here, tourism and leisure complexity construction, considering ecological environment in Songsan Green City. This is the main purpose government of Korea to set up the committee. This is a current Siva project. Siva Multi-Techno Valley. So they set up the Multi-Techno Valley at the area of Siva project. It's quite nice. Then the second, Songsan Green City. Also quite nice. Then the third, Siva tidal power plant. Why tidal power plant? Because the tidal range in this area is about 6 meters. 6 meters, so quite large really. Then we want to try to discuss again about the Siva Lake. We want to try to discuss Siva Lakes with the same pattern: objective, environmental cost, social cost, operation and maintenance cost, especially the cost of operation here, closure of sea dike. The objective of Siva Lake really has been changed from original objective. First objective is to collect or to provide the fresh water or raw water, then back to seawater again. So the Siva lake is not to store raw water. Then the second, social cost. The social cost here, of course, not easy, because in that time is many demonstration to blame the Shiva, then change the orientation of the objective on the Shiva lake. Then afterward, there's no problem. The environment of Shiva lake became worse. Then the government of Korea tried to change again the project from freshwater to seawater again. Then to build tidal power. So the social conflict then finished. Operation and maintenance. The operation maintenance. First, at the first, the costly operation maintenance, because there is seriously polluted, but the government tried to change from costly operation and maintenance to a beneficial project. Then I think now has been success of this. So there's no problem again. Closure of the sea dike. The most important thing in the high tidal range, the closure of the sea dike should be handled very carefully, because if not, so the problem. But now the technology can be used for it. So there is no problem again, because there is a technology for it. Then we want to try to analyze lesson learned from Bali. Land use of Bali Penida catchment area really cannot be controlled effectively. Why? Because the catchment area send a large amount of garbage and sediment to the reservoir. So this is will create operation and maintenance cost. The quality of water flowing to the Bali Penida reservoir is also not so good. The polluted by hosting waste. Then we try to analyze the Bali Penida reservoir. Bali Penida reservoir has a very clear objective, that is to provide raw water for citizens and industry at the Bali area, or at least a surrounding area. Environment cost, man. The environmental condition is not so good, because the river flowing to the reservoir brings sediment and garbage with quite big amount. Operation and maintenance costs. This is just discussed by the second presenter, that the operation and maintenance cost at the Bali Penida has been intensively done in the Bali and Bali Penida reservoir. Of course, up to now, I think still affordable. So it's no problem. But if we can reduce the volume of the sediment and garbage flowing to the reservoir, I think the operation and maintenance cost can be less. That is the most important thing. Then closure of sea dike. This is not very important. I think no problem, because the construction of Sidike is in the very low, very shallow water, so no problem at all. So I can say that Bali Penida Reservoir should have a program how to reduce effectively sediment and garbage entering to the reservoir. Not only dredging and picking up the garbage in the reservoir area, but they have to prevent from upstream, from a catchment area, how to reduce the sediment and the garbage to flowing to the reservoir. I hope, just explained by the presenter, that the Bali Penida has a good master plan. I hope the wonderful master plan of Bali Penida Reservoir development can be run successfully, because just explained that they have a master plan, a good master plan for it. I think that is enough for me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much,
okay,
Pak. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Professor Nur Yuwono. As you have already also explained before from the first session, you also gave in the second session also an example, the comparison, with also related problem happens in Bali. And then you give the example also from Korea, Shiwa, which also open our horizon that to develop what's so-called coastal reservoir, we have to be careful. You mentioned also in Bali Penida, because from the presentation that we have already heard, there are two main, I can maybe more, but two main problems comes out in Bali Penida is matter of sedimentation. And then the second one, sedimentation means also the pollution, and then the garbage. And I do really believe by adopting a certain regulation for the river basin from the upstream and then through directly to the downstream to the estuary area, if there will be a regulation, tight regulation, I mean, nobody could straight away through all garbage or pollutant to the river, I do really believe it can be solved. I don't think that they have to change like Siwa from expecting as a water supply, now become three different things. Yeah, I don't think Bali Penida, it will happen to Bali Penida. I don't think, Pak Nur. So please, Pak Mariadi, it is a great honor for you to manage Bali Penida. So we expect, of course, less garbage, less sedimentation control, I mean dredging maintenance, less, because by adopting a certain regulation, we do really believe everything can be solved. And water supply required or needed for Bandung area, at least Bali Penida and surrounding area, will be fulfilled for all the citizens who live around that area. Thank you, Pak Nur Yuwono.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished participants, please raise your question and then send it to the committee. The committee will record it, will collect it, and then we will ask those questions in the last session, question and answer. Thank you, Pak Mariadi Utama, and also thank you, Pak Nur Yuwono, for your contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and also distinguished next speaker, which will be given by Professor Roger A. Falconer. Before Professor Roger gave his presentation, I will read his short CV of Professor Roger as follows. Professor Roger A. Falconer now is Emeritus Professor of Water Engineering of Cardiff University and Chair Professor, Ohio University and Yangtze Institute of Conservation and Development. And he is also Vice President of IACRR. Some of professionals' career have been achieved by Professor Roger, such as past President International Association for Hydro Environment Engineering and Research, Director Dragon River and Tidal Limited, member of Technical Advisory Board Natural Energy Wire. Some awards have also awarded by Professor Roger Falconer, such as Honorary Member of IACRR, Outstanding Contribution in 2017. RAN Silver Medal, awarded Outstanding in 1999. IACRR Open Award in 1991. Award of Honor from Tianjin Municipal People's Government China High in 2003. ICE Robert Alfred Carr Prize in 2007. Distinguished guests, now we welcome Professor Roger to give your presentation for 45 minutes. Professor Roger, time is yours.
Mr. Ganda, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a real pleasure to join you today and to speak about the hydro-environmental impacts for urban regeneration and energy supply. Can I just check you can hear me okay? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, thank you. And you can see my screen?
Yes, clearly.
Thank you very much. So I first got involved in water security back in 2008 when I was involved with the Royal Academy of Engineering in producing this report. There's a lot of global concern now about water security, and it's beginning to reach almost the same level as climate change. And it opened my eyes up to many things. So firstly, we have a lot of water on this planet, but when we come to the real issues, we have actually, in the context of this circle, only this dot, we only have 105,000 cubic kilometers of fresh water. That's 0.01% of the total volume. Much of the fresh water is currently locked up in ice. We have the challenges of climate change. The world is trying through the IPCC 2019 to restrict the temperature increase by the end of this century to between 1 and 2 degrees. But many people believe, and many organizations believe, that that's unrealistic, and we will end up with something of the order of 3 to 4 degrees. So my main point here is that the challenges we face at the moment for global water security are going to be much more significant in the future. Also, population growth is something we cannot ignore. In 2010, 2009, the chief scientific officer in the UK gave a well-recorded and well-publicized lecture called the John Beddington Lecture, where he predicted then that the population would rise from 6 billion to 8 billion by 2030. We're already virtually at 8 billion now. And we're likely to be up at 11 billion by 2050. That means we're going to have to find 50% more food to feed the people on our planet. We're going to need to find 30% more water to produce that food, and we're going to need to find 50% more energy. So we have two major challenges: climate change and population growth. And actually, it's a bit of a sad reflection that in many parts of the world, including parts of the UK, the river system now is as polluted, if not more polluted, than it was several thousand years ago. And the other challenge we face is that 70% of our fresh water is used for agriculture. So if we're going to do anything to improve our efficiency in using the limited water we have, this is what we need to focus on: trying to get more crops for less water. So just some statistics which I find quite disturbing. 1.2 billion on the world, on the planet today, do not have access to safe drinking water. 2 million die annually of diarrhea. That's usually children. And if you put that into context of the current COVID-19, we see this is the main item on the news in most Western countries at the moment, and probably worldwide as well. And yet we've had nowhere near as many deaths as occur annually in countries like Africa of diarrhea, something we can easily resolve. 2.4 billion people do not have access to basic water sanitation. 1.4 million contract hepatitis A annually. These are not widely known figures. And women in many developing countries today, with all the sophisticated technology we have, still have to walk 5 kilometers typically to get water for the family. And flooding causes many deaths. And I'd like to take the example of the Aceh earthquake in 2004, I think it was, where about 250,000 people lost their lives. The tsunami from Aceh would have been traveling at about 800 kilometers an hour. It would have taken 3 hours to get to Sri Lanka. And pretty well everybody in Sri Lanka would have a mobile phone. And I find it quite remarkable that we weren't able to get a message via the mobile phone technology to all the people in Sri Lanka to find high ground, for example. I could give many other examples. And more than half the hospital beds today across the world are filled with, well, this would be a fact before COVID-19, but more than half the hospital beds in the world are filled by people with water-related diseases. So this is a really important issue for us globally. And now we have the Sustainable Development Goals. I won't go through them here, but I think it's very ambitious to think these goals can be achieved by 2030, even without COVID-19 and the challenges that adds to the problem. But nevertheless, many believe that we can achieve these goals by 2030. So we all have to try to produce better quality water, better sanitation, and improved water quality in our coastal waters, river waters, and so on. The problem is that water is a limited but vital resource. We need it to live. I used to tell my students in the first year who had chosen civil engineering that this was the best discipline they'd chosen, that man has lived on this planet without the aeroplane, so we don't need aeronautical engineers. We've even lived without electricity. We don't need electrical engineers, and we lived without the motor car, but we've never lived without water. So we still need civil engineers. The public understands that we need water for human life. They understand we need to use it for food production. The problem is they don't understand the issues around energy production, manufacturing in particular. They don't realize how much water is needed to produce a car, for example. And they don't then appreciate the knock-on impact of pollution from manufacturing products on the ecosystem, the river water quality, the birds and the bees and so forth, and all the plants that are associated with the river system. So this is a rather a challenge for us. So I'd like to take this example, if I may, of the water cycle. So we have water coming here in the form of rain, and it comes down, and let's call that 100%. And a typical example is we have water going through the rivers, Blue River, and only 36% of that goes back into the ocean. And we have the green water going through the soil and through the ground, for example. And then we have the brown water, which is the polluted water. But let me take the Blue River water. We take it out here, out from the river, And we use it to produce products, let's say paper in this example. And there are two types of water here. There's the domestic use of water. So maybe Indonesia, for example, uses its own water to produce its own paper. That's your domestic internal water footprint. On the other hand, you might export that paper to another country, like the UK, for example, where we are using your water to produce that product. This is virtual water. And this is a really big problem. In my country, we focus totally on consumptive use of water. In other words, we try to put pressure on people to use less water in the home. The woman reading the news every day, if we have two people reading the news, a man and a woman, the man can wear the same clothes day in, day out. Nobody comments. But if the woman wore the same dress every day, then there would be criticism of her as a newsreader. So we have to try to change this culture, and we have to appreciate that a dress, for example, requires typically 50 baths of water, each one 150 liters. We produce no cotton in the UK. And so we are using huge amounts of water in countries like India, for example, to produce that dress. So we have to take a global responsibility to try to maintain high water quality in all countries across the world. And even we in Britain, for example, have a huge impact on water quality in many other countries in the world. We don't have a lot of land here to produce our own food, our own clothing and so on. And this is partly to do with the cost of water and how much we pay for it. So in my country, for example, we pay $4 for 1 cubic meter, typically. That's water coming into the home and being used by my wife and myself. And the average person in the UK consumes 150 liters of water per day and consumes 1 cubic meter in a week. So one person in a home effectively costs $4. If I compare that to the cost of what I'm paying for other things, if I go and buy a sandwich today, it'll cost me nearly $4. If I buy bottled water, it'll cost me $1, and that's half a liter. If I buy a cup of coffee, it'll be at least $2.6, if not more. And if I go out and have some beer, for example, that'll cost me $5. So water is relatively cheap, but all I'm paying for here is the water coming into my home. I'm not paying for the farmers in India to treat the water before it goes back into the river when I buy my shirt, for example. And this is part of the problem we all face globally. So here is agricultural production. You can see the polluted water going back into the stream. That's going from this channel into the river. And that's not included in the cost of the clothes that I buy. And I think the time has come for us to ask the question, should people in developed countries like my own, for example, pay more for clothes to pay for the water to be treated properly? So the polluted water discharges from agriculture, and it really needs to be treated before it goes back into the river. So this is the source of many of our problems today. And once that water is in the river, then it affects the whole ecosystem downstream. So ecosystem services, this is the river, has a very important role to play in all countries. The provisional service, it controls the water quality. It controls the quantity that's available for consumptive use. In other words, to be taken off to supply water to the domestic home. It provides regulatory services, buffering for flood flows, for example, providing the habitat, the mangroves, for example. It provides cultural services, recreation, tourism, sport, and other things. And it provides support services. It provides the opportunity for nutrient cycling in the ecosystem and the resilience to adapt to climate change. And then when we look at forests, for example, there's the conservation services. People make many comments about the forests reducing, the forest reduces the emission of greenhouse gases, but also if you have large forests, they take up a lot of water. So the benefits are not quite as simple as the $2.6 trillion that's often quoted. So what are some of the solutions? Well, many people would argue, for example, that desalination is the future. However, it's very expensive. It has a large carbon footprint. And many of the countries where they have no option but to turn to desalination, for example, those countries around the Persian Gulf, where there's very little rain, very hot conditions throughout the year, the only exchange between the Persian Gulf and the outer sea is through the Straits of Hormuz, which is quite a small opening. The tidal range is relatively small, therefore there's very little flushing. So if you imagine all these desalination plants being built as they are now, and you look to the longer term, you are going to face increasing challenges of higher and higher salinity levels. So it's not an obvious solution for all. It does offer us a lot of opportunities, but not a solution for all. The next one is conservation and water reuse. This is encouraging. It's not possible in many parts of the world because people's religion and so forth doesn't allow water reuse. But it doesn't solve our fundamental problem. It's encouraging, but it deals primarily with domestic consumption. And then we come to the big opportunity, in my view, which is storage, storing the water when we have the rainy periods, water transfer from one place to another, and integrated water resources management. So this is what we need to do more of in the future, in my view. We need to model and manage the system as a whole, and we're not always doing that. We need to improve the water quality in the catchments, right at the top of the system, where the farmers are producing the crops which produce cotton, for example, or food. And we need to treat the water at source before it goes back into the river. And coastal reservoirs, the collection of the water at the downstream end of the system, then offer us an increasingly attractive proposition, in my view, when we look at water security of megacities, such as Shanghai. Another solution is vertical farming. So here we have, this is not the best of examples in the picture I've got here, but some of the vertical farms now are just like operating theatres. They're of the highest standard of quality. So you can not only go in with suitable clothing on as though you were going to do an operation. You can then produce plants, crops of the very highest quality. There's no pollution. There's no contamination inside. You can control everything. Control the air. You don't need the nutrients and the phosphates, for example. You don't need pesticides because you don't have any pests in the building, like an operating theatre. And this system only requires 1% of the water that you would normally use to grow the same amount of plants. So this seems to me to be the way of the future, to get more water for that 70%, more food from that 70%, which is currently required for food production across the world. And don't forget, we are going to need to increase that in the future as our population increases from around 7.5 billion as it is now to 11 billion within the next 50 years. So if we look at the system as a whole, the problem is at the moment, we tend to model just what is relevant to our particular issue. So if we have a town, we tend to look at flooding in the town, and we tend to model just flooding in that particular zone. But I would contest that we have to, in any problem, model the whole system from the cloud right down to the coast. So the particle of rain that falls on the land and falls on some animal waste, for example, picking up fecal bacteria, it doesn't know which part of the system it's in. So it then goes into perhaps the catchment, the groundwater, the sewer, the river, the estuary, and perhaps out into the ocean. The problem is most companies and most organizations that try to address this problem have people that specialize in the catchment, the sewer, the river, the estuary, the ocean. They don't talk very much to one another, and we don't get an integrated solution to the problem. And then so what we need to do is model the whole system, in my view, right from the catchment all the way to the ocean, linking the models in an integrated manner. And we need to model both flow, water quality, and sediment transport. Much of the work that I've done recently has shown that sediment transport is a very major mechanism for transporting contaminants in rivers. This is also a typical situation that we have in many parts of the world, including the UK. We take our water into our city some distance upstream from the river, from a reservoir, perhaps well upstream. We then take it treat it through disinfection, for example, in a wastewater treatment works. In a water treatment works, water supply treatment works. We then take it to the city and distribute it through the city and use it for domestic use, for example. Then we send our polluted water after using the water to the sewage treatment works, and we then discharge it to the outfall into the sea. The problem is this intake here can be many hundreds or tens of kilometers upstream, as it certainly is in one of the examples I'm going to show you shortly, Cardiff. And this river is then much lower in flow during the season when there's no rain, and then we have drought problems and low environmental flows. So what we really need to be doing is the following. Excuse me, is taking the water in here, distributing it around the city, and then putting it back almost at the same point so that we're not affecting the river flow downstream. Alternatively, well, I wouldn't say completely alternatively, but one of the other options that's increasingly more attractive in many situations is to build coastal reservoirs, is to, instead of building the dam right at the top of the catchment or well up the river basin, and then transporting the water down to the city, there are lots of benefits in many respects to building the reservoir right at the mouth of the estuary. Capturing the fresh water on the ebb tide, storing it, and then distributing it a short distance to the city itself. And then we can separately, so we're leaving the system as it is now, we're not taking the water upstream, and then we can better manage and go back to the old natural system of the river and deal with the issues of flooding, for example, as a separate issue. And I see this as offering many opportunities in many parts of the world. So the opportunities lie in the fact that fresh water is taken from nearby rivers and it's impounded and then taken to the megacity, which is usually on the coast. Not always, but usually either on the coast or near the coast. So minimum pumping costs. So we're reducing our energy needs, and moving water around the country is very expensive. It has a high density compared to air and gas, for example. It also offers opportunities to develop the urban region for coastal development, for example, and tourism. And I'll come on to that in a minute. It offers challenges with flood protection against river and coastal flooding and potential for tidal and hydro energy. The challenges, though, are thermal stratification of the reservoir, low dissolved oxygen, salinity intrusion, water quality, eutrophication, health risks, sedimentation, morphological challenges, fish migration, habitat loss. I do believe that these issues can be resolved. So I'd like to just take an example first of some slides I had. I've been going to China since 1984, so I've been going there for well over 30 years, nearly 40 years now. And when I first went to Shanghai, it had major problems with water supply. And I'm just taking some pictures here and some notes from a very impressive presentation given by Mr. Zhang Yuan of the Shanghai Investigation, Design and Research Institute in China. And they have built coastal reservoirs. So let me just give you some points about Shanghai and the Yangtze Estuary first. Shanghai is the largest city in China, population 27 million and rising. Its water supply needs are 12 million cubic meters a day. That's a huge amount of water. The Yangtze Estuary is 6,300 kilometers long. It's one of the largest rivers in the world. Its basin area is 1.8 million square kilometers, so it's huge. And its total reservoir resource, total water resource is 960 gigacubic meters. So Shanghai has been faced with the challenge of water, and this has spanned over clean water supply, spanned over 100 years, and it can be divided into three stages: the lower reaches of the Hangpu and Suzhou rivers, the upper reaches of the Hangpu River, and more recently, 3 coastal reservoirs built in the Yangtze Estuary. The city has developed at a rapid rate with population growth. They've needed to control land subsidence because of the development by reducing the groundwater exploitation. and they needed to look at direct freshwater supply from the Yangtze. But that had problems with saltwater intrusion. So they've turned to coastal reservoirs. These are the 3 reservoirs that they've built, but in particular, I'm going to focus on the Qingdao Reservoir, which is the main source of water supply now for the city of Shanghai. And it's northwest of the Changtai Island in the Yangtze. It's 66 square kilometers, and it has a 48-kilometer dike. So this shows you the island, and this is the new reservoir built to capture fresh water as it comes down the Yangtze. And there are sluice gates on the upstream side here. So on low tide, you can take in the fresh water here from the river, and this is filled with fresh water pretty well daily. And it seems to me this has been pretty successful. So the coastal reservoir has performed well. It provides design water quality. The Qingdao Reservoir is located in the diversion waters of the south and north of the Yangtze. And it is in an area where you have quite complex hydroenvironmental processes. The retention time in the reservoir at the moment is 15 to 20 days, but studies are ongoing at the moment, as I understand it, to try to reduce this to 7 to 10 days to reduce the risk of algal blooms. And they recommend that they continue with the dredging to optimize the reservoir capacity and maintain ecological restoration. I was not involved in this project at all, but I do think it's a very good example of how coastal reservoirs can provide many solutions. So I don't have any answers to any particular questions on this specific example. So now I'd like to turn to how coastal reservoirs can be used for a different purpose. And here we see an example of urban regeneration. And this project I was heavily involved in. This is the Cardiff Bay and Barrage project. I'd like to introduce it to you. Now, Cardiff is the capital city of Wales, and it's about 200 kilometers west of London. So here you can see Cardiff. It's near to the Severn Estuary, which has the second highest rise and fall of tide in the world, 14 meters. This is what the bay looked like originally. So it was the largest port in the world in the late 1800s. And at high tide, the bay is full of water, and at low tide, it is pretty well empty. Because of all the industrial activity at the time, Cardiff is based about 1.5 kilometers away from the shoreline. This is what it looks like today after the bar. Well, it's a lot further advanced than this. This is a picture of what we have today. So I'm going to talk to you briefly about a barrage that was built here to convert this into a freshwater lake. And it has generally, I would say, been very successful for urban regeneration, which was the main purpose of the project. So some brief history about Cardiff Bay. It grew enormously in the period 1850 to 1900. It was the biggest port in the world. It was shipping iron and coal to many countries in the world, including parts of the US. It reached its maturity in the period about 1910 to 1920. And then it went into rapid decline after the 1920s. It was too shallow for the bigger ships that were then coming into the Severn Estuary. It then went into dereliction, and it was abandoned, and it was an area where nobody went. So we had Cardiff 1.5 kilometers away from the coast, and nothing but wasteland in between Cardiff as a city and the coast. So in the late 1990s, it was agreed that we should build a barrage across the estuary, or the mouth of this bay, build it into a freshwater lake, and reconnect Cardiff with its waterfront. And so a tidal exclusion barrage was built, 1.4 kilometers long, 13 kilometers of waterfront, and 2 rivers were impounded to create a freshwater lake. So this is the example of what Cardiff was like in its heyday in the 1980s. Sorry, that should be late 1880s, not 1980s. There was a mistake on that slide, I'm sorry. This was what it was like in the 1880s. So the estuary, the mouth of the sea is down here, just down here. And the city is up here. And you can see all the railway lines and all the port activity and so forth. And so a major study regeneration project was undertaken in the UK. Any changes to navigation waters requires an act of parliament. So in 1993, the Cardiff Bay Barrage Act was passed, given royal assent. The regeneration was to create 30,000 jobs, 1 million square meters of industrial development, and 6,000 new homes. The strategy was underpinned as well with making it a very attractive tourist site. Just the aim was to try to replicate San Francisco, the piers on San Francisco Bay. But the legal requirement, and still to this day, is that the dissolved oxygen never drops below 5 milligrams per liter. So that is quite strict. And if the dissolved oxygen levels drop below 5 milligrams per liter, then the barrage has to be removed. That is the requirement of the Act of Parliament. This is some pictures of what it looked like before. You can see it was all derelict land. And this is what it looks like now, so all converted into relatively high quality housing. However, when you convert a highly dynamic estuary with a very high tidal range into a freshwater lake with a constant water level, you have significant changes in the water system, and water management post-impoundment is quite a challenge. So there are now long retention times in the bay, whereas before it would have been flushed out almost instantly. You have combined sewer overflows discharging directly into the rivers upstream, and that sewage is then coming into the bay. You have nutrients and pathogenetic inputs on the land. You have a big storm and it goes into the river as diffuse pollution, and it then ends up in the bay. Whereas before it would have been flushed out into the open sea and heading off towards the US, for example, now it's trapped in the bay. The sediments were very heavily contaminated in the days of the port activity, and those sediments are now stagnant on the bed of the estuary, of the bay. And the concerns about the low dissolved oxygen levels in the summer months. There was a lot of opposition in my country to this project. It was felt that the bay was going to be nothing more than a glorified sewer or cesspit, and it was going to be the biggest ecological mistake that my country had ever undertaken. So we were quite heavily involved in my research team. We wanted to develop relationships with the fecal indicator organisms, see how they would behave. We wanted to look at how they depended on hydrodynamics, sediment, and biochemical processes. I'm just going to talk about this piece of research, not DO and other things as well. We looked at quite a lot of things. We wanted to model improvements in the FIO, fecal indicator organisms, and nutrient levels, and the interaction with the sediments. Many of the water quality models used in those days did not include interaction with the sediments, for example. We wanted to refine our hydrobiological models to produce holistic approaches. And we wanted to test these models against field data. So most hydroepidemiological models just assume that the decay rate of fecal bacteria is a constant, first order decay. And the only parameter that it's assumed to vary with is temperature. However, if you look at bacteria, the problem is very often civil engineers do the modeling. They learn all about hydraulics at university, whichever country that's in, but they don't learn much about the biology. And we're still not really used to working as multidisciplinary teams with epidemiologists, medical people, and so forth. And we would be much the better for it as civil engineers if we were to do that. So when I started working with epidemiologists here, I found that actually fecal decay is a function of many things, not just temperature. And in fact, temperature is not the governing parameter. It depends on radiance, pH value, settlement, and light intensity. So we're trying to model this, linking our dynamic coastal models with our river models and stormwater overflow models. So we developed an integrated modeling approach looking at the whole system. So here is the bay as it was, and this is the barrage that was just about completed. One of the rivers here, called the Ely, drains agricultural land, and the River Taff here, and this is the city of Cardiff up here. The River Taff drains industrial developments, so it has very different water quality constituents to the Ely. This one mainly drains cities. This one mainly drains agricultural land. And they both end up in this bay, which was flushed twice a day with a 14-meter tidal range. Now it's a constant water level. So we set up a high-resolution model. This was work done in the 1990s. Here's the barrage, and it was 50-meter grid resolution and 10 vertical points. So it was a 3D model. At this time, most companies were only doing 2D modeling. We built a small physical model and allowed a conservative tracer to come down both the rivers. And we can see here, modeling at the physical model scale, we produced the same transport mechanism. So we were quite confident that we were modeling the hydrodynamic field and the dispersion quite accurately. Then data was taken at all these points regularly during the bathing season, which is regarded as May to September. And a whole range of hydrodynamic data were collected on an hourly basis, and an awful lot of fecal indicator data. So the river discharges were measured continuously at the upstream flow gauging stations. And these measurements were taken typically for 2 to 3 weeks spells at different times of the bathing season. Fecal coliform and fecal streptococci were sampled daily at most of those sites by the Harbour Authority, but that wasn't regarded as enough. We took the view that fecal coliform could change dramatically in minutes, let alone over a day. So we took measurements hourly. I didn't take them personally, but this consists of a pretty substantial team of universities. We also measured light intensity on an hourly basis. And then we used genetic algorithms and artificial neural networks to produce formulations for these. So here you can see taking measurements of various parameters, including samples for fecal bacteria in March. And on the right, you can see taking measurements in the summer under much warmer conditions. Here you can see the T90. This is the decay rate for fecal coliform. And you can see here it's varying quite significantly through the seasons. So we ended up with a relatively simple decay rate for, this is just one equation. We had several others as well. This is the decay rate. The traditional model has treated it as a constant, except for temperature. We now included light intensity, and from our genetic algorithm and from our massive amount of data here, we developed the equation that the decay rate, the time varying decay rate, was equal to 2.63 plus 0.24 I to the 0.63, where I was the light intensity. So did this really matter? This is a large football stadium on the side of the River Taff. This is the River Taff, which goes into Cardiff Bay. And this has a stormwater overflow here. And we can have 100,000 people come into Cardiff on a Saturday to watch a major international rugby match. And at halftime, a high proportion of those people may use the bathroom. That will then be discharged into the river. What you can conclude from this is that if you were to assume a constant decay rate, which was only temperature dependent, it wouldn't matter what time of the day you played your rugby match, the pollution levels in Cardiff Bay would be the same. So we then modeled using this improvement with light intensity, looking at a discharge at 4 o'clock in the, this is the stadium here and here. We looked at it discharging at 4 o'clock in the afternoon and 4 o'clock in the morning. And if you release it at 4 o'clock in the morning, your light intensity starts to play a significant part in the winter months, and it decays much more rapidly. So the conclusion from this study is if we're going to keep our estuary, our bay, as clean as possible, we should play all our rugby matches at 4 o'clock in the morning. Anyway, it's a side example, but it's a very interesting point to make in that in terms of water management, we may not always be doing what is best for optimizing the water quality downstream. And then here you can see the 3D predictions of fecal bacteria through the bay. So this is an example of a coastal reservoir, which, oh, sorry, one other thing, to maintain the dissolved oxygen levels, there are 400 aerators located across the bottom of the bay. And in the summer period, when stratification could be a problem, these are all turned on, air is passed through the system, and the dissolved oxygen level is maintained at pretty high level because there's no stratification of any significance in this reservoir. This has been a very successful project, in my opinion, contrary to what the concerns were in the beginning. If you go down to the bay in the summer months, there are many, many families using the area. There's many homes there now, high quality, expensive homes. There are many families down at the waterfront using the restaurants and so forth, and children enjoying all the activities there and so on. So it has turned the whole area from derelict, scrap, wasteland to high quality tourist area. You now have fresh water here, right by the city centre. And if we were to do anything to our water supply in the future, we could take water from this reservoir and distribute it around the city. I'd now briefly like to talk to you about another project I've been heavily involved with. I've been heavily involved in many tidal barrage and lagoon projects in the UK, where we are very enthusiastic about building coastal reservoirs, but not for water supply, but for energy supply. And I'm currently involved in some very large ones on the Mersey River. But the most famous one of all is probably the Severn Barrage estuary. The Severn estuary is shown here. This is Wales and this is England. So it spans two countries. And yes, the barrage was proposed, and there's still a lot of enthusiasm for this project to cross this line here. And it would create 10% of the UK's electricity. So here you can see the beautiful beaches on the Welsh coast and the very rugged beaches on the English coast. So if you are going to come ever to the UK for a vacation, please make sure you go to Wales, where the beaches are much better. And here's Cardiff, by the way, which is located here, which the project I was just talking about, the Cardiff Bay Barrage. So the Severn estuary has the second highest rise and fall of tide in the world, 14 meters on spring tides, very high tidal currents, 30 million tons of suspended sediments on spring tides, 4 million on neaps. So the light intensity varies dramatically depending upon whether it's spring tide or neap tide. There's little sunlight penetration through the water column, not because it's particularly dirty, but because it's got very high levels of suspended sediments. This is a problem with the public. The public often feel that if the water is brown, it must be polluted. But actually, I tell them, well, you're quite happy to drink a cup of tea, and you don't oppose drinking a cup of tea because it's brown. So you can't just judge the quality of water by its color. Ecologically, it's a very harsh estuarine environment, limited aquatic life because the currents are so strong, and the bird numbers are relatively small, but significant. So this was the proposal to build sluice gates and 216 large turbines, each generating 16.4 terawatt hours per year. And they were designed only to produce power on the ebb tide. And here you can see the problem. This is the tidal curve coming in now. You only take power on the ebb tide. You chop off basically the bottom half of the tide, and you lose a significant area of intertidal mudflats, 14 square kilometers. Sorry, 140 square kilometers. The currents change dramatically. Suspended sediments drop out. These are the currents dropping from over 2 meters. Red is 2 meters per second. This is without the barrage. Build your barrage, and you can see that the red drops dramatically. So you're changing the system enormously. And the concerns of many of the non-governmental organizations were the change to the turbidity levels. So it has a high turbidity level at the moment, and they were very concerned that if you build your barrage, you're going to the sediments will drop out, and you will change from rare bird species to what we call seagulls, not particularly attractive in this country. So we looked at, my team looked at two-way generation, which has a lot of benefits. It doesn't change the tidal cycle that much. It phases it. It moves the tidal cycle out of phase, produces 4 peaks of power. And we showed that if you had two-way generation, this is with two-way generation, this is with ebb generation only, you could almost maintain the hydrodynamics in the estuary, but it's phased across the barrage. So your spring tide peak currents after the barrage is built are sort of 90 degrees out of phase with the currents here. But we showed that if you build 400 bulb turbines and you produce power on both the incoming and the outgoing tide, it would have very little effect on the hydrodynamics in the estuary. And here we see that the estuary, this is with the ebb generation only, and this is with two-way generation. And we can see that we have dramatically reduced the currents and the loss of the intertidal mudflats, which was a major concern. And this bottom line here shows that, in fact, it also produced more power, that if you went with the system we were proposing, it would generate 21.53 terawatt hours per year. So more than about 10% of the UK's electricity requirements. A lot of lagoons are proposed as well in this region. So the lagoon is different from the barrage in that it doesn't cross the estuary completely. It doesn't close off the estuary. We've also investigated some of these, but they don't produce anywhere near as much power or energy as the barrage. So, So in summarizing, this is a schematic of the barrage and how it'll develop the region. In summarizing, coastal reservoirs offer opportunities to address the water, food, energy nexus, in my view. So to address many of our water supply issues. Coastal reservoirs can provide crucial resource of fresh water supply close to major coastal cities. And I showed you the Shanghai example there of the Qingdaoshan Reservoir. Coastal reservoirs can deliver urban regeneration. I showed you that in the Cardiff Bay example. And you do have fresh water there, which could be used for the city of Cardiff. Coastal reservoirs can also provide a source for predictable renewable energy. Your tidal ranges are nowhere near so high in Indonesia. But nevertheless, you could use a barrage for pumping or tides you could use it as a storage mechanism. So you could pump when you've got low requirements and low demand at night, for example, and then release it in the day when you need lots of water, and you could convert it then into a turbine. So there are things you could do if you wanted to, even with a relatively low tidal range, to produce more energy. And coastal reservoirs need modeling, they need data gathering. There's still a lot of concerns about various aspects which we need to investigate. And it does need a multidisciplinary team approach to solve many of the challenges. Thank you very much for your attention and interest.
Thank you very much, Professor Roger. Your presentation is really very, very systematic. You start with what you call the global warming security, and then you explain what the climate change, and then population growth, global water security, United Nations systematic development, and then you also explain about the limited of water, and then also you give the some solution, how do we, and then you give example also in Ting in China, your experience also over there, and then you also explain about Cardiff, and then also several tidal barrage and for the power plant purposes. So now I will invite Professor Nur Yuwono to give some remarks or conclusion or comment related with the presentation from Professor Roger. Please, your time, Pak Professor Nur Yuwono.
Thanks, Pak Ganda. Thanks very much for the time given to me to make a response to the third presentation given by Prof. Roger. In this opportunity, I will give also short presentation on lesson learned from Saimangum Sidaik, Korea. This presentation is really intended to give insight that to build Sidaik in the coastal water is not simple, especially if has a large tidal range. So we have to be very careful if we want to construct the Sidaik. Closure of Sidaik should be prepared and studied thoroughly. Lesson learned from some coastal reservoir has already been discussed in detail, comprehensive, and given in wonderful way by Prof. Roger. Thanks very much, Prof. Roger, for your presentation. Those coastal reservoirs which has been discussed are Shanghai Coastal Reservoir. This is for water supply project. Cardiff Bay and Parats. This is for city regeneration project. 7 Parats, which have huge tidal range between 7 up to 14 meters. This is for tidal energy project. And some example of the numerical modeling has been introduced and demonstrated to help the design of the coastal reservoir. Those material above will give us an insight how the coastal reservoir will give benefit to human being, especially for developing coastal area. But we have to be very careful if we want to build a coastal reservoir, especially related to environment and social impact. In this opportunity, I want to try to give another lesson learned in order to give us more insight related construction of coastal reservoir and sea dike in Korea. Saimangum sea dike. It is not easy to build giant sea dike in the coastal water, such as Jakarta giant seawall, especially with quite large tidal range. But in Jakarta, only 1 meter. This is original master plan of Saimangum sea dike. So from here we can see that surrounding of the Saimangum reservoir originally agriculture area here. The use of Saimangum reservoir originally is used for agricultural purposes. But afterward, the objective of the building the reservoir is changed from agriculture to the multi-purpose project. Oh, sorry. Oh, I don't. Wise. So from here we can see that first agriculture area is 100% in 1991. Afterward, this is 2007, 72 agriculture. Then 2008 here only 30% for agriculture. The other is non-agriculture. So from here we can see the example of the development of master plan of Saimangum sea dike. So this is 2011, this is 2014. So always change. From here really, we can understand that the objective and development of the coastal reservoir is moving and following the need of water in a certain period and development of the area. This is the final land use of surrounding Saimangum sea dike. This is really now maybe this is at the year of 2014 or something like this. So maybe now it's changed again. Then from here we can conclude that we won't try to analyze really. First, we won't try to analyze the Saimangum reservoir using the template we have used before. The Saimangum reservoir really changed the objective from supporting agriculture to multi-purpose project. There is a change here. Then from environmental side, we look from environmental side. Up to now, the Semangum Dam not yet be fully closed. Seawater is still allowed to enter the river mouth. So that is very important. It's quite long. The structure has been built, but the government of Korea is still not close the Semangum reservoir because maybe still a doubt whether the quality of water will change to be worse or not. But up to now, still open. No serious problem really in the social issue. Then operation and maintenance, of course, not so much because the operation of the reservoir is still, I mean, the gate of the dam still be open. So really the water is flowing out and into the estuary. The closure dike. So we won't try to make more detail in the closure of the dike here. Tidal range in this area is about 6 meters. Of course, if compared with in the England, is still low here because in England just mentioned that about 7 up to 14 meters. Construction of the dike should be highly paid attention. 6 meters is quite high, you see. If there is a difference of water such way, will create velocity is quite fast. So at the last part of the slide, the last part of our slide, I won't try to show experience the way how to construct the dike. I cannot give a comment to the Professor Roger presentation because it's been explained widely, wonderfully. Maybe if there is something not clear, can ask directly to Prof. Roger. So now we come to Jakarta giant seawall. After we discuss many times about the coastal reservoir, we won't try to make the same template again using this template to discuss about the Jakarta giant seawall. Jakarta giant seawall really have multi-purpose objective. Have multi-purpose objective. So it's not easy because many things should be covered in that objective. Then the environment condition, inflow of water to the giant seawall is highly polluted from the Jakarta city. So we have to think very clearly about this. Then social cost. Social cost surrounding Jakarta giant seawall is very complex. So we have to think carefully again. Operation and maintenance costs, especially the cost of operation, is very high. Why very high? Because there is a pumping to maintain the water elevation, to manage the water elevation and a certain elevation. Then the second, the pollution of the water, because the water in the bay is polluted. Then also social cost. Social cost is very, very complex because many activities has been many activities has already exist there. And closure of the Sidai. Of course, in Jakarta Bay, the tidal range is small, only 1 meter. But 1 meter is still dangerous if we are not carefully. Velocity with a 1 meter difference different level at the very soft material is still dangerous. So for the Jakarta giant seawall, I can say that to build Jakarta giant seawall should be very carefully. Why? Because there is two criteria, that is environmental cost and social cost is not matched, really, still not matched. So that is the then I want try to discuss about at least not discuss it, just to give the experience of the lesson learned from closure of Semangun dike. This is the typical dike which will be built to close the Semangun river mouth. This is, we can understand, this is when the construction is nearly closed, the velocity in this area is very fast. So we have to manage this very carefully. If not, then the scour will be exist deeply in this area. And in this area, of course, because the water is moved in the two-way direction. Then this is an example, the way how to prepare a gabion to support the closure of Sidai, to protect the bottom of the Sidai, and especially in the cap. So this is also preparation of armor for the dike construction during final step. So during final step is very important because should be finished in at the what you call nip tide. Maybe the range of the time is only 1 up to 3 days only. This is, you can see the preparation, the way how to prepare the material should be used to close the dam. Then this is the last step of closing the dam, the dike. This is the final step, of course, to close the dike. This is the use of parts, to put or to place the bottom protection. This is using gabion. And this is nearly finished, the closing of the dike. This is, you can see, this is a gabion really. This is all a gabion. This is what we call equipment to place the material to the bottom. Just push, then this area. Then this is a completion of the closing construction of the dike. So this is our presentation and response. Thank you very much.
Can I comment?
Thank you very much, Professor Nur Yuwono, for your comment and some additional remarks. And also you gave another example related with the presentation from Professor Roger. You always, of course, some remarks, especially everything related coastal reservoir should be from the beginning very clear the purpose, so we really don't expect that will be changed later on like what happened in Korea. Because if we heard from Professor Roger in Cardiff and also in Severn related to the power plant development, I see from the explanation no change related with the purpose, and also from the beginning the purpose of the development once decided and then continued and then finalized. Cardiff, Severn, and also for water purpose in Shanghai, no change. But in Korea, as you mentioned, Siwa changed and also Semanggun changed. I don't know what really happens in Korea, because usually if we start developing something for a really big project, so we have to be, everything should be known from the beginning, should be very, very clear the purpose of the development itself, especially in our case, coastal reservoir development. Okay, thank you very much, Pak Professor Nur Yuwono, for your excellent remarks. And now we will come to the question and answer. So for the three presenters, I have already collected some questions, and then I will read the question, and then every presenter will get two questions first, and then two questions from the first presenter, two questions for the second presenter, and then two questions for the third presenter, but one by one. So first presenter, two question answer, second presenter, two question answer, and then third presenter, two question answer. Okay, so we'll start by from Pak Hajat Widagdo. Pak Hajat Widagdo, so two questions already raised by participant. The first is, what is the water quality of Tambesi Coastal Reservoir? It seems that the water a bit darker than the right one. Okay. What is the rehabilitation program on this issue? This is the first question. So there is a different color of water condition. And then the second one, why should you have a desalination plant? Coastal reservoir capacity, is it not sufficient? Because you have a desalination plant. Please, Pak Hajat, your answer, please.
Well, thank you, Pak Ganda. For the residual, the color of reservoir in Tambesi is caused by residual of the mangrove vegetation that impact to the color of the fresh water. So far, but the quality is still okay, and the raw water. Next, we want to clean up step by step the reservoir. So this is what we want to overcome about the color of the fresh water. In the conclusion is the cause of the color is the residual of the mangrove vegetation. Thank you.
The second question, Pak.
Actually, we still have water, but we start to anticipate our need in the next with the maybe as desalination or seawater reverse osmosis, and this just we start the review from the consultant. But for this time, currently we just use the water from our reservoir, and next we have the sewerage to recycling water, so the water can as the inflow to our reservoir. Thank you.
So does it mean coastal reservoir capacity is not sufficient to provide all the water supply?
Yeah.
That one you mean?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pak.
Thank
so
you.
I will come to the next presenter, Pak Mariadi Utama.
Ya, Pak.
Ya, Pak.
Terima kasih, Pak.
The first question, how the coastal reservoir in Bali reduce the flood? And then the second one, for the maintenance aspect, it seems that most or majority of the work done or is still doing by the government through Balai, and then how to increase people participating to take a part in the maintenance, as they are also get the benefit for this work. This is the second one, second question.
Okay, thank you, Bapak. The Coastal Estuary Dam in Bali offers 4 major advantages. One of them is to reduce the floods, which is conducted by building borders as embankments to surround the dam. We also provide radial gate, which will be open once the amount of water is excessive, allowing it to flow directly into the sea. Therefore, the floods can significantly be reduced. Thank you. And then answer number 2. In order to increase the number of local community people involved in the maintenance of the estuary dam, more people will be invited to take a part in the volunteers activity of cleaning and keeping the surrounding of the estuary dam. In addition, the local government will also be encouraged to apply more regulations related to the maintenance of the dam. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Mariadi. And then now there are also 2 questions to Professor Roger. The first question, is reservoir stratification still important to take into account when developing a reservoir in Indonesia? Because the temperature in tropical region is general relatively stable. The temperature is relatively the same during both daytime and nighttime along the year. This is the first question. And the second one, what is the lowest tide during neap tide? How the power varies during spring tide and neap tide? Professor Roger, please, your time.
Well, the first question is an example, in my view, of why we are so lucky to be working in water engineering and not civil, structural or anything else. Because if you build a road in the UK, for example, it's not going to be that different building a road in Indonesia. Maybe some parts of the world you've got earthquakes to deal with, which you don't have in the UK. The big thing that makes water so attractive is that every project is different. And that's what gives us a lot more job satisfaction and much more enjoyable to the students than almost any other discipline in engineering. So the issue of stratification is a very important one in the UK. I was talking about the Cardiff Bay Reservoir, and it was a major concern there. The temperature of the water varies dramatically between summer and winter. The daytime temperature and nighttime temperature can vary quite significantly. So I wouldn't say that just because it's a very important issue in the UK, it's equally important in Indonesia. I was talking specifically about the UK there. So I accept that stratification is probably not anywhere near so significant in Indonesia as it is in the UK. For the example, for the point raised by your the person who asked the question, but I would say that it's still something you would need to look at, because you have water coming in from the river, and that may not be the same as the water that was collected several days ago, for example. So I believe that stratification is still an issue. It depends how deep the reservoir is as well. But I accept that the stratification would not be such a big issue as it would be in the UK. But you would have other issues to concern yourself with, which we perhaps wouldn't have in the UK. The water would tend to be treated in the river to a much higher standard probably in the UK than in the water coming down the rivers in Indonesia, for example, based on my experience of other countries. The second question on the tidal energy and the tidal range in the Severn Estuary in general terms is 14 meters in spring tides, 7 meters in neap tides. And I noticed another question asking about the changes to the environment, the hydro environment. It is going to change significantly if you build a barrage across an estuary. And I take Professor No's point about significant concerns in Korea, for example. But we are where we are, and we have to deal with the world we face today. When I was born nearly 70 years ago, 1950, the population was only 6 billion. Today it's 7.5, rapidly rising, and by 2050, only 100 years on from when I was born, it will be more like 11 billion. When I was born, we only had one motor car in the typical UK home. Today, we have at least 2 cars, and probably the children are still living at home with cars and so forth. So the increase in cars in this country has gone up dramatically and so forth. Then the population has risen even in the UK from about 40 million when I was in 1950 to nearly 66 million as it is now. So we need more food, we need more land and so forth for water. So we have to use our land much more effectively. So we have to turn to other methods of growing crops. The problem is the world has spent a fortune on developing efficient car engines. If you look at the Formula One, for example, and the amount of money that goes into developing new cars for Formula One, you're talking in terms of billions. The amount of money that's gone into agriculture, and we all need food to survive, is really small in comparison to what has gone on and investments in other areas, such as the aircraft industry, for example. So we have to argue our case for more money to be spent on higher levels of development and more efficient agriculture. And the world is gradually seeing this through a byproduct of the climate change agenda, in my view. But it is really important that we turn to things like agriculture and try to produce more food using less land and far less water. So the point about energy, we don't want to build a barrage across an estuary in the UK to produce renewable energy if we can avoid it. But when we face the challenges of climate change, we have to turn to green energy. So we're building wind farms rapidly at the moment. The problem is we very often have some of the coldest winters on record at times with very little wind. There's no energy from the wind. We turn to solar panels. Solar panels in the UK, it's not an ideal country for solar energy in my view. In the winter months, we've got darkness from 5 o'clock in the afternoon till 9 o'clock in the morning. You don't produce any solar power during nighttime. And even in the day, there's very thick cloud intensity. When we turn, one of the things we are blessed with in the UK is a huge tidal energy resource. And if we build lagoons or barrages at different sites in the UK, again, we can use the opportunity of nature, because when we have high tide in the Severn Estuary, we're only at mid-tide in the Mersey Estuary, for example. So if we were to build a whole series of lagoons around the UK, there are times during the tidal cycle when you can produce very little energy. There are times when you can produce a lot of energy. So if we were to build lagoons and barrages around many of the estuaries in the UK and much of the coastline, we could produce a huge amount of tidal energy. And we are where we are. We have to face the fact that we have now 66 million people living in the UK. We have to produce energy for those people. We have to be as self-sufficient as we possibly can in energy. And I believe that one of the best opportunities is therefore from tidal energy. And we have to try to do that without making significant changes to the aquatic environment and to address all the challenges, significant challenges in designing these coastal reservoirs, in this case for energy supply. Does that answer the questions?
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Roger. So, Noriwono, so in UK, we believe that they have a difference of tide quite big compared in Jakarta Bay. So don't expect in Jakarta Bay we plan to have a power plant, yeah? Because that's the point. So that's the advantage of UK. Because the difference of potential is quite big, okay? So the next question will be for Pa Hajat again. There is two questions. The first question, the main problem facing in the reservoir operation is high evaporation, especially during the dry season in our region, I mean Indonesia, and the sedimentation until it cannot fulfill the duty of optimal water to be supplied. Our reservoirs in Batam face the same problem as well. And how much is the annual evaporation and rainfall in Batam Island based on the data compiled, and how to overcome with this problem? How to overcome with this problem? Please, Pak Hajat Widanto, one by one later. One question, Pak Hajat, please. Pak Hajat, are you still?
Okay. Thank you, Pak Ganda. We have a little bit problem in the dry season, actually when El Nino happened. And then how we overcome the problem, we make TMC to modify the weather. We make the rain to overcome the problem. And then we have 2,200 until 2,400 millimeter for our rainfall in 1 year. So this is actually quite enough for Batam. But if during the dry season and the El Nino happen, we have a problem. And how to we overcome about our reservoir? We make clean up the hygiene. We call eceng gondok, and then this is to make the balance to the reservoir. So we have the same problem if during the dry season, but we overcome with TNC. Thank you, Pak.
So you mean that you make what so called the
Hari ini atau besok?
Rain, you mean? Halo, Pak.
Yeah.
You mean that you make a artificial rain?
Yes.
Okay. So to maintain your volume of the water supply, yeah?
Yes.
During the dry season, yeah?
Yeah, dry season or the El Nino.
El Nino, okay. That's true, yeah? Something like that. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the next question for Pak Mariadi Utama. Pak Mariadi. Halo, Pak Mariadi.
Siap, Pak. Pak Laksana
Mariadi,
siap. Siap, Pak.
The way you control the flood happens in your basin since you close the estuary, become a coastal reservoir. How do we control flood control in this area?
Yeah, wait a minute. Sorry, Mr. Laksana. I do apologize the honorable moderator and all the participants. I'm going to speak in bahasa. Ya. Kami mereduce banjir dengan bagaimana membuka radial gate berupa dam karet ketika banjir, ketika musim banjir. Dan kami meninggikan tanggul-tanggul yang menuju sungai-sungai yang menuju the dam. And then kami bersama dengan PDAM, komunitas peduli sungai, dan stakeholder lainnya untuk bagaimana membersihkan sampah sehingga ampungan dam lebih optimal. Demikian Bapak, terima kasih.
So you have a control gate against flood, you mean something like that, yeah? You have that one. So flood never happen against in your basin, something like that. Pak Mariadi.
Ya, ini Indonesia, ini Indonesia, sorry.
You have control gate.
Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Ya, maaf Pak, diulang.
So you have control gate in your dive, in your.
Ya, ada control gate, ya, ada control gate berupa rubber dam. Ketika banjir segera kita buka agar segera menuju ke laut.
Okay, automatically or manually?
Manually by automatically by the machine.
Water keeper. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Pak.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So next question for Professor Roger. Professor Roger.
Thank you.
This is the question. Some issues in construction of coastal reservoir are the environmental problems regarding changing in the natural condition of an estuary and the impacts, and also the expense of length of time needed. With all the projects presented, what justify the project and how was it presented or conveyed to the focusing groups or opinions? And what is the main thing that must be done to support the justification?
Well, that's a long question. If I can take it in three different parts. The first part, the issues in construction of coastal reservoirs are the environmental problems. I fully agree with that. And these need to be investigated fully. And you could be changing the natural conditions. However, in the Ching Chao Reservoir, you can see that there's very little change. You wouldn't expect a lot of change because although it's a large coastal reservoir in the mouth of the Yangtze estuary, it is relatively small in terms of the size of the estuary. If you go to the Sem Barrage, for example, you would dramatically change the hydro-environmental characteristics in the estuary, or potentially change them considerably. And what you have to do, in my view, is to try to make sure that you maintain the quality of the water, the quality of the ecology of the river, and so forth. And if you go towards integrated water resources management and you develop sophisticated models from the top of the catchment all the way down to the sea, including the coast, then you can play around with looking at your coastal reservoir, move it around. You can change this and change various parameters, and you can investigate the impact on the whole system, not just the immediate impact around the area of the reservoir. The second point, the expense and the length of time needed. Well, we are facing massive problems with climate change. We are facing massive problems with water security. And we are going to have to spend huge amounts of money on improving the water quality on this planet. As we rapidly rise, as we face the problems of climate change, increased temperature rises of at least probably 2 degrees by the end of this century, population growing, you're going to have to spend an awful lot of money. And most countries have found money from nowhere to deal with COVID-19. And there are far more people dying on this planet today from diarrhea in Africa, for example, children, than are going to die from COVID-19, although obviously COVID-19 is a very serious pandemic. And the third point was how you deal with the people opposed to the projects. I think we've all learned a lot over the last few decades as to how we need to engage much more with the what we call NGOs, non-governmental departments. In my country, we have people like the Royal Society for we have organizations like the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds. They probably have many more members than members of any political party in my country. They probably have more members, I don't have the figures, but they probably have more members than any football club in my country. So we need to work with them. I mean, these are people who have actually supported wind farms. And you could argue that with wind farms and the impact on bird pathways, why did they support them? Because these people in these organizations are more as aware, if not more aware, of the impacts that are going to be coming our way from climate change than any other organization. So we do need to work with organizations like this. We do need to make sure that we don't change the ecology of the river and so forth. And so we need to engage with them as much as we can. And I believe when we do engage with them, we actually come up with a better design. In fact, when I was working on the Sem Barrage project, I initially fully supported ebb generation only. It was my friends from the RSPB said to me, they couldn't believe that I, as an engineer, were quite happy to support a project only producing power 50% of the tide and so forth. And they told me, why don't you go back to the drawing board and see if you can design something that would produce power on both the incoming and the outgoing tide. And I learned so much working with organizations like the RSPB. So we have to engage with them fully. And I don't think as engineers, we've always done that as well as we could do.
Thank you, Professor Roger. Thank you very much for your explanation. I have another question for the first and second presenter, Pak Hajat, and also to Pak Utama, Pak Mariadi. So the question is something like this. Based on the experience of managing the coastal dam, sorry. Yeah, correct. Based on the experience and of managing the coastal dam in Batam and the estuary dam in Bali Penida, how the ecological dynamics, freshwater, seawater dynamics in the dams were managed and monitored. How? Pak Hajat and also Pak Wahyudi.
Yeah. Thank you. The ecological dynamics in the dam were managed by the providing rubber dam to the embankments surrounding the dam. In addition, radial gate which can be open or closed depending on the volume of the water in the dam. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Next, Pak Adat. So, your turn, Adat.
Baik, thank you, Pak Ganda. Especially in Batam, the ecological dynamic, we have to overcome and monitoring with the how to clean up the reservoir. So we monitor about the balance of the ecosystem. So if we have such as hygiene or something, we try to clean up to make there is no the vegetation in grow in invasive in our reservoir. Another, we have planned the mangrove vegetation in front of our dam, and I think this is for to maintain our ecosystem balance still in around the mangrove vegetation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next question is for Professor Roger. This question related with the information or comment from Professor Nur Yuwono related with his information, and it might be very useful for us since we also in Indonesia plan to develop coastal reservoirs in some region, in some location. So we would like to know your comment and your opinion, Professor Roger. The question is something like that.
Well,
Professor Nur Yuwono.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Based on the lesson learned presented by Professor Nur Yuwono, the change in purpose of the development of the Shiwa Reservoir, which was originally used as a clean water reservoir, to become a tidal power plant due to the highly polluted water entering the lake. Can it be noted that even in South Korea, there are also difficulties or impossible in processing polluted water to clean water? Because maybe it will be also necessary for us if we want to plan or develop coastal reservoir in Indonesia. In Korea itself, change straightforward, step by step from year by year, change the purpose from Pak Nuryono mentioned. Please, your time, Professor Roger.
Well, I've been to Korea several times, and I think in my opinion, you really need to build a project first and foremost with one specific objective in mind. So it's all very well wanting to build multidisciplinary projects to serve different purposes. I think you have to ask, what is the main purpose of this project? Is the project to produce water supply? Is it to produce energy supply? Is it to produce urban regeneration, for example? And you must never go away from your overriding objective. And I have to say that the Shiwa project is a little bit confusing to me, not by the presentation given by Professor Noor, but when I've been out there, it started off as a saline basin. They then converted it to a freshwater basin, as I understand it, I stand to be corrected, for food production and agriculture. And then they put turbines in there to produce tidal power. Well, these all have very different objectives. If you have if you want something for water supply, for example, you need to keep the reservoir as full as possible with fresh water. If you're going to use it for tidal, then it's going to change with the tide. You need to phase the tide to produce energy. So you have two completely different objectives. You cannot build a barrage across somewhere like the Seven Estuary and assume that that will also offer water for water supply. If you're going to build a barrage across the Seven Estuary, or that hasn't been built yet, but we do have a barrage across Lawrence, which is very successful. It's a much smaller one, but it only had one objective. The barrage was built across Lawrence only to supply tidal energy. Tidal tourism was a benefit as well, but it was first and foremost for tidal energy. And when I've been to Lawrence and spoken to the people there, they say the estuary has reformulated itself. Sediments have changed, and generally it's regarded as a huge success by the French, albeit a very small power plant. So in terms of the land loss to agriculture, to me, that implies we need to look at more efficient ways of producing food. And if we were to use the land for vertical farming, for example, as an example from my lecture, which the Americans are very keen on, I think if you want to build a reservoir for tidal energy, fine. And if you're going to lose land, agricultural land for food production, then we have to look at alternative methods of compensating for that land loss for food production. So I'm not clear, to be honest, having been to Korea several times and having a lot of respect for Korea and the Korean people, I'm not clear what is the overriding objective of the Shiwa Reservoir. I see people give presentations at conferences on the reservoir for water supply, for agricultural production, for fish management, and for tidal energy. And that, to me, is the issue. Could I just make one comment on something that came up earlier, which I'm also interested in, and that's high evaporation rates from coastal reservoirs. Surely this offers a great opportunity in countries like Indonesia to cover the top of the reservoir with solar panels so that you reduce the evaporation losses, but also use it as a huge opportunity to generate solar power or solar energy. Anyway, that's an aside. I just thought I would make that comment.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Roger. Your explanation really very, very useful for us because, as what Pak Nuryono already mentioned, the tidal range in Jakarta is very, very small, about 1.2, something like that. So it is impossible for us to develop power plant like what happened in UK, for instance. And tidal power plant, which could be adapted, of course, in Jakarta Bay, it's already in our plan, our mind, that we should develop solar energy. So it will reduce also the evaporation cover, and then we can also produce electricity. So this is also one of the reasons why we still want to develop, as maybe you heard also in the morning session, the Cisadane basin, which also plan to develop a coastal area, that one. Okay, distinguished speakers, thank you very much for all of your excellent and wonderful presentation. So I may conclude something like this. For Batam, we know that Batam has already established with their coastal reservoir based on water balance, means no river flow comes to the coastal reservoir. So fresh water all comes from the rainfall. They have already analyzed the water balance, and then they plan to develop in some other places of the coastal reservoir to provide to fulfill all the requirement for water supply for Barelang, Batam, Rempang, and Galang. Secondly, for Bali Penida, well, the development of the river basin of what is the name of the river, Bandung River, and another 7 tributaries. So the development of that river, it looks well planned and also well designed, and also the most important thing is to adopt the regulation to reduce garbage, sedimentation, etc. From UK, Professor Roger, we learn a lot from you. Why? Because we know there are 2 different things in developing Cardiff Barrage, and the other one Severn. Severn proposed for power plant, and then the other one is for city development, etc. So thank you very much for all of your excellent and wonderful presentation, and we do really hope in Indonesia all of your experience could be add our knowledge and for our better future. Thank you very much, all the speakers and all distinguished guests and participants.
Thank you.
I'll give the time to our Master of Ceremony, Pak Caikal.
That is the end of the second session today.
Yeah. All went well, I think.
All speakers, responder, and moderator. We really enjoyed the discussion. We have a round of applause for all panelists. To close today's discussion, I want to invite the Director of Water Resource and Irrigation, Bappenas, Mr. Abdul Malik Sadat Idris, for his closing remarks.
Thank you, Pak Haikal, and thank you all the attendants. Yeah, that actually at least up to there's a 300 participant that still join these international seminars, and from morning there is more than 400, 500 directly by Zoom and 600. So I'm really happy that it's really enthusiastic from the participant and from the speakers. A lot of things, need that inspire especially for Indonesian government, and the professional societies. And hopefully for tomorrow we can discuss more about the topic for tomorrow will be more also interesting, will be more specific, and hopefully all participants can join for tomorrow and give more more enthusiasm and a lot of questions that is not answered directly. We will make some notes and make the best how to answer that question. So once again, thank you for the participants, speakers, and the organizer for today success for today's success from the morning and until the afternoon. Thank you very much, Pak Haikal.
Thank you, Mr. Abdul, for your remarks. We're happy to inform you that the second session today is almost 600 people that joined us from YouTube and also from Zoom. So I think that's a great number for us for the event. If you miss some of our session tomorrow on the second day, of course, there will be more interesting discussion about coastal reservoir for supply and sustainability. So make sure you are not late to participate in the event on the second day at 9 a.m. Jakarta time. That's all for today. Thank you for your time and see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
thank you very much.
Bye-bye, Professor Roger.
Oh ya, Profesor Roger.
Bye, Pak Profesor Yuwono.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Profesor
Pak Laksana, terima kasih.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Pak Laksana, terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Pak Abdul,
Mariadi,
terima
kasih.
Pak Abdul, thank you.
Terima kasih, Pak Mariadi.
Robert.
Terima kasih.
Pak Nur, terima kasih.
Faulkner, thank you very much.
Nah, kami tunggu di Bali.
Ah,
Bye.